Can't talk to Mum, I'm just about to go live. Hi everybody, welcome along to our evening race entertainment for you here on Anglesey, courtesy of the British Racing and Sports Car Club. Very great news to welcome Rob Lewis to pit lane. He's down there with our cameraman Kev, so the cars are on the green flag lap for this one. Let's go down to grab a quick word with our man with the mic.
Good evening, everyone. It's a stunning evening here at beautiful Anglesey Circuit in northwest Wales, and we're going to go C1 racing. We've got 18 cars out for the 4.5-hour endurance race here, headed up by the Quattro Formaggio team and the Silver Lake number 2 car on the front row. Now, don't be a bit of a sprint format because we've divulged from the normal 24-hour race that we covered, of course, at Silverstone recently. This is still going to be tactical. Anglesey has a lot of characteristics that are going to really play into the teams that know their stuff and they're experienced in this championship. Now, with me, I've got Robin Welsh, the head of the C1 Racing Club. So this close to Silverstone, certainly it produced its challenges, but Anglesey should be quite a good race, do you think?
Yeah, really, really different actually, because they got some. The time is totally different. So we've done 5-hour before, we've done 24-hour, we've done 3s, we've done, but 4.5 is a bit different. This circuit's different again, super abrasive, which as everyone's learnt, we weren't expecting that. So they got to judge tyre wear, fuel. That's really high on fuel consumption on this circuit. So loads of things to think about, loads of variables. So it'll be interesting on how they get on with strategy.
Definitely, and hopefully this is something that we can fill you guys in on over the evening. We're going to be looking at the fuel side. We're certainly going to be looking at tyres again, as Robin said, with the super abrasive track surface. And as they come round the corner, let's get ready to go racing.
Thank you very much indeed, Rob. So, very warm welcome along to this. The race is underway. Pole position in today's qualifying session going to Quattro Formaggio, the 392 car, with Alistair May, Chris Parks in the car. Alistair May was in one of the leading teams at the Silverstone 24 Hours a few weeks ago. This race coming pretty much hot on the heels of those. But as you heard, 4.5 hours of racing for these 18 cars to negotiate. Strategy is going to be a big thing. Second on the grid, 458, one of the Silver Lake cars. Silver Lake, of course, our event sponsor. And the 458 car with Michael Chapman and Michael Harris. Third event of the season for those guys. Third on the grid, 441, the Mackay-Jones racing car. Andy Mackay and Andrew Jones, who you might have seen in the City Car Cup earlier on, certainly Andy Mackay. And then fourth on the grid, 456, Diablo Race, Jason Knight, Stephen Morton and Jake Owens. The opening lap is unfolding very nicely indeed as the cars go through Peel. It's going to be an absolute pleasure to watch the lights come on as the sun goes down here on the Isle of Anglesey. They're having a go with 527. That's the Red Sky Racing car. Great for me to catch up. I did pose the question when we were at, now was it Snetterton or the 24 Hours? No, it was Snetterton, just checking my notes, that Jonathan and David Shepherd were the same guys that we knew from the Clio Championship. Indeed it is. We've got their sister Rachel raced at Snet, involved in the car as well, going through. So great to catch up with those, but it's Quattro Formaggio 392 that lead from pole position, and at the wheel of the 392 car is Chris Parks. That car carrying some very good form through from Snetterton and Silverstone, fourth in the race there, and already some dicing going on as the cars start to just have a little bit of a settling down period here in the opening lap. So one lap completed. Won't get involved in lap times or anything like that until we get a little bit further along. Silver Lake 2 in second position, the 458 car, which is currently being driven by Michael Harris. Again, two very decent finishes in the two events that we've had so far. We kicked off at Snetterton. They're going 3 wide as they head through Church, the opening right-hand corner, and then they'll go past the school circuit entrance. It's close for the lead at the moment, and Quattro Formaggio coming under a little bit of pressure as they're about to head up the hill for the second time. The rolling lap was none too shabby, 2:05.913 for the race leader, and they were indeed the quickest around. So going through the Rocket Complex, and they'll continue very slightly uphill into Peel, which is where the leaders are, so some big sorting out going. The one thing you'll notice with the rear view as they go into Peel is the number of yellow squares with black crosses on the backs of the cars, which indicates new drivers. And we were talking about the City Car Cup, and C1 racing is a superb way to get into motor racing. It's a lot of drivers coming in, gaining their first experience or even first experiences, as we get a challenge for the lead of the Silver Lake 2 car, with Michael Harris having a look for the race lead at Chris Parks there as they went through the hairpin, which is very slightly banked. Not sure if Scott's mentioned that over the course of the race here. Somebody kicking up a little bit of dust. It's the 417 car, CSC Racing FDL, that's come up into third place from 5th. Jonathan Salem at the wheel of 318 at the moment. And that car will also feature Nicole Drought Racing. Didn't get a chance to catch up with Nicole in the Silverstone 24 hours, but a good name in the car. Now challenge for lead position as Mike Harris looks on the outside run there, and he's going to go side by side. Do we expect such close racing at this early stage of the event? Well, no, I probably didn't. I thought they were going to settle into it. But Harris, I think, is very keen on settling into something, and that is the lead of the race, if he could possibly do it. The red 441 going through. Mackay Jones' car. Quick look down tells us that it is Andy Mackay. I was going to get into some music analogies on Andy Mackay, but we won't. There are more music analogies to be had, but we've got 4.5 hours to bore you silly with those. Look how close this is for the lead. It was the 417 car got the fastest lap on lap 2. David Scotting, that car 7th in our opening event of the year at Silverstone, and that's closing in, isn't it, on the race lead. You can see the camera adjusting to the light, which just begins to fade down. From where I am in the commentary position here, we're getting a beautiful look over the sun going down the Silver Sea, which is great, complementing Silver Lake, of course, our championship sponsors. But the race leader still Quattro Formaggio in the 392 car. Harris in second place. Little change going on there, which I think was the A1 racing car. Luke Atkinson at the wheel there, 24th at Snetterton. 465 Diablo Racing is big pardon, Snail Speed Racing. The clue was on the side of the car, wasn't it there? And Daniel Jewell in the 465 car, or will be a little bit later on, sharing at the moment with Aaron Chalk in 465. So across the line to complete lap 3. And very well, first 5 minutes of the race already under, but now we've got a challenge on for third position. It's still Quattro Formaggio out front, and as we say that, we get a challenge for the lead as well. And going through on that inside line is the Silver Lake 2 car. Mike Harris has got the inside as they go into Peel and takes the lead away. So Quattro Formaggio down into second position. That could be third, because Scotting is going through as well in the 417 car. And then coming up to play, the fifth position car, Red Sky Racing, David Shepherd is there as well. That's a great livery to pick out. And you can see it's got the yellow and black cross on the back, indicating we will have a newer driver in it. So Shepherd, I'm not necessarily going to root for those guys, but it's really great to have drivers in the race that you know from previous endeavours. And remember, that team were up involved in Clio Cup. I think probably, was it the Generation 2 car? Again, we'll try and catch up with David tomorrow if he's still around. I did try and get the opportunity to go and talk to him and the team earlier on today, but that's one for Rob Lewis down in pit lane maybe to find out. So Nicole Drought is on the list to certainly have a word with and maybe catch up a little bit as well with our guys from Red Sky Racing in the 527 car, who are now challenging for the lead. This is great stuff. Goes to the outside, now has a look on the inside. Not quite enough momentum, or indeed perhaps room to make that move through into lead position here. So around the hairpin, a bit of bodywork damage already on the 4G car, the 405. That's being driven by, let's just reenact the computer. At the moment it's Ross Macker who is in the 405 car, and Ross, a noted name to me through his endeavours with MG Racing. Great to see them taking part in the Citroën C1 endurance events with, I have to say, two other drivers that we know very well from MG, the Booth brothers, Patrick and John. So it's the Silverline 2 car out front, and coming under pressure from Red Sky Racing now. Red Sky Racing had the lead as they went across the line, and the pole position car of Quattro Formaggio back in 4th place. Those four at the minute, as you can see, starting to build a little bit of a lead here. Apologies for the intermittent nature of the picture here as David Shepherd goes back into the lead as they climb up the hill. So Shepherd grabs that. Is he going to consolidate this as they come through the complex at Rocket? We're going to see a change for 2nd place now as David Scotting goes through into P2, and he's got the inside run up into Peel Corner. On the outside line is Mike Harris trying to hold on to it. Quattro Formaggio still there with Chris Parks. Chris 4th at Snetterton. We expected that car to be a front runner, so pole position not really a surprise. There is going to be a lot of thinking going on about strategy for pit stops, and this to me is a pretty much new. I've done endurance racing commentary in the past, but the 24 hours was the first time that I'd done one of those, and it's absolutely amazing just how much strategy goes in, and really impressive to learn that a lot of people, so there's the bodywork hanging off that car. It'd be great if our directors can maybe focus in and see that car is definitely flying, but may well get the meatball flag. We think that 405 car, running as it is at the moment, a little way down. Let's just have a quick shift down the screen and see where 11th place at the moment for Ross Macker. That could be an issue, that, so I'll be surprised if the mechanical damage flag doesn't go out. There it is. So great call by the Brscc. It was never going to be in doubt that the Brscc officials were going to get that car to come in for an early pit stop, and we can tee up Rob Lewis to maybe cover that once the car comes in, we hope, after the next lap. 3:10 in 16th place is Graham Wilkins. It was lovely to see Graham's dad, Andrew, one of the best commentators and nicest commentators I've met over the years. Retired a good few years ago, but lovely to see Graham racing in Scuderia Polo Rosso's 310 car, and we'll again get an opportunity to talk about that at some juncture. The Sandown Motorsport car of Callum Stacey in 354 was getting involved. That's in 12th place at the moment with Nivaldo Menezes racing that car. So things settling down very nicely indeed. Now let's have a look at fastest lap. You probably won't be surprised to know it's David Shepherd who is quickest at the moment, 2:03.011 for the race leader. Ross Macker continues on gamely. I'm not sure, Rob, Rob down in pit lane, what the rules are in terms of the bumper, whether they have to carry on without the bumper or whether they've got to replace it. What's the news? I think we've got Rob down in pit lane. We thought we did. Mike was live momentarily. Probably a little bit of audio testing going on down there, just to get Rob. As Rob's saying, it's fine, so he's all okay. Okay, Rob, mic's live. I don't know if you can hear us, but we can hear you doing a little bit of a sound check down there as we tick our way through the first quarter now of the race. Can you hear us, Rob?
Guys, we've just got a car coming in now, which is 4G Racing. Unfortunately, like the action has got a bit too close to them out on the circuit. Now, this actually brings into play one of the clever rules out in the C1 Racing Club. So normally in any other series, the car comes in, they'll rip off the body part, throw it to one side, and the car will go out of the pit lane. But Robin and the technical committee with the C1 Racing Club have decided the car has to retain its definitive silhouette. So all of the doors, all of the bumpers have to stay on the car. It has to retain its original shape. So as you can see, the team are coming in here now. They need to get that bumper back on the car nice and secure. So the duct tape is coming on. You can just see the team frantically working away. I think they're going with the self-tappers in the rear. That's quite a good way of doing it. Oh, but I'll tell you what, in any sort of club motorsport, you cannot beat the classic gaffer tape.
There's got to be a sponsorship opportunity there, Rob, hasn't there, really?
Well, you would have thought so. You would have thought so. I mean, gaffer tape are surely up for giving away a few free rolls to help out the club racing community, you would think.
Yeah, Gaffers himself, Rob Gaffney, I don't think he's got a car this weekend, does he? I mean, Rob was at Snet and obviously at the 24-hour race. The Booth brothers getting stuck in.
I believe he was. I think he's out with the British Endurance Championship this weekend, just looking at the social media side of things. But just an update, car 405, they've got it repaired and they're heading back out.
Booth, Macart and Booth, the C1 solicitor firm, it sounds like to me, but they are back in the race and just waiting. You can see the red light on there. We go green, they will rejoin. That is a very, very early stop. Those boys, I tell you what, you would expect them to be up at the sharp end of things by the end of the 4.5-hour race for sure. Good to see Forge.
So we'll see how they progress back up through the field.
That was good stuff, Rob, and thank you very much indeed for clarifying it about the silhouette. Absolutely spot on, which is why you're the man for the gig down there with the bobbly hat. By the way, is that official C1 merchandise, the bobble hat? Because I think there's an opportunity for fans to come and get some of that stuff. So if you are still here and you fancy a trip down in the paddock, behind one of the garages, I think you can get some C1 merch. So get a souvenir of your 4.5-hour race. Meanwhile, we are back looking at the timing screen, the 465 car, Diablo Racing. And that is Jason Knight at the wheel of that one at the moment. 7th position for the 465 car. Race lead still with David Shepherd. He's only got 2/10 after 7 laps, so that's all nice and tight, which is pretty much how we want things. Coming towards us, the 354 Sandown Motorsport. Nivaldo Menezes is there on board that car. And the 500 TCS car, John Mortimer and Simon Killam. Simon, the driver starting the car, and that's down in 14th place. Great shot here. You can see the climb is actually even steeper than it looks on camera, up into the rocket complex. And then continuing the climb along to Peel Corner, another right-hander. We've already seen some passes there. Wonderful shots of the sea in the back. This really is, isn't it, the most picturesque circuit that you come to race on in the UK. We get some good views at Knock Hill, but for me, you just can't beat the Snowdonia range in the background and the sea to the side. It's a real sight to behold. It's a super place. I think you've got one of the Booth brothers with us. Is that John Booth with you there in pit lane?
Not quite John Booth. I'm here with Patrick Booth of 4G Racing. Quite an early stop there, not what you guys wanted.
No, not what it looks like. Someone's whacked Ross at the back. Fortunately, the bumper nearly came off, but a bit held on, so it stayed on. Otherwise, we'd have had to go and find another bumper. But we've taped it on, we've screwed it on. We can see he's got a bent wheel, but we're just hoping that that's actually not going to be a problem and we can leave him out for his full stint at the moment.
So what's the plan now then? Do you leave him out for as long as he can and try and gain some car position on the cars in front of him, or do you stick to the original plan? What goes on from here?
Well, fortunately, due to Ali runs the team very quick thinking, we realise we have an extra driver change to do. So we actually got Ross to do the driver change. So we've kind of gained a bit, but now we've got to replan the rest of the race because we're not changing drivers later, which affects how we're fueling everything else. Drive absolutely for his hour and a half, and then we'll take it from there.
Superb. It's a bit different from racing those lovely MGs you guys are normally used to running, and of course, as seen on the earlier live stream, the City Car Cup.
It is, but at least with this one, you know, if in 5 minutes into the race you have an incident like that, your race is over. But in this one, it's not. We'll kind of buckle down, we'll get on with it, and we'll figure out how to do as well as we can. Fantastic.
Go well, gentlemen. Back to you up in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Rob. And do you know what? I had a choice, didn't I? I have 2 booths and I got the wrong one. Some people say the commentary booth is the wrong one for me as well, I guess they might say. But there we go. But yeah, it was a good call there, Rob. And also to call out, because we could see through the back of shot the City Car Cup cars that were in the background. And I was wondering whether they would be maybe using those for spares for this race. David Shepherd's still coming under big pressure at the moment, out in the race lead. 0.5 of a second, nothing between those two. 416 and 558 going at it. 416 is A1 Racing, 558 Silver Lake Racing 2. Now, where is 416 at the moment on the timing screens? 5th position and 6th place, dicing it out. So down past the control building. We're not actually in the commentary box here. We're in a broadcast van up on the hill, which is much better for signals. So the main commentary box here this weekend is actually available for various journos to go in. I think over the course of the other races we can sort of pitch down and use that. But what a great battle we've got going on here. And the 416 car coming under a bit of pressure. It's Luke Atkinson at the wheel at the moment, and that is a pass. Great pass there. So Luke Atkinson passed by Alan Preble, sharing with Greg Rose. Alan Preble goes through 22nd in the 24-hour race at Silverstone a few weeks ago. We also had Paul Dickinson and Chris Chadwick in the car on that occasion, and that's a very valuable place gained. So up into 5th place for Silver Lake Racing. That's the lead Silver Lake car in the race at the moment. Top 4. Just to give you a quick update as we are 20 minutes into the race now. Red Sky Racing, David Shepherd is the race leader. 2nd place, David Scotting in the 417 car, the CSC Racing FDL packaging machine. 3rd place, 458, Silver Lake Racing 3. So I got my Silver Lakes wrong, didn't I? So the light showing actually is Silver Lake 2 on the timing screen. So we'll have to get clarification on that. That I think differs from our entry list that I was working from earlier in the week, but either way it is Mike Harris who's at the wheel there. And then 4th position, the drivers that started on pole position 392, Quattro Formaggio, and that car has Chris Parks at the wheel. New 5th place car we mentioned, 416, Luke Atkinson for A1 Racing. Silver Lake, beg your pardon, he's been passed now by Alan Preble in 558, so 558 5th, 416 in 6th position. 7th is Diablo Racing, the 456 car with Jason Knight at the wheel at the moment. 8th place 318, which is WRC Developments, Jonathan Salem, as we reported earlier on in the race at the wheel of that one. The top 10 completed at the moment by 513, the Cunliffes, Nicholas and James. Nicholas at the wheel of the 513 CSC Racing FDL packaging car. So that's your top 10. Silver Lake 1 with Tony Cooper at the controls is trying to get up into the top 10. News from pit lane.
Car number 500 into the pits. Gents, same problem as we saw with 4G Racing. They've got a rear bumper that's been hanging off. The mechanics get straight to work. They've got the 2 big blocks of gaffer tape that they've already prepared on the wall before going back out. And the self-tappers are coming out as well. So many guys working on the car there trying to get it back out. The problem is as well, because it's only a 4.5 hour race, the stops like this are crucial. Time is not your friend in this case. Robin in the background as well, and the C1 guys just checking everything's legal. Excuse the noise, it's all the self-tappers going in. You'll also notice here they're doing a cursory driver change. So one thing I'll be explaining later, the pit stop rules are slightly different. So they will be performing driver changes. They have a minimum of 3 to do throughout the race. There's also some other pit stop rules regarding what happens under safety car as well. So if a safety car goes out, you won't see anyone just pulling into the pits to get it done. But we'll explain how that will work. But unfortunately for car number 500, it's incidents like this that can really cost you early in these races, especially the shorter races. Only 4.5 hours. It may seem like an odd time, but it really isn't. Back to you guys.
Thanks again, Rob. And so 2 pit stops for a little bit of damage, and that is why I was quite surprised to see things as close as they were on the opening lap, and it's cost 2 of those teams quite dearly. And you know, has caused them big problems. We're just looking at the 10th place car, and I was mentioning before we had our little segment with Rob down there in the pit lane that the 457 car trying to get up into the top 10. Tony Cooper putting a little bit of pressure on the CSC racing car of Nicholas Cunliffe. Just looking across, this is from the first turn, the banking this is a wonderful corner. If we do get a little bit of rain, I think, who was it was forecasting that we were going to have some rain about 4 o'clock? I'm sure somebody told me that this morning, which I carried around the circuit, but we've been very, very lucky with the weather so far. But that banking could well come into play a little bit later on. So the 513 car now giving chase a little bit further down. Sandown Motorsport being chased by the 310 car, Scuderia Polo Rosso, with Graham Wilkins at the wheel there. He's up into the Rocket Complex. I'm guessing everybody locally here at the track who's maybe just travelled a few miles to come and watch the racing will know that this was in days gone by an army base, hence the names like Rocket. But if you're watching for the first time and seeing the Anglesey track for the first time on our live stream, first of all, thank you very much for joining us. And I know everyone at the Brscc, delighted to have your company this weekend. Don't forget we've got a full day of proper Brscc racing tomorrow, which we can look forward to. We've seen some absolutely stonking races today, and a fitting way just to round up our day with our 3rd endurance event of the 2022 Silver Lake C1 Racing Series here on Anglesey. Still that 354 car. Menezes, the Sandown Motorsport car, ahead of 310, Graham Wilkins. Graham busy trying to close down. We've got the 465 car in the mix as well, which is Aaron Chalk closing down on Menezes. That's the red 354, 465 down behind them. Aaron Chalk in the Snail Speed Racing car with the big snail on the side. What about the lead battle? Still only half a second between David Scotting and David Shepherd. So John Mickles' Legends Cars team will be pleased to know that we've got 2 Daves up at the front in the mix here in the C1s. This one's still a fairly close battle with Aaron Chalk trying to close in. A little bit of a gap back. The car in 14th place was that 500 car of John Mortimer, Simon Killam, as you heard, getting their first driver change out of the way, albeit a little bit early on as we edge to 25 minutes. Incredibly, where is the first half an hour gone of this race? It's disappeared very, very quickly indeed. The leaders haven't disappeared up the road. The gap is still half a second, 0.524 seconds. David Shepherd in Red Sky Racing over CSC Racing, FDL Packaging in 2nd place. Silver Lake 2, Mike Harris is next up in 3rd position. Quattro Formaggio, Chris Parks is next up. Now let's see what the Snail Speed Racing car can do about the car in front. As the drivers change, so too will the obviously ability of the drivers and perhaps the tactics as well. So there might be an opportunity for a car just to maybe consolidate position rather than going for a lot of place gains. This is the battle for the lead. David Scotting, 2:02.419. That's the fastest lap. So the car that's chasing here. This is first and second place. Scotty getting the quickest lap on that last one. Interestingly, my laptop hasn't updated with that. I'm not quite sure why. Let's just do a very quick refresh of that and see how we go. Yeah, it has updated now, so it looks like we need to reboot that. Looks like Rob's teeing up something down in pit lane for us. Rob, we're just at the moment having a very good battle for the lead. Snail Speed Racing, I think, about to be caught by the race leaders. So once you start getting into, you can't call it traffic, but once you start getting into the cars that are going to lose a lap, whether that was a technical problem on track or maybe a pit stop, then things get a little bit interesting for the race leaders. We've got a fantastic battle on for the lead, Rob, but we're coming down to you for some more news.
Okay, I've just had a quick word with the team CSC Racing. Car number 500, as you saw, came in just now, rear bumper. They had to do some repair work on it. I actually, a bit of misinformation I gave there. I thought they were doing a driver change, but they were being very clever. What you can actually do in a stop, if you have to stop the car, if you've got the right amount of drivers that you can not affect driver time, you can actually get the driver out the car and then stick him straight back in. So that's good. They've done that. The car's back out, and as per the regs as well, they've asked that the footage be removed from the car to pop upstairs and have a look at it. Back to you.
Excellent, thank you very much for that update, and of course we need to get back to our lead battle. I wonder whether this is going to get spoiled. So often you see a lead battle get spoiled by a driver change, and sometimes it could be a good tactic because the chaser, or indeed the car in front, might be taking out a fair amount out of the car, so the teams might just do a change of strategy, give the car a break the battle up and come in for a driver change or maybe a tyre stop or something like that, just to even things out. David Shepherd has responded, though, to the battle for the lead. These two cars were a lot closer on the last tour. Scotty trying to close in. We've still got the Silver Lake 2 car, Mike Harris, running in third place. The 392 goes through. The blue car, Quattro Formaggio, with Chris Parks in fourth position. All of these drives that we're seeing here, fourth position, okay, they want to be first, but this is a good, solid first half hour. We've got half a minute to go before our first half hour is complete here. We've got 8 more of those to go, so we are virtually a ninth of the way through this third 2022 Silver Lake C1 Endurance Racing Series event of the year. David Shepherd's done a very good job. He was a very quick driver in Clios, didn't really have to rubber the green with some of the big teams, which was a pity, and he's really showing some driving talent here. Wonderful to see him out, and is he going to be able to grab a race win here in that 527 car? Remember, sharing with David Shepherd and James Shepherd as well. 48th at Snetterton. Now, were they at, I can't remember if they were actually at the 24 hours or not, possibly not. Again, we need to sort of catch up and feel on that. But you can see, getting away now at 6/10, that's what half a second looks like in C1 racing. So Shepherd's still there ahead of David Scotting. Let's see if we can see where the Silver Lake car is. This is the, I seem to remember, the old circuit pit lane straight, which they come down there. This is pretty much one of the only parts of the original circuit that was used here. I've been racking my brains all day to try and remember what the old circuit was like on Anglesey. I think we've got some footage going back, and I'm going to revisit that when I've got 5 minutes at home over the week. But the old circuit was great fun. Richard Peacock and the team here at Anglesey did a superb job to redesign the track several seasons ago with all the configurations you've got. And Richard worked with the landscape that we've got here, and you've got the wonderful corkscrew on the coastal circuit. So many changes of elevation over the course of the circuit. It flows as well, though, and I've not actually met anybody who doesn't like coming to race here on Anglesey. It really is a super design, and very much the antithesis of some of the antiseptic Grand Prix circuits. I make no apology for saying that, but be honest, some of them are, aren't they, the Grand Prix circuits? But this is a wonderful track. So 4G in the mix there. They've had the stop. The 465 car is there as well. Let's have a quick scroll down and see whereabouts that car is running well. The 4G car, the tank tape holding up pretty well at the moment, or duct tape, call it what you will. Going past is Chris Parks in the Quattro Formaggio car. Now, if you're wondering how we can tell which driver is in the car, the drivers have to signal or make a check-in, as you were, electronic check-in at the end of pit lane when they do a driver change. Now, there's a penalty if they don't do that. It's a wonderful system. It helps us in the commentary box no end, to be perfectly honest with you. Look at this, half an hour gone and a little bit more, and we still have the battle for the lead. There's a little jig from David Shepherd there. I think lost a little bit of time. The Silver Lake 2 car of Mike Harris still there in third place. The 405 car, remember, is, I think, a lap down. I haven't quite got enough on my timing screen at the moment just to check on how far down he is. So let us ping onto full screen live timing, and 405, 17th place. So yeah, just one lap down at the moment. That was a pretty quick turnaround, you have to say, by those guys. We've got lap 16, new fastest lap for Dave Scotting, and he's being spurred on by the rear end of the 527 car, the race leader, very much trying to hunt down. So Red Sky Racing under pressure from CSC, FDL Packaging and Dave Scotting. 405 car of Ross Macca, very successful MG racer, multiple race winner in the MG Trophy over the years. And those guys were racing last weekend, the MG Trophy boys at MG Live down at Silverstone. Massive MG event. If you can ever get to go there, it's very well worth a visit. And prior to that, had a round at Cadwell. And I know both of the Booth brothers were entered into MG Trophy this year. It's amazing how many drivers do double up on their racing and just try and get out as many times as they can over the course of the season. So we're looking ahead of the forecast. We're looking at, they're scrapping out at the moment for third place. So this is the last of the podium steps. Too early to talk about podium, really, isn't it? When we think we're only just now 35 minutes in. But Mike Harris coming under pressure from Chris Parks, back with the race leaders. Nice bit of direction there to first and second, with David Shepherd still out front. Scotting still with the fastest lap, 2:02.314, the fastest lap time for the second place car. So there's plenty of potential for our C1 race positions to change. There is the 441 car, the Mackay Jones racing car. It's Andy Mackay at the wheel at the moment. Andy will be handing over to another potential Andy. We've got him down as Andrew Jones, the formal version in the 441 car, so that will be happening a little bit later on. 465 passes 3:10. Diablo Racing going past Scuderia Polo Rosso. That was for 13th place. So Aaron Chalk makes the, these two cars actually having a pretty good race of it at the moment. Up ahead of them, Sandown Motorsports is there as well. There is the 465 car, the Snail Speed racing car, actually putting a little bit of a gap now ahead of the 310. So 12th position now for Snail Speed Racing, still on the lead lap at the present time. 465, that car will also see Wayne Chalk and Daniel Duell taking the their turns at the wheel. 27th at Snetterton. Remember, we had a record entry for the Silver Lake C1 Racing Series at Snetterton, a BRSCC record and a record for the championship as well. Quite a sight those cars made. This one of no lesser value, this race at all, with all 18 running at the moment. As you would expect, the TCS 500 car is bringing up the rear, trying to chase down Ross Macca. TCS setting the quicker laps of those two cars. Best lap of 2:03. Ross Macca with a 2:04. Car we haven't had a look at yet is the, I think, 444 Swerve Racing car, which is at the moment driven by Hadley Rossiter. That car with a mixture of experienced drivers in it. Ian Chidgey will be racing it a little bit later on. Phil Spokes had the roster racing it now. Scott Evans, the other driver. I think Scott, the ex-dirt track oval racer, actually came up and had a natter with me at Thruxton BTCC meeting. Loves his racing. That was his home track. He used to race down at Tongham on the dirt there and made the move over into the circuits. And has got, as I say, varying degrees of driving experience in the team of the 444 car. Or if I say 444, it makes it sound like at least I'm not going with the stammer. 465 still busy chase. Coming under pressure from 310. So Graham Wilkins trying to close up again on Aaron Chalk and maybe have a go. You can see the yellow square black cross. Doesn't necessarily mean the driver on board is a new driver, just that there may be one or there will be one at some point in the car over the course of the 4.5 hours. A bit further back, change of position on the last lap for 6th position. Jonathan Salem bringing the 318 car, WRC Developments, up into 7th place. Sorry, into 6th place from 7th. From the 416 car, the A1 racing car of Luke Atkinson. So Atkinson down to 7th, and 456 Jason Knight, the driver looking to maybe take a position away from him again. Up the hill, massive climb into Rocket. They switch to the left, back to the right, and we're going to see a change here. Graham Wilkins is really getting back onto the case of that 465 car. Graham's last lap was, let's just scroll down and have a look, 2:03.6. Aaron Chalk 2 minutes 3.8, so a couple of tenths taken away. It is getting a little bit closer down there for 12th and 13th position. And was there contact there between the 3rd and 4th place cars? Mike Harrison, Chris Parks really getting stuck in with each other, and they could do without the damage, to be perfectly honest. Meanwhile, still out front, it's still close. It's still half a second between David Shepherd and David Scotting. These are the two cars that were getting a little bit physical. Not sure if we can catch the inside of the car. We will, as they run down to Peel. Just looking very closely at the screen to see if there's any damage on that 3rd place car. And Mike Harris came out of that well, and you've got to say Chris Parks was getting really stuck in the Quattro Formaggio 392 car and having a go. I didn't think when we got to this far into the race that we would be excitedly looking at a 2-car battle for the lead, and not so far behind another duel going on for 2nd place. This could be the 3rd place switch. Watch the blue car on the inside run, can't quite do it. You've got to get something of a wide run into Rocket Complex just to carry the speed out. You can see that has just punished the 4th place car at the moment. Christopher Parks will try and get back onto it. The 5th car going through there is the 18th place car, lap down, the 500 TCS car, which had that pit stop. Not a change of driver, but one of their stops complete. And a lap down as well, 405 4G Racing, with Ross Macker there as well. We've got live Mike in the pits. Let's go down once again and join Rob.
How are we doing, guys? Right, as the cars start to spread themselves out throughout the field and really get into the thick of the racing, I just want to explain the one thing in this race that's really going to win you this race, as well as the clean driving, of course. It's the pit lane, and more importantly, the pit stops. Now, I did cover this several times during the 24-hour race, but the rules have actually changed a little bit. If the safety car comes out at all during this race, the light down at the end of that pit lane goes red. The pit lane is shut. If you decide, you know what, the car has only broken down on the grass, it's going to be towed off, it's no problem at all. Well, Robin's thought of that, of cars still pitting and waiting at the end of the pit lane. So what he said is, if the safety car's out and you still decide to pit, you have a minimum pit stop time of 6 minutes. So that's out the window. So what it really boils down to here, gents, is good clean pit work. Get the car in, 45 degrees, stop the your working lane, you've got your fast lane, drill your team, 4 people touching the car at all times, including the driver. Get it right in the pit lane, and it'll do well for you out on the track as well. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rob. That was a really good, super, as ever you do, and this is why you're doing the job with us, is a really good clinical description of what happens in the pit stops. And we're going to be heading towards some more of those a little bit later on. We hope that we don't get the safety cars and just confuse the issues with that over the course of the race. We're just pretty much looking at the 318 car, Jonathan Salem, still there in 7th place, chasing the A1 Racing 416 of Luke Atkinson. I think we had the driver changes as yet. This is the run again up towards Peel. The reason it's called Peel, many of you probably know this, but it's actually named after John Peel, the legendary, late legendary DJ who did like a bit of motorsport. If you're wondering what the other connection was with John Peel, he did his national service here on Anglesey. I've probably related that story more time than I care to remember, but a lot of people do sort of say, you know, why is the corner named thus? But he was very definitely a little bit of a petrol head, was our John, and I had the pleasure of meeting him a couple of times. Once interviewing him when he was driving a TVR Tuscan at Snetterton, I think it was, and he'd had an absolutely great time. Bit of track here, so we've got some light flashing going on. Let's try and get a move on. 318 car. This is the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th battle coming around that last turn. Never quite sure what the light flashing does unless you've got somebody of a backmarker nature that you want to get out of the way, but you know, everyone's paid their entry, all want to crack on with what they're doing. Still there at the moment, 318 going 7th. Knight is the next car, the Diablo Racing 456. But this is the scrap for 6th position. Now that tells me that the 558 car of Alan Preble is going to be on his own. So we'll look ahead of this group and see. I think Alan Preble might be one of the few Billy No mates on track at the moment. Well, again, it gets very difficult to see as they go around Peel Corner. 458, this is the 3rd place car, Mike Harris. Lead battle's close, they're just about to head into the hairpin. Tom Price straight, and yeah, third and 4th still close, but I think the lead battle is probably a little bit closer. So Chris Parks piling a little bit of pressure on now. Is that side by side for the lead? It was an attempted side by side by Dave Scotting, who is again really turning up the wick as they go through that final corner onto the main straight. Out go the pit boards to tell the guys how they're doing, and it's still Shep out front. Shepherd from Scotting. I tell you what, even if you'd had a sprint race, it would be amazing to see these guys still that close. And these are so evenly matched and exactly what we want to see. But the pairing have pulled very well clear at the moment of 3rd position. What is the gap to Mike Harris? Hasn't crossed the line yet in 3rd place from the lead battle. Still showing on the timing screen, so we wait for those cars to go across the line. Dave Shepherd, how much quicker would he be if he didn't have the car in his mirrors? And that's one of the things that the teams are going to be worrying about as to whether you can go quicker on your own and get away. The gap to the 3rd place cars from the 1st and 2nd battle we're watching now is 10 seconds. So this is a safe lead battle that we've got going on at the moment through Church Corner. Shepherd just jinking out a little bit there to the left, taking a little bit of curb, trying to carry as much speed as he can through the corners and hold on to that lead. He's not, for my money, Shepherd's not being overly defensive either just now. That might change now we've said that, but we'll have a look and see whether it is going to compromise him at all. The fact that he's not going defensive, this is great stuff. Up into the hairpin at the end of the Tom Price straight. We wait 10 seconds. Here's the 3rd and 4th battle. Quattro Formaggio still there. Christopher Parks in third place. Fourth position right behind him now is Mike Harris. Again, was having a look back at the fifth position car. Don't get to see it. It's another seven seconds back at the moment, Alan Preble in fifth place. And then that gaggle of cars that we were looking at earlier on, headed by the A1 Racing 416 car going through as well. So there's the 500 car, the one that had what looked like the slightly lesser damage of the two cars that pitted earlier on. And that is running in 17th place at the moment, the 4G racing car, Ross Macker. Still very much on track, only lost a lap thus far and could claw their way back up the order as we see 558. Silver Lake Racing, Alan Preble, about to put in a lap on the 500 car. So that is the fifth place runner about to put a lap on the 17th place car. Third and fourth go through. This is back marker and fifth position car. I think the 4G car immediately behind them, that would probably make sense. And this is not easy, is it? There's no such thing as an easy pass. There was a little bit of gesticulation from the 500 car just to maybe wave through on the inside. So the next time we see that, I think we might well have the fifth place car through and past the 500 machine. Third and fourth, looking at a little bit more settled at the moment. Is that going to be famous last words? That's fifth and lapped car. So we looked at the 500 machine of Simon Killam is still there. Another change on the last lap for sixth place. So Alan Preble is now going to have 457, Tony Cooper chasing him. There's a little bit of a gap back from Preble to Cooper is another 13 seconds, so that might all come out in the wash as far as the pit stops are concerned. So we need to keep a very keen eye on that as the racing continues. Again, another terrific shot that gives you the gradient here on Anglesey. 5-on-3 car continues on its way. That's the 10th place car, 354 in 11th. Sandown Motorsport, Nivaldo Menezes is in that car. That is shared by Sebastian Shabowski and Callum Stacey, and they'll be eagerly awaiting their turn. All of the drivers generally involved, as you saw Rob Lewis describing in the pit stops, as four cars have to be in contact with the car at all times in the pit lane. And it's for fairness, over and above everything else, of course, it is 100% for safety, which is what the organisers want to see managed at all costs. .318 from 9th position, Jonathan Salem. Okay. Driver out of the car as we can see.
Just trying to find out what's going on. The driver is telling us that there's going on from the back. More of that lovely gaffer tape is going on. The team checking the car. Have to come back. If we just, the camera can stay on it, but I may have to line someone up to have a chat.
Up goes the jack. So this is going to, as I say, drop that 318 car down from 9th position. Fair amount of work, and that looks a little bit more serious to me than the bumper damage we saw earlier on, Rob. The issue Rob Lewis has with us in pit lane is that, of course, he's got to get up close and personal to the cars to find out what's going on. But the closer you get to the pit garages, I think the worse the signal is, and you've got cars in the way as well. So Rob's got to kind of get back to the pit wall side to be able to get the signal through to us to tell us what's going on. But back wheel change as well, so this might be part of a routine stop as well as a little bit of diagnostics on the 318 car. WRC Developments, Jonathan Salem, third place for WRC Motorsports at Silverstone in the 24 hours. So these guys very well drilled, very well versed in endurance racing. 28th at Snetterton, so a little bit more of a disappointing result for them at Snet. Quick look inside to sort out the belts for the incoming driver. And 318 car already dropped down from the top 10 into 15th place at the moment. If you're following it on TSL, you will see the driver's name. If you've got it on widescreen, if you're watching on a phone, you probably won't see it unless you've got the horizontal lock off. But if you switch it, you will see the driver names. Now, whether the time of that, I wasn't keeping a track on how long the stop was. I do know that Paul Truswell, who was with us on the 24 hours, a master tactician is Paul Truswell, and things getting a little bit hairy there with the 354 car having a massive swerve. This is for 8th and 9th position. The 465 machine looking up the inside for 7th. Let's see whether Knight can go through. Jason Knight makes the move. He's going to have the line as they head out of Peel and down towards the left-hander, which brings them onto the Tom Price straight. So 3 cars now having had some stops with us over the course of this one. It's the 318 car. I was about to say the 318 car that is the leader of the one-stoppers, but that's actually just changed as the cars complete the lap. And 16th position now is the 500 car. So Simon Killam has made up a place due to that pit stop as we watch some side-by-side action going on here, getting very up close and personal. The 354 car, Sandown Motorsport, right in the mix there with the 513 car looking to come through as well. Let's see whether that is going to change. They managed to sort themselves out, but that was looking a little bit too close for comfort there at the time. This is for 8th and 9th position. The 8th place car is now the 354. So Menezes bringing that car through. And you can see both rookie cars. And that, again, is the appeal of the championship. As I think, are we heading down to... I can see some insets of Rob, who's going to tell us a little bit about the state of the tyres.
Okay, right, well, we spoke about tyres at Silverstone and how they're shaved and unshaved. This was a brand new shaved tyre that went on at the start of this race, and look at it. It certainly won't pass an MOT, that's for sure. And it's one thing I said at the start of this race, Anglesey is one of the most abrasive tracks you can race a car on, and it is showing here today. Maybe later on in the race, drivers are going to have to pick between going fast, getting that lap time and pushing the car, or preserving it. Because if this keeps happening and you have to pit, it's going to cost you time, and that's no good. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yeah, that's very interesting to see. When you're looking at the cars from the racetrack, you just don't see that. So it's great that Rob's gone away and found that. And he was talking, of course, about the shaved tyres as well. The guys do embark on a bit of tyre shaving to help them with the grip and the setup of the cars as well over the course of the race. What about the race leaders? Because we've got a big race going on. We're looking at 3rd and 4th at the moment. Chris Parks and Mike Harris still very much at it for 3rd and 4th. This is what I wanted to see. Directors have delivered the goods again. So we are still very, very close between these guys. 3 hours 33 remaining. David Shepherd and David Scotting. When you get out of the cars, gentlemen, take a bow, a big bow, because they have raced close, fast and fair over this race so far. We are almost an hour into this race and they have been at it from the word go. I have never seen an endurance race as close as I'm sure other people in the camp with the C1s probably have, but for the race lead, this has been absolutely phenomenal between these two. And Rob, your job is to go and talk to these guys, if possible, it would be terrific if we could get the pair of them together and get a bit of off-track banter to counter what we've seen on circuit so far. It's been a mega race between the two of them. End of the Tom Price straight once again. Into the hairpin. So locked off camera there, so we lose them from view. We pick them up again coming down the old pit straight. So you can see the turn off into the pit lane which we've got there, and heading down into towards the left-hander, which brings them onto the main straight. The cones that we've got there to cone off the other circuits that can be used here on the Anglesey facility. And this is, as you probably know, used a great deal for broadcast features. Fifth Gear have used it very much over the years. Katie Munning's kids programme as well filmed a fair amount here. Katie running in Extreme E this year. We've got a round of that coming up. I think it's been scheduled for a midweek in July. So Katie winning a lot of young motorsport fans over with her CBBC series with work done here on Anglesey, and it was, as I say, so well thought out. And this race still continues. Are we going to see Dave Scotting get that car in front at any point before we see driver changes for these two cars? It is still the 527 car out front, Red Sky Racing, David Shepherd, and now a little bit of pressure being applied. Shepherd has to go probably as defensive as I've seen him go. The midway point across the circuit as they came into Rocket, and that 417 car is closing up, really starting to build the momentum. Is he going to have a look as they go into Peel? He's not. I said Shepherd was getting defensive. There was nothing defensive there at all into Peel. It was an extremely wide line and a confident line from Shepherd in the Red Sky car to hold on to lead position now as they go through the first part. Now we've got refuelling underway. We very sadly lose the battle for the lead, but we want to show you some refuelling going on, and Rob might be able to call this for us from a distance. Can't hear Rob at the moment. The car in pits lane is Silver Lake Racing number 1. And that is from 8th place, Tony Cooper. Not sure if Sam Stride has got in or not. We'll know that when the car comes out, and we'll be able to see it on the timing screens as to whether that's the case. Now, you'll notice here that the drivers have got full kit on. And what's the spray beam? What's he being sprayed with? Do you know, Rob?
Fire extinguisher man got very excited, look.
Adrenaline, Rob.
So we think that might have been some fire extinguisher foam over the top. We've got the fire extinguisher man on. Oh yeah, we can see it over the wheels there. So out goes the first fuel bowser, and the second one is plugged in. Looks like they've half-inched or sharing a bowser with Silver Lake 2 with the 558 number on it. Meanwhile, I hear you asking, Richard, yep, okay, we've all seen the car refuel. What's happening to the race leaders? And we're back with them, and it is still Red Sky Racing being harried. Dave Shepherd being harried by Dave Scotting, who goes to the outside run here. This is where I said it was defensive earlier on, so I guess if he goes wide, there could be a big dive up the inside. Let's see what Shepherd does now as they come out of the Rocket Complex and head back down in towards Peel again. That's not defensive at all, is it? These guys are just going in formation, and look at that. Shepherd actually goes out and grabs that extra little bit of curb to try and carry more speed through Peel and down into the start of the corkscrew. They're not using the corkscrew today because they're going on the full international circuit here on Anglesey. We're into the second hour of the race as well, by the way, viewers. So a whole hour we've had of Shepherd and Scotting working together. Shepherd gets a little bit of a run. You can just see the car stressing or moving around as it comes under braking. Sam Stride, I think that is on the side of the crash helmet, getting into the car, taking over from Tony Cooper in Silver Lake 1, the 457 car. Still showing 14th. The top car having started, the top car having pitted thus far is the 513 CSC Racing FDL Packaging Jake Cunliffe. But let's go down to Rob, who is in pit lane again.
How are we doing, guys? As you would have seen, car 457 has just performed its pit stop. Tony Cooper has just completed his first stint in the Silver Lake car. Tony, how was it?
Screwed the start up. I went from 10th to last. And then from there it was brilliant. Got up to, I think, 5th or 6th, but it felt like a drive shaft CV joint going, but apparently the tyre's destroyed already. So then we've been going, what, an hour, and that's just killed a tyre, so hopefully that's what it is. But no, the car was superb otherwise.
Certainly, it did look like when you came in they had to change the front tyres, so tyre degradation really proving to be a point here. Other than that, you got a bit excited when you grabbed hold of the fire extinguisher. Would you care to explain to the viewers what happened?
I have high levels of adrenaline, and I think I've done that 3 or 4 times now. I think I'm just shaking, get out of the car, and he's used to it and he needs a clean anyway. Always
unfortunate when you perform a pit stop and you accidentally set off the extinguisher. Bit of a mess on the back of the car, but it's back out and running with the new driver, and I'll let Tony grab a drink. Back to you.
Rob Lewis, thank you very much. We've still got a battle on for the lead and maybe a little bit of traffic appearing on the horizon for the Red Sky Racing 527. This has been absolutely superb from these two, and they are still going at it. How much longer can we expect that for? I do not know. But this race into the night, for those of you who maybe didn't join us earlier on, let me tell you that the practice session for the night was yesterday. Obviously this is day 1 of a 2-day Brscc meeting. Right, blue flags being shown for the traffic, such as it is, and David Shepherd rightly flashing lights as well. It's the 318 car who is going to be the recipient of that. It's not going to mess up our lead battle now, and the 318 car, which has a Philip Payne at the wheel now. Was it Jonathan Salem that started that? I can't remember now. It's a long time ago. It's an hour. But you can see, once you realise the faster cars are there, lets them go. Onto the banking goes David Shepherd. Onto the banking in hot pursuit goes Dave Scotting. Out of there, down into Church Corner they go again. This is effectively just, we were talking about extinguishers. I was going to say the lead battle partially extinguished at the moment. Are we going down pit side again with Rob?
Right, I'm just down in the pit lane with Matt Parks. Matt, you're a bit nervous?
Yeah, a little bit. I just want to get in the car, really. I just want to go and drive.
Yeah, you did say to me, I mean, obviously watching the sister car in the pits just now, you saw the tyre come off. Are you preempting any sort of tyre failure that will mean a quick pit stop and get you back in the car?
Yeah, I think we're going to be governed by tyres at the minute because the track's chewing them apart.
Absolutely, it's certainly looking that way. But otherwise, your weekend has gone pretty well so far. Your lap time in qualifying at about midday today, put the car on the front row. How do you feel going into the race with this pace?
Really confident, actually. We were on for a faster lap again. I just got caught up with a bit of traffic. So I feel quite comfortable in the car at the minute.
The game plan from here, should the tyres hold up?
Push as hard as we can, for as long as we can.
Outstanding. Well, the pit lane is starting to get busier now, chaps, so you might be seeing a bit more of me, but for the moment, back to you.
Well, Rob, is always a good thing to get your feedback. Now, you're saying that's Matt Parks. Which Silver Lake car was he in, Matt? Which Silver Lake one is he in? I don't think I've got him on my driver list. So maybe Rob can fill us in on that one. I'm frantically looking through to see which car that was. You were saying front row car, so I'm guessing Silver Lake 2458. Ah, okay, I've probably written numbers down. Silver Lake 3 is 458, so that's my bad. So we're going to change that one. So apologies for any confusion earlier on in terms of numbers and teams. 4583, which was Michael Harris, wasn't it, in the early stages of the race, and still is. So the 458 car is, I think, the one that's going to be coming in. Lead battle still goes on apace. And these guys, not only is it the closest battle, how fortuitous for us is it that we've got the race leaders battling hard, and it is David Shepherd still out front from David Scotting. The gap, 0.518, and Scotting is now closing up and having a look, tees up the inside run here. This is the climb up the hill. The apex, but the outside as they go into Rocket is with the 417 car. Shepherd grabs the inside run there, working hard. You can see the cars are on the limit. These two boys are racing hard. How much we heard Rob telling us how abrasive the circuit is on the tyres. How much is it going to take out of these three cars? We've got the 318 car down behind, that's the 16th place car, WRC Developments machine. And these two still at it. Dave Shepherd really being given a workout here, and fair play to Dave Scotting, the chaser, who again gets close. For my money, it's closer on this occasion than the last couple of times we've seen him go past this bit of the track. Locked off camera here, so he won't be able to pan and follow the cars around. Now, I said he was closer, he's dropped away. Is that a problem for the second place car, who has dropped back big time? Has he had a little bit of a Mr. Whippy somewhere out on track and drop back? Are we going to see him come into the pit lane, the second place car? He's backing off very early. If that's the case, for my money, I wouldn't have put that as part of the strategy. And the second place car, the battle has been extinguished. He's pulling over. We're going to have a new second place car now. Chris Parks goes through into second. Hazard flags out there. And the 417 car, Dave Scotting. Rob, your job, mate, now is to go and find out what has happened with that car. It's being nursed back to the pit lane. We've very sadly lost our battle for lead position. Wonder how David Shepherd's going to respond to this. The race leader is into pit lane, and we need to find out exactly what the issue is. It means now we've got a 10-second lead for David Shepherd as we get 10 minutes into our second hour here on Anglesey, and the 417 car pulls into pit lane. So big changes of position. Quattro Formaggio second, Silver Lake 2 with Mike Harris at the wheel in third place. Alan Preble now is up into fourth place. Dave Scotting showing fifth on the timing screen at the moment, but that will fall away without a doubt as he came into pit lane. I don't think that's a scheduled stop. He really looked like he had problems. Yeah, car is in the garage. So Dave Scotting will be, I say, Rob is already there and on the case and trying to find out what the issue is with the car for us as we watch the 500 car, one of the first two machines to pit in the race with that damage that we had on the first lap of the race. 16th position at the moment for Simon Killam, who is still at the wheel. Ross Macker still at the wheel of the 4G Racing 405 car down in 17th. So once we see the first lot of pit stops with the other drivers start to kick in, those guys might edge a little bit further up the field. There's our garage shot. Kev, our pit lane cameraman, is keeping a good eye on that for us and actually getting a pretty good signal considering he's pretty much, I think, right in there. A little bit of break-up for us, but just showing us that it won't necessarily be curtains in this race. They will try and get it back out if we possibly can. Shepherd now 8 seconds clear. What a race, though, the 417 car had given us Dave Scotting. And you just wonder whether that battle took too much out of the car. He's going across. Is he going to rehydrate himself, or what's he looking for? Could possibly be a driver change. We rejoin the main circuit and the 500 TCS car. Now, bear in mind, this one had been in the pit lane. This is now up into 14th place. So, Killam up into 14th, and this is a good recovery. Whether they have to make another stop or not, I don't know, but we've got 18 cars, remember, this weekend. So to go from 18th place up into 14th, one stop. At the moment, the top one stopper remains A1 Racing, 416. It still has Luke Atkinson at the wheel. He's chasing down Alan Preble. He is 24 seconds down behind Alan, so won't be able to chase him down, but we go into the pit lane again. And the 465 car from 8th place, Aaron Chalk, is, I think, going to hand over. Everyone, again, getting stuck in. And you can see this is going to be a refueling stop as well. So really good look. Off goes the filler cap. The fuel bowser is there and ready to be plugged in. Fire marshal ready there as well. I think we've got Dave Scotting with us as well. So let's go down to Rob with, I hope, Dave Scotting.
Nowhere near him.
Okay, apologies we can't bring you the chat with Dave Scotting, but what we can do, of course, is the ongoing fuel stop here for 465. And the car which was driven by Aaron Chalk, and again you'll see, well, you've got the driver names on the side, so you probably don't need to tell me that, but again a very well marshalled stop, and you'll see the race officials that are there as well with the fluorescent gillets on, just making sure that all the rules are adhered to. If you don't adhere to the rules, then it's a drive-through. Let's go down and join Rob.
Race. And I've got the driver here, Dave Scotting. Dave, gutted for you, mate. What happened?
Oh, it's a disaster for us, really. We've really been unlucky because we made a bit of a breakaway with the first car, so the two of us managed to get into a nice position. The straight at the back looks like the diff's gone in the car, so we've got no drive whatsoever. So we were in a really strong position, but it's just so unlucky.
Absolutely gutted for you. So what do you do from here? Do you plan for the next one? Take it on the chin? I mean, Anglesey seems to be, you described it as a bit of a curse, so
yeah,
you've had a few issues here before.
Yeah, so we do Race of Remembrance every year, so we were in first position in Race of Remembrance this year, and we had a problem with the fuel pump, and we had to refuel every hour. So we got to the second stage of the Race of Remembrance, and the fuel pump packed up. We came third that day instead of winning that. We're here today, we're in second, nice strong position, and the gearbox unfortunately has let us down, so it's mechanical, and you can't really, I suppose you can try and plan for it, but it's just unlucky. It's racing, but a bit bittersweet, really.
Absolutely. Dave, so sorry to see, mate.
No problem.
Thank you for racing with the C1 Racing Club.
No problem.
Back to you guys.
Thanks very much indeed, Rob. And yeah, disappointing that that's going to be a retirement for Guy. It was really put through its paces, and you know, when you have that sort of issue and retirement from that sort of performance, the only thing that you can take back with you is the fact that you had that run, and you know, you could carry that pace and carry your ability and the pace of the team through into the next event. So we've got change in lead. Now I've got on screen showing that David Shepherd has had a pit stop. Now I didn't see the pictures. I should probably be looking around the other camera positions that we've got here in our gallery, and I've just realised that I probably could have done that, but maybe Rob Lewis can give us the heads up, which is showing that David Shepherd has now had one stop. So what was the purpose of that? And I would have expected, if he has had a stop, for the 527 car to be further down the order than he is, because we've got Chris Park showing now as the race leader in 392, David Shepherd in second, Mike Harris third in Silver Lake 2458, and Alan Preble in fourth position in the Silver Lake Racing 558. Okay, we've got a live mic down there in pit lane. Let's grab a quick word with Rob. Looks like we're going to get Rob any time at the minute. So he is, Rob, to be fair, is dicing with headphones and trying to take his cue off the PA, as well as maybe our directors queuing him in. So 527 car is indeed now in the pit lane, as you can see in the background. So the Red Sky Racing car, rather than having pitted and gone back out again, was actually in the pits and is showing us one pit visit. It's not complete, but the fact that he's in the pits now shows on the timing screen, which is where my confusion came from. So again, apologies for perhaps misleading you a little bit on that. At the moment, the car's still showing in second place, but David Shepherd will be the top driver in the, and there's the Clio Cup liveried overalls, pretty old ones. They were good value, weren't they? Lasted a good while. Front wheel on, very, very well drilled team indeed. Next driver to go in. It's actually quite a lengthy process. It's a job, isn't it, to get in the car. I was talking with the Legends Cars racers earlier on today, who've got a new directive from the MSA, who are here in abundance this weekend, obviously with Formula Ford and also the MSA British Supercar Championship as well. You can watch more of those races with us on our stream tomorrow. Some advice from driver. I don't have the sound level to have heard that, unfortunately, which is a little bit of a pity, but hopefully Rob Lewis will have so. There we go, the push back into pit lane. I'll come back to my point in a minute. Actually, probably I won't. Wasn't that important a point, to be honest? Don't forget, the little signalling there was don't forget to check in at the end of pit lane. So we'll see whether that 527 car did actually do it. So David Shepherd, now changes, and it's Joe Shepherd that takes over now in the 527 car, and that is Jonathan Shepherd as opposed to James. So we'll see JO for Jonathan and JA for James Shepherd. Again, hearing noises from pit lane, so Rob might be down there with some more updates for us. Or maybe not. Rob is, however, busy trying to get all the news for us and grab the news with our erstwhile race leader. Peter Shearer goes through one of my shots as well, the Autosport journalist. So it is Chris Parks who leads for Quattro Formaggio at the moment. 3 hours, 12 minutes left of this race here on Anglesey. Quattro Formaggio, the pole position sitters from qualifying. A few laps ago started to talk to you about the format of the weekend, and I can't remember how far I got with that, but this meeting actually started on Friday when we were asked if we could come along and work on it. It was, or is, billed as a 3-day meeting, and we had the option to come along last night. I did actually come to the track last night myself to watch the night practice that the drivers did to familiarise themselves with the conditions that are going to be upon them a little bit later on when they're racing into the darkness. And obviously it's important that the drivers familiarise themselves with that. If you're into your racing, you'll know that any driver going into a qualifying session on any MSA championship is going to have to complete 3 laps of the circuit to familiarise themselves in the machinery they're going to compete with on the track. Shep goes through shot there. 527 currently down in 10th place. Jonathan Shepherd, it is at the wheel of that car. And so going back to the 3-lap thing, so whatever it is you're doing, you get your laps in, and there was a lengthy session last night. We then had the qualifying session this morning, which was different conditions on 2 counts, because it wasn't raining, but B, also it was in the light. But I think the drivers had a pretty good testing session last night just to familiarise themselves with the cars, the track, wet conditions as well as it being dark. So they're going to be well prepared for when darkness falls a little bit later on. Let's go down with Rob, who is in pit lane once again.
Down in the pit lane with David Shepherd, that's just got out of the leading Red Sky racing car. I've just had a look at your tyres. My word, you're cutting it. I mean, we've been talking about it since the race has started. It's going to be a key factor in this. Yeah. But first of all, how was that first stint?
I mean, first sort of 45 minutes, brilliant, broke away, had 417 behind me, had the pace on him everywhere except into the chicane, but can block him there. And then he tucked in everywhere else, so it was not too bad. But with about half an hour to go, I could feel a bit of vibrations in the front, but it wasn't too bad. It was only over about 85. And then as the stint was coming down, they were counting me down. I had 5-6 laps left, and I could really start to feel the thing. They had one. I was meant to do one more lap.
I mean, we will show you that tyre in a second. It's absolutely ruined. But first of all, I mean, as you can see here, you're wearing Clio Cup overalls, which also shows just how versatile Citroen C1 races are. Come from all spectrums. Clio Cup.
Back in 2005, did a couple of years of that, and then me and my dad started Clio Cups in the first year of the generation that's just gone. So that. We did about 3 or 4 years, and that was where there's some fast guys in that. I went okay, but I'd hit my limit at that point. So took a few years out, and then as a family we've come back into this because there's me, my dad, my brother, and my sister races. Sister isn't here this weekend, but yeah.
Superb. It's always good. Speaking from personal experience as well, it's always good when the family comes along racing with you as well. And is that really what attracted you to the C1 Club?
Yeah. I mean, low cost. I've always loved one-mate racing. Anything with sort of mixed classes always just feels a bit like, well, if he's got a more powerful car, or whereas this, it's down to what little setup you can do and the drivers, so you just know.
Outstanding. I'll let you get some rest now, David, just to show the camera how bad this tyre was, how lucky he was. Look at that, right down to the cord. My word. Back to you guys.
A tired tyre, and really good to hear from David Shepherd, and really great to see him again this weekend. Those of you that have the misfortune to hear my commentaries week in, week out will know that I very often say that the key thing on motor racing is the people. It's the reason we come back. The people are terrific. It's been wonderful hooking up with Brscc this year. I was a former member of the Brscc in years gone by, rejoined it last year. Very, very glad that I made that decision. And as I say, people are absolutely brilliant, and it's wonderful, really good to see the Shepherd family here, having worked with them on Clio Cup back in the day. Because we've got Mini Challenge now, which, as you heard, was David's previous racing formula, taken over from Clio Cup. I do wonder how Clio Cup would be going if it was still with us, because there was talk about getting the next gen car in, which was going to be a little bit slower. And I applauded what Renault were doing at the time to bring in a slower car, a slightly cheaper car. But with Brscc, probably it was as well that the Clio Cup went. We've got Mini Challenge, JCWs and Coopers, which provide us with some super racing on touring car weekends. But we will remember very, very fondly the racing that we had with Clio Cup over the years. And as I say, great to rekindle relationships with the likes of the Shepherd family. So many drivers in the Silverstone meeting. I was amazed again, because this is my first season back with Brscc and first season with the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. I was just stunned as to how many people I knew in the paddock that weekend. It was just a mega weekend. And I've got to say, in terms of both drivers and engineers that weekend as well, and the amount of people that were tuning in and watching it and listening to the commentary, that not just me, there was a whole team. Obviously Scott was there as well. We had Rob down there in pit lane, Paul Trustwell, of course, I've already mentioned, Jack Oliphant and Andy McEwen completing the team that weekend. So it was a really terrific event, and as I say, key thing for me, people, and great to renew relationships. So we look at 465 car having stopped, so let's have a quick look and see where that one is. 465 scanning down the order. I've missed that somewhere. I've actually gone a little bit too far down the order to find out where he is. The 416 car has a quick look at A1 Racing, which is still with Luke Atkinson at the wheel. 416 A1 Racing. Rob Hall will be the driver that takes over that car a little bit later on. The timing screen actually showing, so we've got a couple of cars now that have been in twice, and so we've got to consider the scenario between the one-stoppers and the two-stoppers. The leading one-stop car, 513, and that is Nicholas Cunliffe, or was Nicholas Cunliffe. It's now James Cunliffe at the wheel of the CSC FDL packaging car. And then Ross Macker in the 4G racing car, who was stone last at one point, has put in a really good session, Ross Macker. He's a great little racer, is Ross. And the 405 car is the second car to have had one stop so far. So keep your eyes on the 4G racing car. That's the one that came in early doors, remember, with the meatball flag, the black and orange mechanical failure flag, to get the car back in. Exactly as Rob Lewis described, they have to start and finish with the silhouette of the car intact. That meant they had to duct tape the car back together. So Rob Hall now at the wheel of the 416 car. Rob has also done one stop, and out of the stoppers is in 7th place. Where is the Shepherd car? Let's just have a quick look down to see where the Shepherd car is on the timing screen. Now, on my one, needs refreshing because he's showing in P1. That's better. We'll just refresh it. And 354 into pit lane 35 Sandown Motorsport. And Nivaldo Menezes will, I think, change over. You can see while the refuelling goes on, for safety's sake, driver clearly not in the car. It's very definitely the right thing to do. There is the Sandown Motorsport logo very proudly displayed on the 354 car, which actually pits from 4th place. So a very good run by the 354 car. Having said that, that's 4th out of 7 cars on track that haven't pitted as yet. So maybe flattering them very, very slightly as we watch the 500 car, which pitted earlier. The TCS car with John Mortimer at the wheel now. 53rd place at Snetterton for them in the opening round. I didn't spot the car on. Oh, there's the 444, and I was asking about this a little bit earlier on. So this one with Scott Evans, the driver who came up and had a chat to me at Thruxton. One of his men was, I think, getting some coaching from another ex-Clio Cup driver, Max Coates, who of course is front runner in Mini Challenge now, race winner in Mini Challenge this year as well. I'm not sure which driver it was. Maybe that's one for Rob to go and find out. This car based at in Hampshire, and as I mentioned, the main driver of the team racing with the Tongham Motor Club down at 4 Marks. It's quite a picturesque racetrack. They've got a heritage railway that runs sort of concurrently with the back straight, so you can be watching the car racing there, and then you can see heritage steam engines going past at various intervals through the day. I'm not sure if it's the Lavender line. I'm sure somebody who knows these things will correct me on that, but it's a great day out, either to Tongham Racing Club to watch the racing on the dirt, or to go and do the heritage railway thing. I think it's a good few of those that I need to do in Wales at some point when I get a little bit of a breather. Anyway, the 444 car is in 15th place at the moment and has Phil Spokes at the wheel at the moment. And Scott has joined me. He's eating. Scott, finish eating. Don't have to come in just at the moment, because you need a well-deserved break after a full-on day of commentary that we've got. The commentary position that we've got here, incidentally, we've got 558 in pit lane now, which is Silver Lake 2, Alan Preble, Greg Rose. The commentary position we got here, I'm rather precariously on the edge of falling out of the van. It's a little bit difficult to describe, but we can. Okay, so we have a penalty. So let's hear from Rob, who's going to tell us what the penalty is for.
As you can see, guys, the car in front of me, car number 558, is serving a 3-minute stop-go penalty. He's one of 3 cars that have had to serve this penalty so far, and it's for a variety of different infringements. But I did grab a chance to sit in on the team manager's briefing this morning, and one of the things that the clerk of the course, Luke Souch, actually described was loosening your belts as you come into the pit lane. Big no-no. The car has to be stopped, and they're punishing them for it. We've got a couple of refuelling infringements as well. That can happen. Again, it's all part of the balance, having the sensible head on. There's a lot more time in the race than people think. Back to you guys.
So, welcome back to, to myself, I suppose, after a bit of a break from the commentary we just had. Of course, we're straight into a third of the race distance gone now. 4.5 hours race distance. We've had 1.5 hours in the books so far, and I think it's looking like a bit of an interesting competition than it was when we were in the box together at Snetterton.
Yeah, very much so. We had a superb battle between the two Davids, which got extinguished when that first car went out, and that does actually look like curtains, doesn't it, for the chaser, but they over an hour. Those two cars were literally there was not more. I love the way David Shepherd said, "Oh, I pulled away for a bit. What, half a second?" I'm sure he wasn't more than half a second away at any time. But for these cars to race, and for those drivers, I take my hat off to them for a full hour of racing within half a second of each other. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and let's not forget one thing as well, is that there are some people who look at it and go, "Oh, there's only 18 cars," but let's not remember the last event that we had was the 24 hours, so there was a lot of teams that would have been fully invested, it being the second race of the season, of doing that. So there might be still a little bit of, not the physical, but all-round sort of 24-hour fatigue setting in, so maybe they're setting themselves up for the rest of the season when the next few rounds come along. And so, but the drivers that have made the trip here this weekend are enjoying something pretty special, because I don't think, aside from the 24-hour race, that they've had that kind of event. I think we've got Rob down the pit lane with some more news. Hear some footage down in my ears, so I'm not sure if we had Rob available to have a chat at all. If he is, I'm sure he can cut it any time he wants, but just watching this scrap that's currently going on here with the 4G racing car. That car, identical livery in the same car that they run their C1 racing cars in, and that's also with 318, the WRC Developments car. The car that took third place at the 24 hours, so it's good to see that car's still in really good form, even though it's done literally 24 hours worth of racing.
Very well prepped, isn't it? Testament to the team, the work, the drivers as well for getting the car home. You think that they'd probably want to rest it after that. I dare say there's been a little bit of a refettle that's gone on. Quite a lot of stoppers that we've had, but the pole team back on top terms at the moment and making the most of the, I won't say clear track, because I don't think there's going to be any such thing as clear track at the moment, but making the most of being top of the stack at the moment. So Christopher Parks, Quattro Formaggio from Mike Harris in second position. Diablo Racing currently running in third. And the top of the stoppers. Now I tried scrolling my screen earlier on and it was having none of it, and now it's actually letting me do it. So we've got the 417 car, Dave Scotting, into retirement, which was a pity. Snail Speed Racing currently second from bottom, or the bottom runner in 17th place. 4 laps adrift. Quite sure how that happened. In terms of the cars that have stopped, then it's the CSC Racing 513 car that is still the leader. A couple of cars have had 2 stops, and 513. Now, who was the one that just had the drive-through? We might find out from Rob, who's down in pit lane.
Ryan Wilkins. Stint in the Polo Rosso car. How was it?
Amazing, Rob. Took my first start, which was quite entertaining, just being surrounded by all those cars, and then, to be honest, once it all settled out, I was pretty much on my own, so just got my head down, got into a rhythm and did the best I could. But I loved it.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, there has been an issue up and down the pit lane with tyres and the cars sort of falling by the wayside. Have you managed to sort of preserve the car and get it in one piece?
No, I think we've had to change the tyres. I think we were hoping not to on my pit stop, but yeah. The car's still really good fun and easy to control, but yeah, I think it's starting to lose grip.
Outstanding. So, your first event with the C1s?
No, first start. I've done a few events before, including Silverstone, but yeah, first time I'd been brave enough to take the start, which is good.
Oh, right, okay. I mean, so C1 racing, what does it do for you? Do you get the family involved? Is it just something you've wanted to do, or?
Yeah, I think it's just a great way into motorsport, isn't it? You know, if you've got a family, you know, and you need to keep the budget tight, it's just a great way to have loads of fun, like really good racing, a great pit lane as well. Most people are just absolutely incredible. So yeah, and we've got a little family here at Polo Rosso, so yeah, it's good.
Love it, absolutely love it. And it's families like that, it just makes racing absolutely worthwhile. Well, thank you very much for taking some time out to speak to us. What's the plan from here on in?
Get ready to do pit stops, so no rest for the wicked.
No rest for the wicked indeed. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thanks very much indeed, yeah, for that, Rob. He's really got, I haven't had the chance to meet Graham yet, but knew his dad very well, worked with him on many occasions. A fantastic commentator, Graham Wilkins, and an absolute, Andrew Wilkins, beg your pardon, and Graham being the son. Absolute gentleman and a wonderful commentator. Did you get the chance to listen to him over the years at all, Scott?
I can't say I did myself personally, but I can certainly I can always expect a good commentators in any case. So, and whether it's motorsport or in any cases any form of sport, I think someone who can properly tell the story of an event or a particular scenario in many cases is always something that I quite enjoy. I like the story element of some kind of thing, so and kind of listening and learning about that sort of stuff. So anyone that can paint that picture vividly. If you talk about commentators, one of my favourites has always been particularly football, from Peter Drury.
Yeah.
Peter Drury's been fantastic, and there's some people think some of the things he comes up with are scripted and things that he just writes them on a wall somewhere. Oh, I'll save that for something else. But it's not. It will just come straight from his head, and he's quite humble in the way he talks about it when he produces memorable lines that about different football matches and such. So, and I think in some cases motorsport commentators can do the same. So it just depends on the scenario, I suppose.
It does very much. Going back to Andrew Wilkins, I had an extremely high accolade. We were at a touring car meeting the other day, and was saying to David Addison that I'd seen Andrew, and David was, thrilled to know that he was still around and coming along to that. And David Addison actually was praising Andrew to the sky, saying how well he connected with the audience when he was at, and that is high praise from getting this from someone like David. And
absolutely,
I just wanted to echo that. Is Andrew, big highlight for me of the Silverstone weekend, seeing him again. Really lovely to see him, and great that his son's racing.
Oh, fantastic, excellent stuff. So race settling in nicely now. We're looking at our car in ninth position, which is the Polo Rosso car that we've just seen, or the team members we've just seen. So that car just circulating nicely. That car's currently sat at the moment 2 laps off the lead, and so it's just working through. So we've ticked over past the 1/3 distance mark, so we'll give a very quick update as to where things are at the moment. So Quattro Formaggio leads the way in car 392. That car is Christopher Parks at the wheel at the moment, sharing that car with Aston Bay after he started the car earlier on. Second place is Diablo Racing number 456, and that has currently 456 started 4th, and that has Jason Knight at the wheel, sharing with Stephen Morton and Jake Owens. Third place is the Mackay Jones racing car, and that is car number 441. That car started in third place, currently runs third, and that's Andrew Jones that you mentioned, of course, ran in the City Car Cup earlier on. He took quite a strong result. He took a victory for the MET Motorsport team, so that team gets a victory in the Student Motorsport Challenge event, because that has a separate points table on top of their drivers scoring points regularly in the main City Car Cup points. It's a good thing for him. He's currently out there. He's co-driver. Andy Mackay is currently still circulating out there in third place, and all 3 of the first 3 cars are still on the lead lap at this point. Fourth place, car number 513, CSC Racing FDL Packaging. That's the car that started down in incredibly 14th place. Is up to 4th already. So that's taken 10 spots in 45 minutes, which is pretty impressive, even C1s in many cases. And that currently has their driver of Nicholas Cunliffe at the wheel. James Cunliffe will take over when the next stint comes across. Fifth position is car 405, which is Ross Macker. That's for 4G Racing. You mentioned the aforementioned very experienced MG racer. And the 4G Racing team, again, another team that's risen very quickly through the ranks despite a poor qualifying session. 16th fastest in qualifying. And Ross Macker sharing that car with John Booth and Patrick Booth, all 3 of which have been out in City Car Cup as well, in their trio Citroen C1s. And that car currently sat in 5th position. And 6th position there with 3 Spark Racing, which is car 459. That's 11th it started in qualifying. And that car currently being driven by James Page, sharing that with Nathan Hammond and James Taylor. 7th place, Red Sky Racing, which is the Joe Shepherd car, number 527, Joe Shepherd at the wheel. That car started 7th. That's Jonathan Shepherd driving that car with David and James Shepherd in there. 8th is number 500, which is TCS. TCS started 15th, currently up 7 places, and that is John Mortimer in that car now after Simon Killam started it. 9th, as we've just spoken to, the Scuderia Polo Rosso squad. They started in 8th position, so we've just seen Andrew Wilkins. Graham Wilkins was just speaking there, and that is the Claydon at the wheel at the moment now. So Frank Claydon, Graham Wilkins and James Matthews, and then rounding up the top 10 is the second of the Silver Lake cars. After those cars ran well in practice last night, it was a 1-2 for the Silver Lake cars, but it's Silver Lake 2, car 458, and that car started on the front row of the grid. Had Michael Harris is due to take over from Matthew Parks. He's when that car gets through. Then the rest of them down to 18th quickly. 11th place, 318 WR Developments Limited. 12th place is 354 Sandown Motorsport. 13th place, Trouble 4 Swerve Racing. 14th place is Snail Speed Racing, 465. 15th is the Silver Lake 1 car, 457. And then 16th place, A1 Racing, 416. 17th is the 558 Silver Lake Racing car, which is down on the tail of the car still running. We had that earlier problem for the CSC Racing FDL packaging car with David Scott, which is sadly in the pit lane and at the moment is not set to go any further.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we do see that one out. Silver Lake Racing 558 with Greg Rose at the wheel, looking to try and get some laps back. 5 laps down, actually the last running car on the timing screen at the moment. Just a quick look at the, we've only got actually the 3 cars now that haven't had a stop, so the top 3, Quattro Formaggio, Diablo Racing and Mackay Jones Racing. Assuming it's Mackay instead of McKay. I had a teacher called McKay once, told me off because I called him Mackay, but there we are. Easily done.
Absolutely. Looking where they went, which was the highest one that's risen up from where they started? Because I think that's quite interesting. Because first, third, and fourth are the ones that haven't where they started. First, second, third, they started first, third, and fourth on the grid. They're the ones that haven't actually made their stops yet. But I'm quite fascinated by those teams that have despite their bad qualifying session for one reason or another, have very quickly in these 45 minutes sort of moved up as well as they have to kind of get themselves into that. So in the first hour and a half, have moved up as well as they have to get that high up in the order, despite starting deeping down in 15th, 16th, 17th position for some reason. It's quite impressive driving in those opening stints to be able to make up that much ground despite a poor qualifying.
Really impressed, and I shouldn't be surprised by Ross Macca. I haven't had a driver change yet, and the Booth. I can't recall. I suspect Ross is and don't take this the wrong way, Booth brothers, but I think Ross is probably the quicker of the 3, if memory serves. I certainly have had Ross winning a few races in MG Trophy. 4G Racing based at Lincolnshire, fair old trek for them, so good effort for them to come through. There's the Diablo car running in second place and about to tick off another lap so that we can see what the gap is from first to second. Christopher Parks will be handing over that car fourth at Snet, fourth at Silverstone. The Alistair May in the fake taxi team back there.
Yes, he was. Yes, correct. If this was a championship, you commend. I would suspect that, and if they were scoring points, that Quattro Formaggio would actually, or at least Alistair May, would be scoring quite highly in terms of his consistency, because usually with the sorts of things, in the case of it being, if it were a championship, yes, race wins are all crucial and it's a high lot of points, but if you can't consistently bank in the results, which is, if you use an example of George Russell in Formula 1, hasn't won a race but scored lots of third places, and he's up there in third or fourth in the championship. Yeah. Even though Leclerc's won a race, Verstappen's won a race, Perez has won a race, but he's up there, even though the Mercedes is not the ultimate fastest car, he's getting the most out of it. And that's the key thing in a long season, particularly when you've got to put the championship points on, because remember, this is a championship series, but in the case of a championship, it's about banking those results, and on the days when you can't win a race, to score as high as possible and not go for a break, because doing that and it going wrong can be the difference between you winning the championship in the season or looking back and thinking that's the one moment where it got away and where I lost it. So it's all important to try and make sure that you take a measured approach when it comes to tackling a whole season. Where, if one round doesn't go your way, unless it's critical, you have to get a result. You have to dust yourself off and think, well, I could have gone better, but there's always next time to go and make it right.
You talk about George Russell there, made me think, oh, I didn't check who's on pole. And the BBC headline is about, and when I used to go at Brands Hatch, and I know you've worked with Brian Jones, a legendary commentator. We used to go to Brands on the afternoon, and Brian would say, if you don't want to know who's won the Grand Prix, put your fingers in your ears. Yeah. And you put your fingers in your ears, you'd hear him say, Nicky Lauda won the Grand Prix.
Because he had that kind of voice. If you did put your fingers in your ears, you'd still hear it.
He would, yeah, it carried through. So perhaps I shouldn't give anything out in case people want to watch it when they...
Yeah, unless we say to people, put your fingers in your ears, or sit the stream on mute if you watch it. Give them 5 seconds to do so, and then go, right, last chance warning, and then we tell them. But no, obviously, if anyone wants to see qualifying results, if they are up, then obviously you're free to do so. Obviously, those watching in the chat, just in case.
9 o'clock.
No, it's not quite yet. Okay, so there's still a bit of time to do so. So
my son will be keeping an avid look on. But Leclerc's got to start at the back apparently, or 10th place penalty.
He has, yeah. Yes, indeed. So
happy days watching at Brands and then going home and watching a GP afterwards. There's so much on now, isn't there, with streams and
there is
racing that you have to catch up with. It's actually difficult to keep up with everything.
We have. We've had a second stream going on today at some point where we had the another meets that we were doing up at Silverstone, which is the Brit Car Endurance Championship and caterings. And I have to say, the sight that we have out of our commentary sort of van window to our left is a really beautiful picturesque scene of just the Irish Sea with the beautiful sunset that's coming just behind this quite large sort of flat cloud. It's a beautiful sight, and the light sort of beautifully sort of shining, almost shimmering off the sea. But I tell you, the sight I saw when the Brick Car Endurance race was about to start, it wasn't the sight I saw out the window. It was a lot more saturated, shall we say, for their races. So I feel for those at Silverstone that didn't have the same sort of weather. But hopefully their weather's better tomorrow. But from what I saw of it, particularly the British Endurance Championship cars were having to quite literally splash their way around Silverstone today, which was interesting. But
really,
but yeah, as you said, that there's plenty of choice, and the fact that in this day and age, we do have a lot of live streaming coverage now. We think as a club, we've entered this very much golden era where, because live streaming is so accessible to so many different motorsport entities these days, that it's allowing more people around the world, not just in the UK or their national demographics, but around the world to discover these championships. And that's where you might get some people coming from afar to racing here in the UK or anywhere else, because they've seen the coverage and enjoyed it, and it's intriguing because it's supposed to spread around the world. So I think we're very fortunate we live in an age where, within reason, if you want to watch any club racing, chances are there's probably a good chance at some point in the season it'll end up on a live stream that you'll be able to watch back anytime you want.
I was really worried, Scott, that it was going to start affecting gates and things like that, but the people that run the clubs and book the circuits are telling me it isn't. You know, it's not. The numbers aren't down. If anything, it's probably going to recruit. I think if the feeds are edited and promoted in the right way, it's only going to increase the object. And I'll always say, if you enjoyed it today, you know, and if you're in the vicinity of Anglesey and enjoyed any of the coverage today, jump in the car, come down here and watch the racing for real. You can have it on your phone as well if you bits of the track you can't see, which is always a bugbear for a lot of people with circuit racing.
Yep.
You know, watch the stream on your phone, or even better, come along, watch the whole thing back when you go home. And you know, great explainer for youngsters as well, because youngsters could go and watch racing, and they love watching. You won't know this, but when I was a kid, TV programs were on once. You couldn't rewatch them. You couldn't even get videos. Youngsters today get the opportunity. How many races have we had with side-by-side finishes today? Last corner wins.
Yeah.
That's terrific, and they can go back and enjoy them all again. We've got some pit stop action going on down here, and I'm guessing that Rob is going to be calling it. What number was it? 405, 4G Racing. So this is the car that we saw, the first car that we saw pit with the damage, and you can see the tank tape all over the back of the 4G Racing car. Is that Ross Backer doing the fire duty?
Possibly, yeah. Obviously, it's a legacy of the rule, of course, that they had back at the T1 24 hours that I guess they brought in, that it's all these unique rules where kind of you have to have a team member that will help them out, and it's quite convenient that the team all plays their part, that you've just spent an hour and a half driving the car, but you're still willing to kind of keep enough focus to watch the refuel to make sure it doesn't spill any fuel. That's quite something, particularly even regardless. It's not something that you catch at the moment. You don't see Sebastian Buemi finishing a stint in the Toyota and then jumping out and then having a fire extinguisher waiting for the fuel to come out so that he can hand the car over to one of his co-drivers for the next stint. It's quite a unique sort of rule, or at least something that he gets all the team involved.
It's a proper team effort, I agree. Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah.
Very good call.
So looks like left-hand side tyres only for this one.
And the detail of watching the stop and what goes on. I mean, Rob's talked about the fact that, you know, a number of people have to be in contact with the car at all time. And in terms of the fire safety role that's assumed by, usually the driver will come out and assume the fire safety role, it's things like having the eyes covered. And I know there was talk about someone who got a visor up and no glasses on. That's a penalty if you do that. So you've got to do, safety is right in mind from the organisers here. Just that, and things can go off. And I don't know, were you here when we had the fire extinguisher go off?
Earlier on in the race?
Yeah, one of the drivers had got a little bit excited. He said the adrenaline was flowing and he was fire extinguisher duty, and we had a little bit of a fire extinguisher go
I
off.
see, right.
So it is, and you think about that. So if that fluid can go up, you know, you might get some petrol splashed here. So that's why you've got to have eyes covered. Anyway, Rob is there and ready to, I think, explain a little bit more. Go, Rob.
Hi guys, I just want to address YouTube is a wonderful thing and it gives people a chance to comment on what they're watching. One of the questions that's been coming in, and it has been noted by a lot of people, there's not a lot of C1s here. There's about 18 that have entered, and To answer those questions and to put a fair view on it, I've brought over Robin Welch, owner of the C1 Racing Club. So Robin, lower numbers, what do you feel are the aspects to do with this, and what are the changes being made?
Cool. So yeah, a lot of the feedback we're getting, which was a bit of an oversight on our part, is it's so close to the 24-hour. It's always hard to get people to come to Anglesey anyway, even though it's such an amazing circuit. The problem we got is Donington, which is our most popular round, is the first round after this. So the next round is Donington. So I think a lot of people looked at it and they've gone, if we're going to miss one over the year, it makes sense. We've just done 24-hour, we spent a load of money, let's just miss this one and do Donington. So I think it was just a bit of a strategy fail on our part, really.
But from your point of view, I mean, certainly, I'm going to give my honest point of view here. It hasn't cut down on any of the racing. The battles on track have been wicked. The pit lane drama has been excellent, as per usual. And the circuit have really outdone themselves. It's a beautiful facility. And where else can you go and race where you've got mountains behind you, where you've got this view, the stunning Irish Sea? So would you look at coming back to the circuit next year or maybe the year after?
Yeah, definitely. It's not put us off at all, and I think it suits the circuit. It suits the car very well. Sorry, and obviously here we can do a late license, so it makes it a lot more interesting. The race is longer. It goes into the night, so they can start in the sunshine, and then it's going to get dark. The end of the race will be fully dark, so that adds another nice little aspect to it. So no, we're definitely going to do it again. Just got to just not straight after the 24-hour.
Definitely, we have to. And once again, thank you to the boys and girls at the Anglesey Circuit for putting this show on for us, and to the Brscc. It's been fantastic racing all day, including the support races. Robin, thanks for talking to us. Hopefully that clears up a few more of your queries. I will be having a look at the YouTube live chat, so if you do have a question, whether it's about the cars, the people, the series, the Brscc, we will try and get it answered for you. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much. I tell you what, Scott, that was a very honest piece of journalism, because a lot of championships wouldn't necessarily tackle. I don't think it's a huge issue because we had great racing, but Robin Welch there has been very honest about he's going to look at his approach for this. So fair play, really good, honest stuff. And there, as I say, there aren't many championships that would tackle that sort of thing head on and come onto the live stream to do it. So well done, Rob, for getting that into, and well done, Robin Welch. And I think he's probably right. I think timing is exactly it. The last race was the, and people are still talking to me about the 24 hours. It hasn't worn off for a lot of people.
No, it hasn't. And it's like I said earlier on. When I mentioned the fact that there's probably a little bit of, in whatever sense you want to call it, 24-hour fatigue from some teams, because obviously they've gone for the whole point, and of course, and then it's straight in a few weeks after to a next race at Anglesey. And I absolutely see where Robin's coming from, is that as a competitor's point of view, if you're looking at the budget across the season, ultimately you want the budget to do every single race. If you enjoy the series like C1 Racing, of course you want to do every race in the season. But obviously, as times are getting a little bit tougher these days, and of course, and everyone's trying to kind of make sure that they use their money as wisely as possible. I absolutely get where Rob is coming from, where some competitors will looked at it and gone, well, if we're being forced to miss one round, or if we're choosing to select one, in terms of comparison, either Anglesey or Donington Park, and they have made their choice not just because they don't want to come to it, not in case they don't want to come to Anglesey, because some definitely will have done, not because it's an into-the-night race, because they're tired of endurance racing, because that's or into-night racing. Because let's face it, everyone loves night racing in terms of the spectacle of it, and the niche of it, and the uniqueness of it, and the difference that it brings in the character of the race compared to all daytime races. It's because they'll be making a choice that in their heads is logical for them to be able to construct the season. And so, as Robin said, Donington tends to be their most popular circuit, so in terms of numbers, we'd anticipate that the numbers are going to be up to potentially hopefully somewhere towards Snetterton levels, because that was quite strong, and there'll be teams that have been using this extra time off to choose Snetterton instead of Anglesey, to put the extra prep in, get the cars back together, because some cars will have taken quite a bit of a hammering in maybe more than one sense. So the cars need a bit of TLC afterwards, but those who have still got the fortitude to go on and come and do this race, and even travelled up to Anglesey, is fantastic. And it's great that Robin shares the enthusiasm. And I've seen, we've had other races, for example, in championships like Fun Cup, for example, that have done into the night races, and they've been superb to watch, because there's something different about endurance race, but also racing from darkness, from the twilight into darkness, up when the BTCC did it all those years ago. It was novel at the time, but when you look back at it, that's one of those most memorable things that people talk about classic BTCC moments, a lot of people do still talk about those night races because they were unique, because they were. I don't want to say novelty because it makes it sound like it's childish. Like
it adds atmosphere, doesn't it?
Yeah, it adds atmosphere. And as a kid, I went there 8 years old, and I was stood inside the S's for the twilight sprint race, and then for the feature race, we stood on the outside of the S's, and so watching the cars come in off the Revit straight under the bridge, and just there with all, and then watching the support races on the completely floodlit Snetterton, watching Vauxhall Vectras or Fiestas racing at night. It was a unique thing, and it's like you don't normally see this kind of series race at night, so they had to make unique changes and to do so. So these cars, of course, are well suited to essentially tackle all conditions, day and night, all weathers, and just about almost any on-track scenario you throw at them, and they seem to do it pretty much, touch wood, fairly bulletproof.
And to be able to do it as a newcomer to racing as well, I think is terrific. As we said, I've made the point a couple of times already today. This is about experienced drivers. We've got a lot of those, but it's also about bringing people in. It's not the bottom rung of a ladder, it is a rung on the ladder to getting into motorsport. And the fact that you can do what Scott just said, come in, do some night racing, do some endurance racing, you can learn off your teammates. It's a superb place to start. And you don't even have to have your own car, you can get in touch with any of the teams and many of the other teams that are out there to say, can you have a drive? I was talking about, this is something that my son will probably do. I'm replicating Andrew Wilkins because my son wants to race as well, and Andrew's son does. And one of the teams very kindly offered my son a drive, and that will, ultimately, he'll start work, he'll get money in the bank, and he'll want to come and race these cars. So it's a superb level to come into. Got some side-by-side going on there. Is that for a place? I'm going to try and see. My worry is when we get into the darkness, he's going to be picking out the cars. That's going to be a little bit of an issue, but it's 441 and 500. So let's just have a quick check. The Mackay Jones.
That's the car's third 8, so not quite for position, but still a decent on-track battle.
You found that quicker than me.
Race leaders in. So we've got the Quattro Formaggio car with the Demon Tweaks Speedy man on the side. And that is going to be a change. That's going to be Parks handing it over to Alistair May. So Alistair May will take over them. And pit stop in Ennis, and of course, at the moment, as per it's a rule that's very common these days in endurance racing, where, although I have seen one or two championships now, with a rule of, there's a Parks thumbs up for him, he seems to, no, that's Alistair, I think, that's Alistair, isn't it, I think? Is that Alistair?
Let's have a quick look. 392. Yes, it will be Alistair. And do you know the other thing I was going to say there? Good old school crash helmet. None of the splurge that you get. All the colours merging. That was a good, solid set of colours on that crash helmet. Like that.
Yeah, it's the proper sort of old school sort of like blocks of colour on it rather than all different classes. Yeah. I appreciate a good crash helmet that's got lots of different sort of colours and designs on it. But at the same time, sometimes simplest designs are the most memorable. Like Damon and Graham Hill's ones, or David Coulthard's,
exactly,
or Michael Schumacher's. They're not overly complicated, but they're still iconic. Even Ayrton Senna's one is relatively straightforward. It's just a few different colour, two different colour stripes with some piping on the edge of both of them on a solid yellow colour, and again, because of who he was and what he made of that, what that helmet design became. It's iconic as much as anything else.
I got told off once by Ian Flux for not recognising his crash helmet.
Really?
I'd never met him. I'd never seen him race anything. Obviously, I knew the name, but there was no way at the time that I would have known what colour his crash helmet was. But he was on a GT grid, and he was trying to find out who was in the car. It was the days before we had the electronic tagging and it was quite arrogant, I thought, at the time, actually, for him to do that. But that's Fluxy for you, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't say I properly met Fluxy, but I do remember getting his autograph once. I think it was 2005, I think it was, or 2006, and it was at I think when he was doing GT racing that weekend, and I was still like 14, 15 years old. I didn't totally know who he was, like, in terms of intimately, as a person, in terms of like what he did and all the experience he had. But he was a name that I recognised from doing stuff like touring cars back in the day, or very loose sort of sports car stuff. So,
do you know what that autograph's worth now?
Go on.
Absolutely nothing. Thank you to Alan Hyde for feeding me that line when we were talking about Dr. Feelgood Records a long time ago.
Let's just hope Fluxy's not watching. Otherwise, it'll be after you like a shot.
Do you know what? He wouldn't care. He's such a lad. He wouldn't care anyway. But he's a great pilot, Ian Flux. Great character as well.
Yeah, definitely. And he's raced,
even though he was arrogant with me, and I haven't forgiven him.
And he's raced just about everything, because he's raced.
He has
all sorts of GTs. He's raced in personally my favourite make series of all time, which is TVR Tuscan Challenge.
Yeah.
And let's face it, as a racing fan, he knows what those are. Who doesn't rank that as a favourite? He's obviously racing touring cars, he's raced British GTs, he's raced all sorts. I think
never won a thing in his life, a championship, I don't think, has he?
Has he not?
He should have the right of fly, really, shouldn't he? But
if you're pulling my leg, one search of driverdb.com will tell me different, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Which is pretty certain. We've just gone past the 2.5 hour mark to go, racing, as we've got a few more pit stops there, and it's 4:65 is in. So this is now...
It's a builder's bum going on there, we didn't want to see particularly.
So second, we've got
cameraman, fair play Kev for going around the other side of the car. Well,
either he's listening or he quickly realised and went, oh, I need to go around the other side. So we've got second, quite busy pit lane at the moment. We've got second, third, 8th and 15th all in. So cars 441, 513, 459 and 465 all making routine pit stops. So we've just had, of course, the leaders have just come in and they've exited back out in 4th position. Now, I presume they've changed over to Alistair May because it still says parked, but it takes a lap or two for the Q tag system, for TSL timing to recognise the change in the Q tag system. And there is the 465 plus snail speed racing. All due respect, living up to the name being in 15th position, so I'm sure they named themselves that for comedic effect. There's the Sandown Motorsport squad. Currently sat in 12th position at the moment, and currently we believe has that is 12th position. That's 354, and that has Nivaldo Mingis at the wheel. So that car.
It's saying it's Stacey actually now on here. I don't know whether yours. I'll just refresh mine.
Must be the timing on the left-hand side.
Callum Stacey, I think.
Let's have a look. So that is on 12th position. No, you're right. You are correct. It must be either the timing tower on the left is on that segment of the TSL timing hasn't properly updated itself there yet.
Random question, which will be of no interest to viewers at all. Do we have power anywhere I can plug the laptop in as it's getting a little bit down? I might have a word with the...
There are a couple of plug sockets just there.
Thank you very much.
So
Lovely.
Excuse the slight internal conversations whilst RGM finds a socket from his for the plug for his laptop. Current leaders at the moment, 4, 5, 6 are in at the moment, and I suspect possibly with some information on that and an interview. More musings from Rob down in pit lane. Rob, what have you got for us?
From Quattro Formaggio. Now, you put it on the front row. We did, yeah. Stunning pace in the car. The car is prepared beautifully. I've looked at it myself. It's absolutely stunning. You can eat your dinner off the... You know it's a good-looking race. The interior is like that. So you finish your first stint. Yeah. How are the tyres? How's the car? How are you guys finding it?
Tyres seem to be fine. They seem to be grippy and everything's going well. Cars just handling like a dream. You know, it's just nice and easy. No problem with the brakes. I just can't say any more. It's wonderful.
So, I mean, obviously, a lot of the teams down the pit lane have already gone for that first stint. So, what has made your car able to go a lot longer than everyone else? Are you preserving it? Are you backing off a bit? Or what's the sort of thing that you're doing to...
A bit of everything really. At the beginning we were doing a lot of fuel saving, just tucking in and just staying there as long as we could, and that helped save the tyres, you know, and the brakes and everything else. And then once we got some clean air, we just let it go for a bit, and then once we got a gap, we just cooled everything down again and just coasting around. It was just a joy really.
And what a beautiful evening to be doing it on. You can't ask for a better view racing in an endurance race at a circuit like this. Surely not.
By the sea, fish and chips for dinner, mushy peas. What else do you want?
Exactly. Now, you did tell me that fish and chips was the secret ingredient. I don't know if there's anything in that, guys. Back to you.
Well, if there is anything in that, then I should get superpowers myself because I have fish and chips for the dinner too. So I'll keep an eye on that one. If I start sprouting the ability to go invisible or X-ray vision, I'll tell you later. Anyway, moving on to we're getting to dark hours already now. Into the next, going towards half distance in this race. Half distance means we'll get to the 2 hour 15 minute mark. Not quite there yet, just under 9 minutes to go before we do get there. But of course the leaders currently at the moment, Diablo Racing, are in for their mandatory pit stop because they started in 4th place. Jason Knight is in the pit lane right now, and of course when they come back out again we'll see who it is that he's handing over to on that stop. The 392 Quattro Formaggio car, which is right there, just saw a flash of on screen, which is here right now. He's heading down towards the end of the pits, and this should be Alistair May reclaiming the lead for the Quattro Formaggio car, or of course, as the English translation relates, quite simply 4 cheeses. And indeed, across the line it goes, and that is the 392 car back into the lead of our 4.5-hour into the night race, race 3 of the season for the 2022 Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. Of course, we've had the 5 hours of Snetterton and the magical 24 hours of Silverstone just a few weeks ago. And the next rounds, of course, as Robin described, are at a firm favourite for the C1's Donington Park, and so that should be quite a mega occasion coming up around about next month. And also moving up into second place has gone the Mackay Jones racing car. So the Diablo racing car's gone back out into third. And I'm sure there'll be an update on the Q-Tank system with who is behind the wheel of that car. Hasn't updated just yet, still showing as Stephen Knight. I'd imagine he's handed over to either Stephen Morton or Jake Owens. So we'll see what that happens. I imagine it will update as soon as like a first complete lap is completed. As they wind their way through, you see Alistair May getting back into the groove of the Quattro Formaggio car. Compared to the near constant high-pitched tyre squealing that we had through the corners, it seems as though that the Angleseys are a bit more civilised on their tyres this year, or at this circuit in Anglesey. As they come into the hairpin at, I was about to say a bit more civilised on their tyres, but you listen in the background and there's someone who's torturing them up at the banking, so shows how much I know about how noisy a circuit is. But of course, what we also contributed to that is the one thing which Rob has talked about previously, which is the fact this is an incredibly abrasive circuit for tyres, so that will certainly be playing a factor in tearing them up a little bit. And of course, it makes tyre selection a bit different because of course, some teams, as Rob explained back at the C1 24 hours about tyres, you can either have a completely fresh tyre, which doesn't give as much grip initially, but it will probably run a little bit better. If you then scrub it for a few laps or even shave it, you get something that takes off the top layer of the rubber, and then it gives you the sort of the proper grippy stuff underneath that you need to be able to go through. And then some teams eventually will keep on running the tyre so it starts to become almost completely sort of bald, like it inadvertently turns into a slick tyre, or even like a cut slick, where the tread's been worn away so much that most of the grooves are gone by a fair amount. Watching here, car 457. This is the highest place of the two. No, it's the second of the two Silver Lake cars. The other car, Silver Lake, which is called Silver Lake 2, 458, currently running in 6th position. This car 457, is running in 12th place, and they're currently behind. I couldn't catch the number just yet, but they're currently behind the 500 car, which is the TCS J Mortimer car with Jay Mortimer at the wheel. Jay Mortimer being John Mortimer, so he's sharing that car with Simon Killam. So that's not for position. And in fact, just behind, the Silver Lake cars are about to get into team formation because both of them are in the same shot. And I imagine that is the 458 car creeping up on the 457, which indeed it is, because there's the 457 and there's the 458. So through turn 1 they go, and the shadows are definitely starting to lengthen, and you can tell it's getting to a proper summer evening now as we go towards the later part of the early evening. It's currently 20 to 8, so 20 to 9 here in the UK on the Welsh coast next to the Irish Sea, and not quite the time yet for headlights, but as the sun continues to sink lower and the shadows start to lengthen, as they are starting to do so now, this is where we start to go from bright daylight into the sunset, and then the twilight hours when you start to get the headlights on. And then before you know it, when we get to the latter part of this race, we start to then get into the darkness period of the race, when it starts to get more tricky out there. And it will only really start to get dark, well, I'm guessing within the last, or go into darkness in the last hour to maybe 45 minutes or so. So expect not just headlights to go on, but for the light to quickly fade once the sun completely starts to sink from the horizon. Looking at lap times, reminder of the fastest lap of the race, which is currently held by the number 558 Silver Lake racing car that we've just looking on the system there. There's 3 Silver Lake Racing cars out there, because we've got 558, which is just now moving up. Now, also I should notice that the Patrick Booth, the 4G Racing car, had the problems earlier on. They've just lost 14th place to the Silver Lake Racing car. This is the car here, the 558 car, and I think the 4G Racing car has been in the pit lane for a while. So the 558 car taking over as it heads onto the short straight out of the banking, up towards Church Corner. It's following the Sandown Motorsport car, which is at the moment 4 places ahead of it in 10th position. We've got Matthew Parks, who sets the fastest lap of the race. We get a shot of some rather lovely, lovely blue sky there. So the camera operator wanted to admire just how beautiful the surrounding atmosphere was, and so decided to point his camera straight at the sky. How wonderful. So we've now got on track battle here, 444 and 416. And this is not for position, but they're relatively close in the order. We've got 444, which is the Swerve Racing car in Chidgey at the wheel of that, currently in 16th place. And it's currently battling with the car in 13th, which is the A1 Racing car, which is car number 416, with Rob Hall at the wheel, sharing that car with Luke Atkinson. And so that car, so far at the moment, is currently in 13th position. As we are just about coming up to 2.5 minutes until we hit half distance in this 4.5 hour into the night race here at Anglesey on the International Circuit. Race number 3 of the 2022 Silver Lake C1 Endurance. Now that is the shot of the race leader. So the Quattro Formaggio team with Alistair May at the wheel currently carries on. It shows that we've got the car in second place, car 441, is in the pit lane, but for whatever reason it's not showing either a team name or a driver name. It's just showing Citroen C1, which is rather odd. So whatever's happened to the system there with the car that's currently supposed to be in second place, I'm actually not quite sure why that is. But the leaders make a move on 459, and even though these cars are relatively evenly matched in terms of pace, it's all about the momentum and the rhythm that you can build up in these cars, because yes, they've got the same sort of horsepower, but it's also that and the skill and the confidence that you have to be able to sweep past somebody with that much more pace. And so the run off the right-hander of Church that Alistair May got was enough for him to slingshot past the 459 car, which is the 3-spark racing machine, and that currently has at the wheel of it Jay Page. Spark Racing, James Page, showing that car with Nathan Hammond and James Taylor. So James Page is currently at the wheel of that car. Here is that looks like the 4G Racing car that's back out on track. So that's quite a way down now in 15th position with Patrick Booth, and that's the next car which the Quattro Formaggio car has to lap. So keep an eye on that one. So you can see now a couple of the cars you see in the background, of course, there, the 3-spark racing car now starting to put headlights on. Sometimes, depending on sort of filters and light coming through the camera, sometimes the cameras can make the surrounding areas look lighter or darker than it actually is. But I think actually it's quite an accurate representation. So we get a great ground shot here of 2 pit stops that are currently in full flow, both of them performing tyre changes. So 441 on the left is our 3rd place team. That's Andrew Jones and Andy Mackay, who are currently in process of their pit stop. And on the right hand side we have WRC Developments, which is the squad that took 3rd place at this year's Silver Lake C1 24-hour race at Silverstone. And so podium finishes for them, and so they are currently in the process. Both teams at different stages of their pit stop. They've got the 441 that's currently working on tyres and changing tyres, whereas we've got the fuel process going in for 318. So those 2 teams are at different points, but still working pretty hard as the race progresses on. So the race has officially ticked over to half distance. We are now halfway through this 3rd race of the 2022 season for the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series, the 4.5 hours into the night race here at Anglesey. And with that, whilst pit stops start to shake out a little bit, let's quickly give you a rundown of where we are in terms of positions. So Quattro Formaggio, car number 392, currently leads the way with Alistair May at the wheel, and they lead on the same lead lap as the Red Sky Racing squad with John Shepherd, number 527, in his car. 3rd place currently is number 310, Scuderia Polo Rosso, with Frank Clayton at the wheel currently at the moment. And then the 4th car to be on the lead lap is the Silver Lake 2 car with Matt Parks at the wheel. This is number 458. And then 5th position, it's car 500 TCS with James Mortimer at the wheel. And that signifies the 5 cars who are currently still running on the lead lap at this point. 6th is number 513 CSC Racing FDL Packaging with Nathan Cunliffe at the wheel. And then we have 456 Diablo Racing, which currently has at the moment Stephen Morton at the wheel. 8th position at the moment is the Mackay Jones Racing car, number 441. That's been in for a pit stop recently. That's now got Andrew Jones at the wheel. Oops, that looks like the Scuderia Polo Rosso car's gone for an excursion up at the Rocket Complex. I just saw that car cut to the shot, and it was essentially rejoining as if it was off on the rather large tarmac area. And I did also notice there, I think there was a couple of large black lines where there's been quite a lot of rubber laid down, so I suspect that either that car's gone way too hot into the corner, or it's tried to hit the brakes and locked up and gone straight on, and has had to recover itself from going way too wide over the grass. I can see on the corner of my screen that, as we see on now, car 318 is currently finished its pit stop, so out goes WRC Developments. They stop at the end of the pit lane to register the hue tag of the driver that's just jumped in, and of course that will change over when they exit the pit in order to tell us who is there. And then that driver's brand new pilot heads its way out of pit lane and back into the race. So the 10th place car, 318, and that's Nicole Drought at the wheel of that car. Nicole Drought's quite a talented Irish racing driver. It's good to see her in a C1 Racing Club car. And she, amongst other things, she's one of Ireland's top female racing drivers on her website, and she is also became the first woman to win the Irish Touring Car Championship. She did so in the production class in a Honda Integra, so she's quite well experienced with front-wheel drive. She's also done quite plenty of races in sort of a lot of different sports cars, such as Global GT Lights, the very little small little bike engine, high downforce sports prototypes, tiny little things that used to race quite regularly, Striker sports cars, and again she mentions racing in the C1 Challenge. So lots of different experience for Nicole, and definitely making the most of it, as well as being a former Irish touring car champion as well. And certainly enjoying herself out there, I'm sure, with this Citroen C1 as that car continues on. The 318 car currently sitting at the moment, as we say, in 11th position. So, but that's after a pit stop has been made, so hopefully she'll be able to get back to the top 10. As there she is there, just at the bottom of the screen, the dark blue car with the red graphics all around. It's the rear car in this 3-car group. And I can also see that possibly we've got now then, this is the race leaders. The race leaders, that's Alistair May, and they've been handed a stop and go penalty. Now this is for apparently causing avoidable contact, and it's a 3-minute stop-go penalty. So this is going to put a real spanner in the works for the race leaders, who will be race leaders no more, I'm afraid. 392 Quattro Formaggio in the pit lane for a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for causing avoidable contact. Now, admittedly, I don't think we saw it on the cameras. It didn't come up on at least on our main feed here. I didn't see it. I didn't happen to spot it if it was on any of the other camera feeds that we have around the circuit that we've got that we switch between. But incredibly, the race leaders in the pit lane with a penalty, and that now changes things dramatically. The second place car is also in as well. Car 527, that's the Red Sky Racing car. Jonathan Shepherd will either be handing over to David or James Shepherd. So this now will, I think potentially put the number 458 car into the lead. That's the 558 car. I think the 458 car now, which is the Michael Harris Matthew Parks car, will actually end up taking the lead. I think because if it's that close on track, and the Quattro Formaggio's pit stop penalty or stop and go penalty is 3 minutes, that's certain to lose them the lead, because the gap between them was only really about sort of first to fifth at one point. The gap was between it was 1 minute and 2 seconds to second place. Then there was a further across second to fifth. There was a further 11 seconds covering the next 4 cars down to the bottom of the top 5 underneath what were the race leaders. TCS are also in 2, and that will mean that John Morton will hand over to Simon Killam in this pit stop. Also in there too is the 10th place car, which is 457, and that's one of the Silver Lake cars. That's Sam Stride. And if I'm right, I think Sam Stride was I wanted to say he was one of the cars that was in the drivers in the race-winning hybrid Chin car, but I don't think he was. Maybe I'm mishearing that one. I think he was one in one of the Silver Lake cars, but didn't manage to what was in that car in 24 hours rather than being here in a different machine. So the Red Sky Racing Squad on for a routine pit stop. The stop and go penalty continues for Quattro Formaggio. So I guess now we're just waiting at the moment, unless they pit, for the 458 car to come through and to effectively take over the race lead, because they will take full advantage of both the top two cars in for various reasons, whether they're stopping or not. There's Nicole Drought in the 318 car, just cunningly carving her way past 513, and that is the car in 6th position, and that car is starting 14th, the CSC FDL packaging car. Nicholas Cunniff at the wheel, and James Cunniff will take over when their pit stops move forwards. And as I predicted, Silver Lake 2 has now taken the lead of the Into the Night race here in the C1 Endurance Series. They now lead the way in car number 458, whilst both of their top two cars they're battling with have pitted. Now the Alistair May car has just left pit lane after serving its penalty. And I believe now it is, well, the moment it's still showing us Frank Claydon in the Scuderia Polo Rosso car, but of course they've got to go through the hue tag scanner at the end to register which driver is taking over for this stint. So shadow starting to lengthen now at Anglesey even further. And I imagine it won't be too long until we start to see the lights start to fade even more. There's a couple of teams are starting to put their headlights on, others choosing not to in defiance of chasing the sun. As the pit stops continue, both Red Sky Racing and Scuderia Polo Rosso appear to be on the refueling phase. Different teams go about it differently, but I think is the same. And remember that we saw Nicole Drought with the 318 WRC Developments car was behind these two only a couple of last laps ago. Now she managed to work her way past both. We saw the pass on the 513 car. And remember, that's not for position, that's for race position. That's for on-track position to try and unlap herself. So that's what kind of pace she's got at the moment. The Alistair May car has also registered showing as having been passed by the number 513. So CSC Racing FDL Packaging, which is this car right here, has just taken 3rd place. So Alistair May's car not in sight, but there's the Snail Speed Racing machine just behind it, which is still trying to gain maybe a couple of lap back or so in its possibility. I think I can hear some noise on my ears, so that sounds like Rob is ready for more of an insight in the pit lane. Rob, what have you got?
It's just a little bit of insight. Obviously, you guys saw the Quattro Formaggio team in. I spoke to Chris Parks, who I interviewed earlier. Understandably, with the competitive juices flowing through and everything like that, he's a little bit disappointed, a bit gutted, so he didn't want to give another interview. They've been given 3 minutes for unavoidable contacts. He accepts it. It's the decision made by the guys upstairs, which is absolutely fine. He did say there is another view that the cameras perhaps didn't pick up, but ultimately it's up to the guys upstairs. Back to you.
Thank you, Rob. Obviously disappointing for the drivers and to experience a pit lane penalty like that. But at the end of the day, rules are rules, and I know that Robin and the C1 team are very hot when it comes to making sure that the rules are as watertight as they can make them. I know that when they were talking about it around the C1 24 hours, and with some of the features that Rob was doing and talking to Rob, is that they spent, I think, the winter, or as soon as Rob took over and was able to go through the regulations himself, he and his team went through the regulations quite literally, I'm sure, with a fine-tooth comb, and pretty much scrutinised every single letter, every single word of those regulations. And through all their experience of running race cars, building race cars, running teams, driving and racing themselves, thinking, right, what loopholes can drivers could possibly exploit with this regulation or that regulation? Or how can we word it so that there is no loophole and it's watertight? Try and make these regulations as tight and as close and as fair as possible and as even as possible for every single team and driver who wants to take part to competing, and to give them as equal a chance of being able to win a race and do well as any of the bigger teams that might perceptively spend more on cars or have more of a bigger budget to go testing more, or to buy more tyres, or to buy more spare parts. It's all about making sure that when it gets down to it, regardless if you've got tons of spare parts or none, where you've got the quickest drivers out there or the slowest, or the most conservative or the most sort of non-mechanically sympathetic, if that phrase even makes any sense. It's all about making sure that essentially the opportunity for anyone to do well in these races is as even as anyone else's, regardless of how much money you've got in the bank and are able to spend on a budget. So that's the key thing. We're watching here, 513 scrapping on track with 465, so even though they're at different ends of the table, it's still second and 16th for these two cars. Second with the 513, 16th for 465. So looks like the 513 car is there, but looks like as though car in 16th place, which is currently at the moment the 465 Star Speed Racing. And Daniel Jewell is doing quite a fine job here at the moment to keep with him in pace at this point in time. My very capable co-commentator has rejoined after his short break. Richard John Neal's back in the commentary box. Quick to fill you in on as anyone else is watching, just joining in. Whoa, change of lead, but for that, Snell Speed Racing. How on earth did they catch that? I'll tell you what, Nathan Cunniff's only looked back at the screen, saw that car completely out of control on the brakes. And Nathan Cunniff must have been having absolute kittens when he saw that in his wing mirror, watching that happen. He must have thought that car was on a collision course to him with no way of stopping it, and somehow managed to back on and get out of that. That is, if you want to call it a save, that's genuinely one of the saves of the season, because it does beg the question, how on earth did he catch that?
That was amazing, wasn't it? That was good to see. And I take it we didn't have a safety car while I saw a yellow flag while I was outside. We haven't had any safety cars, have we? So we're still safety car free.
No safety cars. The main development in the recent past few laps is that there has been a change of lead, because our long-time leaders, Quattro Formaggio, were given a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for avoidable contact. So because of that,
hard cheese to them.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's now they dropped down to 4th, our new race leaders, because at the same time also the Red Sky Racing team were also making a pit stop at the same time as the Quattro Formaggio squad made their stop-and-go penalty. It now means the car 458, which is 558 just there. 458, which is the Silver Lake 2 car with Matthew Parks at the wheel. They've now taken over the lead. And the car that we just saw there that was almost sideswiped by the out-of-control Snail Speed Racing car, that's the 513 car. That's the car that's moved up into second place with Nathan Cunniff at the wheel. And also, having moved up through the pit stop cycles, is car and the penalty cycles is car 456, which is the Diablo Racing car with Jason Knight, Stephen Morton and Jake Owens. And it's Stephen Morton at the wheel of that car, they've just made a pit stop. So at the moment, things have changed a little bit in this short sequence. We've also gone past the halfway point in the race. We've still got just over in a minute and a half's time. We'll tick to 2 hours left to go.
It's gone quick, isn't it?
It has gone rather quick. But and again, that's regardless of the size of the field. It's because you don't need tons of cars for a race to go quickly. There's been enough in this race to keep us busy and keep us entertaining, to keep us intrigued as to what's going to happen next. So far it's working out rather well in terms of for many of the teams. And this time, thankfully, Snail Speed Racing do get the braking point right for the international hairpin and aren't completely out of control. They're getting down there. I don't say that disrespectfully at all. It's just it happens with any driver at any point. You lose a bit of concentration, brake a bit too late, and all of a sudden the car's trying to fight back at you and make you lose control. But incredibly good car control from 465. I'm sure that Nathan Cunniff will want that car away from his rear view, image's rear view mirror as much as possible, as so that he can just run away and run his own race in second place now. 30 seconds to 2 hours to go. More shadows, more shadow cover on the circuit. The actual shadows from the cars are starting to lengthen. First couple of cars just starting to decide that they want to put headlights on as well. So we're going to that transition from sort of late afternoon and fairly bright skies to into the sunset part of the race, then to the twilight part of the race, and we're just into that immediate transition between day and night when it's quite dark, but you can still see a little bit enough of light to see things. And then I think when we get to the last roughly anywhere between the last hour and 45 minutes, that's when we'll start to see the proper darkness period of the race, when it starts to get there, because of course, well, to make it to 11 o'clock it will be completely dark and what have you. I think to give an idea of how, because I know you were here for the practice session last night, at 10 past 10 last night when we started, there was still a tiny bit of blue in the sky, tiny bit of blue. It's a darker blue, it's still blue because there's still a tiniest bit of light around. By the time we finished course, it was pitch black anyway. So that's when that sort of period of between last hour and last 45 minutes is when we'll see the true darkness part of the race start to come to fruition in that point. So less than 2 hours to go now, so plenty of action still to come, I'm certain, and it's going to make for quite intriguing racing now that we've got essentially the top 4 all on the same lap. And I think currently, if I'm right, unless they've still got to cross the line at the moment, but essentially, if I'm right, that's the top 4 covered essentially, I think, by what, 29 seconds. So again, regardless of grid size, regardless of race length, we've still got quite a race in our hands here so far.
Yeah, it's just, again, completely fascinating to me, who's not done a lot of endurance commentary, to see how it pans out, and to see, like we had the long-term lead with James Shepherd now in the 527, which is the earlier car leader. They've had another swap while I've been away, I see, so James taking over from John Shepherd, and down to 9th, but have had 2 stops. Lead car, Matt Parks. Now, Matt Parks was the name I was missing off the list, which is why I think those of you who cast your minds back a couple of hours will think, hang on, he was talking about trying to work out which car he was in. So it was the 458, and I didn't have him on the driver list, so he's obviously a late addition that I didn't pick up on, but currently in the car. Now, that car's only had the 1 stop thus far, as has the Diablo Racing car in 3rd position, 456, with Stephen Morton aboard. We've got pit lane microphone live, so a chance to catch up once again with the dearly beloved Rob Lewis. Over to you, Rob.
How are we doing? I'm down in the pit lane with none other than Silver Lake title sponsor, head honcho Alan Preble, who's also got 3 cars out. One of them's in the lead. I'm not going to jinx it at the moment. But how's this weekend been for you? How's the series been for you? It's been great fun so far.
Been fantastic, great fun, really good fun, thank you. Yeah.
Have you been out in the car yet, or are you out next?
Yeah, I was out in the first stint, yeah, gained 7 spaces, so yeah, and we had a problem when we came in. So with the fueling, so we've gone right back down, but we're gradually coming back up, so looking forward to my stint in about 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll keep this a bit quicker then, but are you quietly crossing your fingers that the Silver Lake 2 car stays out of trouble, keeps its tyres together and brings it home for the team?
Yeah, definitely. We're looking really forward to getting a win or a top 3 today, so it'd be good.
Fantastic. I mean, it's great to see the amount of work, especially Silver Lake, put into this series, whether it's supplying spare parts. You know, you guys are a car breakers. You are, to be fair, it's companies like you that keep Club Motorsport alive with, you know, tightening budgets and everything like that. It's great to see. And you provide a lot to the C1 club, certainly on the weekend, don't you?
Yeah, well, thanks very much for that. We took such a well worth series, and great camaraderie, yeah, so really enjoying it.
There we go, guys. There we go. Obviously, Alan's got to clear off there, but don't forget as well, he's also got 2 sons. I don't know where you may have heard of them. Gary and Adam Preble. They've won at Coombe rather a lot. Back to you guys.
I think that was probably very profound, that last bit, but we missed it. It was a good truth in. One thing I think that Rob Lewis has earned, I don't think he can hear a lot of what we're saying, but I think he's earned his Silver Lake vouchers with that last interview
yes,
with
he has.
Alan Preble. So well done, mate, top job. And I'm flippant, but you know, we can't go racing without the sponsors, and a superb job, and it's great to see Alan enjoying his racing as much as anything else.
Absolutely, and the fact he's got 3 cars out here shows that he's more supportive of, you know, what the series does and Robin does and what everyone involved does. So it's true commitment not just to him as a sponsor, but also to him as a driver and to him as a team boss, which is on 3 different fronts that he's supporting the C1s. As a team, someone who runs the team, someone who races, and someone who sponsors them. So he's gone full in to support the C1 Racing Club, and I have to say, I guess on behalf of C1 Racing Club, I guess I could say a massive congrats and a massive thank you to Silver Lake for supporting C1 Racing Club the way that they have done, because it's been an amazing job to see that series continues to grow and get more popularity, and the fact that they do supply the amount of parts and support that they do to the series is absolutely phenomenal too. So great stuff from all of them all around, and I know that I'm certain that Rob and Co very much genuinely are internally grateful for all the support and input that they have for the series and what they do, which is excellent. But he was mentioning also about, of course, Gary and Adam Preble. Of course, they've been quite prominent, as Rob rightly points out, over at Castle Coombe. I think, if I'm right, I think Adam Preble only recently, not long ago, I think he set in the Castle Coombe in the Hot Hatch Championship, or the equivalent of that, at Castle Coombe. He set a new lap, either a new class or a new series lap record at Castle Coombe in his Vauxhall Astra, I think, so that was quite quick. And then as for Gary Preble, he either one of them, Gary or Adam, one of them has has brought upon this amazing sight that I've seen before of a bunch of super touring cars being chased down and hounded by a small little Honda Civic EG with a rear wing and a splitter on it, with Gary Preble, I think Gary Preble at the wheel. And he's amongst drivers like, I think it was at Silverstone, he was amongst drivers like Anthony Reid and Colin Turkington and John Clennan. And there's just this little Honda Civic just chasing on their tails. It's fantastic. And it's a brilliant racing family, so credit to all three of them. And of course, they are quite regular supporters as well. One question I'll answer in the comments, which I saw from YouTube, and thank you for those who are watching on YouTube, is they asked quite an interesting question, which is, where's Hybrid Tune? And so, of course, you should explain. Hybrid Tune, I believe, are a team which have only really done regularly the C1 24 hours. Of course, even for the 2022 edition, as much as up to a week before the event, they actually they even resigned themselves to the fact that they weren't really going to go ahead and do it. And then it was a last-minute arm twist, and they went, "Oh, go on, then we'll bring the car over." And then, lo and behold, they're going to win the whole damn thing again, which is incredible. But yeah, Hybrid, I think, are more of a longer distance, more 24-hour only, or 24-hour specialist team. So I'm sure Robin would love to comment them to go in more regularly, but I think for them it's a team that has to travel, possibly over from Ireland quite a lot, I think, by the sounds of it. I think most of the team in that squad, the 4 drivers, were Irish and from Ireland. So for them, of course, having to travel across the Irish Sea, which I know we're quite close to, of course, we can almost reach over and touch Ireland at this point. But, of course, to travel back and from with all the equipment they've got to run the cars is obviously a costly exercise. So, and some teams, unfortunately, can't justify that expense. However, if Hybrid Team do find the budget to do so, or the team Hybrid Team find the budget to do so and wish to do more races, I'm certain that Robin and Co will be more than happy to have them on the grid and accommodate them. I'd be intrigued to see what they'd be like in more of a sprint race format rather than compared to just the long distance, the slow burn of a 24-hour race, rather than the sort of the quick sort of blaze of a 3 or 4 hour sprint race.
Probably be equally as quick, Sam, well as quick in anything sprinted. I know it's a big difference between a JCW sprint race in the minis and this as a 4.5 hour sprint race, shorter one, but they're very, very good at what they do, and I think they would do very well. But they'd be a welcome addition, wouldn't they? But
they would.
I think they are very busy, as a lot of these teams are with other things. And Sam got his win in the JCWs at Alton Park last weekend in the JCW Mini Challenge. Was that race 2 or race 1? My memory's gone from last week, Scott. I can't remember which one it was. We had 2 different winners. It was race 1, because the other one was the reverse grid race. Jason Lockwood had his first win in race 2. The irony was, Jason, of course, was at the 24 hours as well. And I mean, he was the car parked up, do you remember, in the pit lane?
Yes.
Opposite us, and 315 went past, which was his JCW number.
Yes.
And he hadn't spotted the irony of that. It's only an anorak like me that would spot that. But yeah, so Lockwood getting his first win. And there's such great links between this racing and that. So, you know, we've got the very tight links with, you know, touring car package. I hesitate to call it further up the ladder because it isn't. It's just a different championship. But all of these guys love the racing, and there are the links and there are the people that you can meet that can help you get into, you know, all of these different disciplines and different levels.
I do say in many industries, not just motorsport, but it's more, in many cases, sometimes more a case of who you know rather than what you know.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think there's a certain extent to kind of, it's about a case of who you know, but of course being able to use it not just in the right way, but in the most sensible way that's not going to come back to bite you later on.
Yeah.
So that's a key thing in that sense. So the A1 racing car completing a pit stop. This is the Atkinson and Hall car number 416. A bit of a scuff on the front and rear bumpers, but apart from that, car looks to be in fairly good condition and without too much troubles. Heading to the last hour and 50 minutes. There goes the 318 car. That's now got Nicole Drouse at the wheel now, so she's taken over in the 318 WRC Developments car and has hauled that car into the top 10. So when it came out of its pit stop, it was around about 11th or 12th. She was able to pick up a couple more cars on track or through pit stops and to get it sorted. And that was quite fortunate timing of the camera crew, because not only did they catch our race leader Matthew Parks, but they caught him as he crossed the line to set a new fast lap of the race. So
great timing.
That was impeccable timing. In fact, there they are. They just got past the 410 A1 racing squad. So there are the race leaders. Matt Parks at the wheel, and 458. Of course, then it's slightly. I think they've got slightly different coloured base colours for the different sort of team colours. So there's one car which has been predominantly white with different sort of black and fluorescent yellow camo. This has got more of a grey to it. So different coloured cars to differentiate with different machines, I'm sure. And Matthew Parks course, at the moment, we've got about a lap or so in that mix. I believe we've got more interviews down in the pit lane with Rob. Who have you got for us?
Yeah, Luke had a puncher in the first one right towards the end of the first stint, so I didn't really want to go as long as him. The plan was an hour, and I think we did an hour and 5, hour and 10, so it suited okay. The tyres felt okay, but obviously you don't know until you get out there, do you? So the car feels good though for what it is.
So the plan for you from now, are you going purely for preservation, or are you able to attack maybe a bit more as we go into the night, it cools down a bit more?
I honestly haven't got a clue where we're running, so I think it's just a case of just look at your times and just keep chipping away as your session goes on, really. That's the point of view that I took, and I think it probably did us okay. We'll find out at the end of the night, won't we? So, but no, it should be all right, I think.
Tell us a bit about yourself. So obviously, is this the only bit of you do with the C1s, or do you do a lot of other stuff as well?
Not a lot of stuff in the last sort of 4 or 5 years. Generally been Formula Forward since sort of 2007, 2008, that sort of thing. And we've just dipped in and out since then. Obviously, budget's dependable, and you've got to go where you can. So this is fantastic because we're doing it with some friends, and it's just a good laugh to come and do, really, and it's competitive, and we've still got some time to find. So it's nice to have the challenge.
Absolutely, certainly helps with the bang for your buck sort of rating, doesn't it?
Absolutely, you know, don't get me wrong, you know, we've all got dreams that we want to go and drive GTs and everything else. Like Formula One's gone for me, that went 12 years ago. But now it's just about having some fun, and if we can pick some drives up along the way, then all for it. But this is real good to do with some friends, and it's competitive as well. So
fantastic. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Very much indeed. Rob, another Rob, I think Rob Hall there, who was talking to Luke Atkinson, the man he was referring to in the A1 Racing 416 car, who went back out on track. But there is our race leader, Matt Parks, still out front, still with that 2:01. The best and last lap times are pretty close all the way through the field if you look at TSL and see the abilities of the teams, and even the lesser experienced drivers putting in some very, very good lap times here. Nicole Drought up into 10th now. Last lap 2:03, best lap for the car 2:02. Now I can't be sure whether Nicole is the fastest driver in the in that car over the course of the weekend so far. James Shepherd ahead of her, lap between them at the moment, so I don't think we're going to see anything too close there. And still 3 cars with just the 1 stop under the belt so far. The 458 Silver Lake 2 car, the race leader. Diablo Racing, Stephen Morton in 3rd place, is the 2nd of the cars that have had the 1 stop, and the 3rd and final car that hasn't had more than 1 stop so far is the Sandown Motorsport 354 car. Callum Stacey at the wheel there. Wondering what the strategy will be. Obviously we saw Nivaldo Menezes racing earlier on, started the car, and it was interesting actually as well when we were talking to Graham Wilkins earlier on, that Graham was saying first time he started the car, so it's obviously not an issue for drivers, but there's a confidence thing or something that the drivers have to think about before they do take that first stint, and I guess it's something they all have to consider, because it was, as we saw, quite a fraught opening couple of laps with 2 cars coming in with bodywork damage. So a driver doesn't necessarily want that burden, if you can call it that. But you know, getting out and getting that first stint, I know can be a good thing to do, but it can come with extra responsibility.
I think it's one of those things where with drivers they have to manage, they have to balance how hard it's risk. I think it's basically essentially risk management. How hard do you want to push compared to how hard do you need to push, and kind of understanding that it's a cliche and it's an age-old saying in motorsport, particularly endurance racing. I know people say it all the time. In particular cases like that, when you've got instances in the first couple of laps, and we even saw it at Le Mans last weekend, where 200 metres down from the start, and the United Autosports car was in the gravel because he got tangled up with 2 cars. And it's, again, it might be a boring saying to say, but it's the age-old racing saying. You cannot win a race on the first corner of the first lap or in the first couple of minutes when it's a long endurance race. Another phrase which I always like as well, which I take from the great man Alan Moffat, who we talked about it, and I stole it from the we did going to the track guide of Bathurst from one years, and I think it's a true word in many cases, particularly endurance race, which is unless you're there on the last lap, all the others count for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's just.
And it's true, because essentially, if you got yourself 90% of the way in the race, and then you do something silly in the last 5 laps or so, it's like like 400 laps, for example, and you mess up at lap 395, do something completely silly that's your fault. Quite genuinely, those whole 395 laps have just been wiped out completely for relevance, because you got to the point you got that so far, and then one mistake, gone. And it's just, and we've seen it. We've both seen it in races. The long distance or short, the complexion of a race can turn with just a snap of the fingers like that. It can change so quickly, and so that's why drivers have to be so careful, particularly at the start. And yes, there's adrenaline. Yes, there's the blood's pumping. They want to get out there and race and battle each other and do such. I think the drivers have to look at it and think, this is a long race. If I try and push now, what's my risk? Do I get involved in incidents? Do I try and make passes? If I get a pass, do I look for an absolutely clear spot? Do I make a couple of daring moves? It's all about trying to be calculated in your head, or sort of in one side of your head, or sort of managing the other side that just wants you to go flat out past everyone from, I don't know, 10 metres back or anything, and just try and make the moves and get them stuck and be the fastest person out there. You've got to find that regular balance of having the pace you can keep with the leaders where possible and not losing too much time, but not overdriving and overcooking it and making mistakes that might hinder both you and also your fellow teammates when they start to get into the car for later stages.
Lead car into pit lane. One of the 3 that we mentioned hadn't had more than 1 stop, and it's now showing on the timing screen as 2. That's the second visit, not the pit stop completed, because the fuel is going in. And this is going to be, you can see, mechanic poised to do wheel shot, absolutely ready, just waiting for exactly the right moment to have a go at those wheels and get the wheels and tyres changed. Saw the fresh rubber going on. We saw from Rob in the early days of the race how quickly the tyre degradation was happening around here at Anglesey. So that's a question I think I need to ask Rob. I don't know if he's actually able to listen to us, but have any of the teams got caught out with maybe not enough rubber being brought here? Fuel's still going in. We can see how much has got to go. Do we think this is the last stop for fuel? Maybe tyres as well. 1 hour 41 to go. Looks like they're done on the fuel. On goes the cap. And now they can go. And onto the wheel change. Jacks up at the front. Air gun to help them along. How much slower would it have been in the old-fashioned method with the wheel wrench? Off comes the tyre. You saw again how worn that was. I'm wondering if this is a necessity stop rather than a scheduled stop, as we've seen some of the other drivers do. Again, very quickly on the guns. You want these boys sorting you out roadside, wouldn't you? They're doing a good job. I'll tell you what as well, it's got the camera pointing at him, so that's a little bit of added pressure for the race leader mechanic, Silver Lake 2 mechanic. That was a very smart job. Other side, pretty much the same time. So the team members both doing a super job there. Driver names on the side of the 458 car, Michael Chapman and Michael Harris. Now, I was talking about music earlier on, because there are a lot of musician names in this list. How many have we spotted so far? They're not the musicians themselves, but quite a few singers and musos. I was talking about John Peel and Peel Corner being named after him after his national service here on Anglesey.
Well, I don't know if you spotted one of them as you picked it up already, but that was a classic example of one of them, right in front of us there. Mike and the Mechanics.
Oh, very good. Very, very good. Superb. Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that one. Oh, I'm not going to play this anymore. You're going to beat me.
It's like Homer Simpson. Give that man the $10,000.
Oh, spot on, mate.
Excellent.
We've got another interview ready. Get Neil off the silly games,
yeah.
for goodness sake. Let's go down and join Rob again.
Yeah, we'll stop jesting and hand over to Rob.
Okay, down in the pit lane, as you've seen, the Silver Lake number 2 car has come in. Now, Matt Parks, I spoke to you before you went out. You're back, hot, sweaty. How was your stint?
That's awesome. Fast, super fast. I think we were really consistent in the 2s, low 2s. Popped in a couple of 1s as well, just for myself, really, to see if the car was capable of doing it at this time of day. But ultimately, really happy with that.
Amazing. And it's also one thing I didn't point out earlier, I do apologise. You're actually standing in for the original driver Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, an opportunity arose for me to jump in the seat. Unfortunately, the other driver couldn't make it. I'm actually running a race team of my own up the top, so I had the call. I whizzed down, jumped in the car and drove.
Outstanding. So, crossing the fingers, what's the plan from here on in? I mean, we were talking just then, so we've got 2 hours left, roughly. Can you go that long on the tyres? Will you need to make that stop, change the tyres? I mean, you're fueled up certainly for the rest of the race, but it's all about the tyres. What's your strategy from here?
It's going to need tyres.
So, are you basically waiting until you start hearing the noises? What do you do? Do you play it safe? It's
just run it until you feel the vibration, until you feel a vibration. As soon as, and it's generally at high speed at turn 3 up the hill. If you start getting that vibration, it starts to slip. Then turning right, you know you need to come in, but at least you can still get in as opposed to it popping, and then you're trying to get back.
Outstanding. Well, good luck to you for the rest of the race. Hopefully, at some point, we'll be chatting to you on the podium over there.
Can I just say a shout out to my family at home? Yeah, I got a newborn, a little girl Annabelle, Katie, my wife, and Thomas. Thanks. See you later.
Proper family motor racing. Back to you guys.
Very good. That's exactly what it's about. And again, a lovely explainer about the tyres. And I'd asked the question before they came into, or when they were in pit lane, as to whether it was a diagnostic or remedial stop or a scheduled one. And it sounded like a little bit of both from that interview there with Rob. Pity Rob can't pick up on what we're saying, because there was a few interviews I wanted him to try and grab. He's managed to grab a couple of them, which has been great. I need to refresh the screen so we can see what's going on over there. So it's the CSC car now, the 513. Nicholas Cunliffe is the race leader, and 2 stops, so looking pretty good at the moment. We've got Stephen Morton second, so we're going to be expecting that car to come in for its pit stop. We reckon one more tyre stop then for the Silver Lake car that we just had in pit lane. And what we don't know, of course, is whether like the tank tape specials and all that have got more stops, because they did do driver changes. And I'm just trying to work out, which driver did Matt Parks replace? Do we know?
Matt Parks replaced Michael Harris.
It was Michael Harris, was it? So
yeah.
Michael Chapman must have started in that case. So thank you for that. That was for a little bit of confusion.
Yeah, because we've got Matthew Parks listed with Michael Harris in the Silver Lake 2 car. So that's been the case.
What's that? Were we supposed to hear that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Rob needs to possibly take his microphone off for a second, because I'm not sure if he's talking at the moment, unless we're waiting for a pit stop. So we hear the call. Someone's sprinting up the pit lane. I can see on the other camera. Just someone. So apparently there was a conversation. It wasn't anything untoward. Just some chatter we could hear in our head, in our ears of Rob on the microphone. So that's all that was.
Rob using his talkback. We can now.
Yeah, we can hear you in our internal earphones. It's not going out on the stream, so just Rob's sort of talking to us a little bit. So yeah, go for it. In that case, we can hear you, obviously. So go ahead.
One man's on the fire. Proof gear on, he's got the goggles, it's all about the fire protection. He's making sure the guy fueling the car is protected should the worst happen. You see these covers over the wheel there? Fuel is very slippy. If you get fuel on that rear tyre and then you send the car out, it can make it quite skittish. That's not very good. Now, I explained at Silverstone, the tough jugs themselves, they've got the club spout on them. It's all about having the same flow across all the cars down the pit lane as you're refueling them. And there's no venting as well. Unfortunately, that does make them a bit slower. So you could write War and Peace, pick whatever large novel you would like while you're refueling the car. But ultimately, as long as these guys do their job right, and it goes smoothly, you don't, and more importantly, you don't incur any penalties, because 2 or 3 of the stop-go penalties they've been doing up and down the pit lane is for silly little things like not having your goggles down, not having your visor on, not having the gloves on, silly little things like that. can cost you a 3-lap penalty, and then when that happens, you drop even further back. Could cost you a race.
Yeah, definitely so. Thank you for that, Rob, as you watch the pit stop continue on here for car 558. Of course, this is the Silver Lake race. We've got the Alan Preble and Greg Rose car. So Greg Rose, I think, has been driving that car for that stint. We heard Alan Preble earlier on as he's preparing for his run in the car very, very shortly. And as the race continues on, just waiting for the squad that's ready. The Silver Lake squad seems to be well drilled in these pit stops now. They've got both squads ready for their pit stop. We saw one Silver Lake car get its front wheels changed pretty quickly. I think we're about to see another one go quite rapid as well when it comes to the tyre changes. Prime ready to go, and away it goes. God, it's like watching a NASCAR team. This is fantastic, especially with the wheel start. Of course, this year in NASCAR, for those watching, they haven't got these the separate sort of individual wheel nuts. It's all one centre locking wheel nut. So clever how they fix the wheel in place there to make sure it does go on the wheel and then start to initially fasten on the nuts. Meanwhile, looks like I think that is going to be Alan Preble getting strapped in. And he will be away fairly shortly once this tyre stop is done. Front right is complete. The car comes off of its off the jacks. It's pushed backwards, and with a flick of the wrist on the steering wheel, away goes Alan Preble back into the race for another hour and a half's worth of racing still to go. The Snail Speed Racing squad also changing tyres too. They're got the black steel rims on the rear and white steel rims on the front, so that's a bit of a sight two-tone colour as Alan Preble takes the 558 car now on fresh boots back out onto track, and that currently has that car running on the timing screen as being at the moment 558 in 11th place. Let's see what Alan Preble can do to push this car back into the top 10. Now, speaking of the top 10, the Quattro Formaggio car that had that penalty, I suspect is possibly also pitted in alongside that as well. And of course, when if you have to serve a stop-and-go penalty, obviously you can't then use that to also have a pit stop at the same time as well. You have to then serve your penalty, go out to the pit lane, then come back in the next lap, and then serve whatever pit stop you're going to serve. But you cannot do both a pit stop and a stop-go penalty at the same time. It has to be a stop-go with no work done on the car whatsoever in the designated penalty box. And once you've then finished that, you can then go through. There's a great transitional shot there I've seen done a couple of times before, whereas two cars disappear off to the left, up towards the left-hander at the corkscrew hairpin to go off onto the international loop. Cameron then picks up three cars heading down the back section of Church and School all the way up to the rocket complex with an hour and a half still to go at this point. So race is getting closer towards that. Now I've just noticed there as well the 458 car, which is on track at the moment, I'm not sure if anyone else spotted that, but it looked like there was some kind of fluid that was coming out the back of that. Now, whether that was simply just water or there was a slight maybe overfill on the fuel, but then if there is someone that's leaking fuel like that, I'm not suggesting it definitely is that, but there was something that was kind of, it looked to me like it was some kind of fluid, whether it's water or something, that was just coming off the back of the car, particularly when it was leaning on its left-hand side, particularly putting the weight on that left rear. That was something interesting. I just want to see if we can pick up on the 458, because that just behind this car, the Red Sky Racing Machine, because I noticed it had something that was coming. That was it looked like fluid to me. So I'm not sure if anyone else was eager enough that I'd spot that. And I saw it do that a few laps ago as well. So I'm intrigued to see if it does it again at any point. So there's the Red Sky Racing car. And it was off of a corner like this that it did it. So let's see if we can have a look now. There it goes. Couldn't quite see anything just there. It was more that close-up shot at Extinct Peel that it had that. So let's see if there was... We'll keep an eye on it, see if it happens to occur again. And if it does, we'll see if we can pick it up so you can see it. And whether or not it's something that essentially turns out to be something of concern for the leading car, we'll wait and see. There is the 354 car, and that is Nicole Drought, and that 354 is their few laps behind. Nicole Drought actually has had a really, really solid stint here. She's been able to bring the car up from what I think was about 11th or 12th place to 8th, so this is really top job from Nicole. You can tell why she's a former Irish touring car champion. Excellent drive so far. Pit stop calls for 2nd and 5th placed cars. So those pit stops will be happening in earnest quite shortly. There goes the Red Sky Racing squad. So still 1 hour 28 minutes to go in this third race, and now we start to see more of the LED light strips and headlights coming on now, because we are starting to get towards that point. We've gone past the sunset stage of this race. We're now into the twilight stage of the race now, where the light is now just starting to fade a bit more. We've gone past the part where it's still quite light, but then the shadows are starting to lengthen, and now the sort of shadows are starting to fade. The light is starting to fade in with the shadows as well. This is where some of the another pit stop in there. This is the Polo Rosso car in. This is the car, I think, in 5th position. So Frank Clayton has brought the number 3110 car in as the pit stop continues on. The front tyres being changed on the Polo Rosso car. Also, I think that the 4G car is also coming in for another stop as well. Yes, it is. So 4G Racing also coming in as well. So they might be having a look at that pit stop once this one's finished, which it has done quite conveniently. So that's quite good timing, as one car prepares to leave, the other one's coming in for its own stop, and I imagine they'll be starting refuelling quite shortly. So that will begin in earnest. And he gets backwards, and away goes the Polo Rosso car. So where that goes. Meanwhile, there you can see is the 4G car that's just starting refuelling in the background also. So I'm just watching up the pit exit for on that one. Watching on the pit exit for the 5th place car to head out, which it does, and it just rejoins just in the vicinity of, I can't quite tell exactly which squad the car that is. That is the Jones Coaching car 441. So that car is actually now that's actually for position, I think. Possibly, I think, because either the Scuderia Polo Rosso car is still a lap down, which it might or might not be. So either it's just been put a lap down because of that pit stop, only just, or it was a lap behind anyway, and it's going to try and pick itself up again. But 4th and 5th are together on track at the moment, but it looks to me as though either that car's just taken 4th position. The 310 car has just taken 5th position. As up the inside. Oh, actually, forgive me. It looks like it's no, forgive me. I thought it was the same positions. It's the 310, but actually no, it's dropping down a bit further down. So this is not for position. Forgive me, but it's an on-track battle for 2 cars, which on the timing screen when they last hit the last broke the beam, were quite close to each other on track. So it looks to me as if that's just simply the 310 car having dropped further back after its pit stop, whilst the 441 car continues. There is 465, which is the Snell Speed Racing car. That's currently at the moment running in 17th place, and in terms of the current situation of the result, currently in last position. So that's got some work to do to pick up a little bit more in that sense. So it's becoming rather picturesque evening, and probably the camera we had a camera that could point directly at the view that we have, just exactly, because I've just leaned through, and there's the most genuine, I'm not kidding, one of the most striking sunsets that I've seen for a long time, just out to the window. Richard's just trying to sort of crane to come across and have a look at it, but it is absolutely glorious. Looking over the Irish Sea, with of course the isles and the mountains, the sun setting low now, slight wisps of cloud in the air, and it's a beautiful, calm Irish Sea, waters on the Irish Sea. I have to say, this is in terms of view, and maybe the tint of the windows helping it as well. But inside our commentary booth van whatever we're calling it these days. But it is a stunning view. It reminds me when I was in, this is an obscure thing, but when I was in Ibiza in 2014. But so we've got a bit of a scenic shot here. Look, you can just see, this is why some people call it one of, if not the most picturesque circuit in the UK, because you get views like this, and there's not any other circuits that will give you a view of a beautiful view of the Irish Sea in the background and the ocean and the sunset in many cases. You don't get very many circuits that will give you that in many sense, because its position is unique, and it's such a fantastic facility in terms of the circuit and the atmosphere that it brings, that it's no wonder people love coming here. It's no wonder the drivers that are here are enjoying this into the night element, because one, not only are they fresh up for 24 hours, but two, it's a fantastic thing to go to. And look what kind of the sights and spectacles it produces when you allow Anglesey to show its true beauty as you go towards the twilight hours into the evening. That's when this place starts to come a little bit more alive.
I made a little resolution actually, because this is the first time I've been for quite a few years, and the point you make, Scott, even if you're not into racing, Anglesey is a great place to come to. So if you're watching this on the live stream and you've never been, and you like your racing, obviously you're watching the live stream, so you would do, make a break of it. If you've got people with you that don't like your racing, come for a longer break and explore. It's a fantastic island. It's a really great place to go. We've got so much in the UK, we're blessed, but I've actually resolved, my missus is watching at home. We're staying at a great hotel on the north of the island. I'm going to bring her back, and she can enjoy staying where me and my boy have stayed. I've got to thank him as well. And while I talk about the timetable today has been a little bit tight for us, and I just wanted to thank all the people that have chipped in. I know this isn't anything to do with the racing, but we didn't get a chance to stop for the lunch break or the evening break, and so big thank you to Will Gibson's team from Legends for bringing food up, and also I want to thank Paul McCurlin, who offered as well to sort something out for me. Saw that we didn't have time to go. That was very kind of him, really much appreciated. That's the ethos of Brscc. I make no apology for banging on about how I love being part of it. It is great. Really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
It all boils down to the tagline in the top right corner, which we came up with our rebrand. Quite simply, driven by racing. That's as simple as that. So there's the sights. We see the spotlights are starting to come on now in the pit lane at Anglesey Circuit, which means we are getting towards that point where, again, we're transitioning into that point where it will be going from twilight into the darkness now. So the light will start to fade now, and I imagine it's going to start getting much darker. We're going to get to that point where the sun's going to start to, as the sun starts to keep on sinking, which is just starting to drop down over the horizon, under the horizon now. But that's when we get that. You almost get that very, within a matter of minutes, you get that very sudden transition from relatively decent sort of evening light into, within a matter of 10-20 minutes or so, even not even much as that, complete darkness. So that's going to be the next challenge for the drivers as they continue to run with headlights ablaze. And so visibility is going to be something key as well. And of course, when you get to lower light into the evening, what it means is that you get, lower oil temperatures. The tyres start to come down in temperature, and then sometimes we see, particularly using as an example, the Le Mans 24 Hours or any endurance race, you hear occasions when teams and cars will end up going faster in the evening than they do in the daytime. I think the simple explanation is because it's cooler. It means that the cars can regulate those temperatures better. They're getting more cooler air in as well, and also I tend to think that warm tyres on a slightly, not a cold, stone cold track, but a coldish or a sort of colder sort of track is a better combination, because it means that the colder circuit can help regulate the tyre temperatures a bit better, and therefore you get the ultimate sort of grip range that you can use, and that's when the teams start to find themselves running in quite quick lap times. So I think some drivers get surprised how quickly they can lap in the night time. You've got little visibility, but it's the atmospheric conditions, I think, and therefore the effect that has on the car, which then starts to kind of work in people's favour. So you might set a quick lap time in the daytime, but sometimes factors like heat and wind and everything else can play a factor. When it's dark, to a certain extent, not many of those factors tend to feature, at least as far as I can see. So that tends to lend itself to drivers being able to run quicker, because the conditions are, if you want to put a term on it, the conditions are, if this makes any sense, simpler. You haven't got to deal with too much hits, depending on where you are. You haven't got to deal with blazing sunshine or winds or, to a certain extent, sometimes rain. If it's simply just night time and the sun's gone down, it's just you and the road, and the conditions are just regular conditions, I think some people are surprised at what kind of performance they can put in with the car they've got underneath them.
Yeah, it's an interesting time, isn't it, for that? And it's going to be interesting looking at the performance changes as well. We saw Ian Chidgey in pit lane. There was, I think, a driver change going on the 444 car. I'm not sure who's going in. And I've got to correct myself from earlier on because I was talking about the team being based down in Hampshire. Actually says Berkshire on the side of the car, but the racing that they did on the short ovals, or the founder of the team did, was down there. Anyway, talking pit lane, we could go back because Rob Lewis has some more. Go, Rob.
Guys, as you know, Love Island is on the TV at the moment, but I've got a better love story than that. We all love the Orange Army, right? We absolutely adore them. They're the reason we can go racing. I'm here with Andy and Emma. So you guys met marshalling, I understand. So you got engaged here, and now there's Marshall Jr. on the way. So Andy, was it love at first sight?
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
And how long have you been marshalling for?
For me, probably about 6-7 years now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Favourite events?
Got to be the C124 hour at Silverstone.
There's a bit of a story behind that. So is that where you two first met?
Yes, it was, yes.
First attraction, was it love at first sight?
Yeah. A little bit. At first thought it was a bit of a muppet, but yeah, it made me smile, so, you know, obviously did something right.
You're halfway there if you can make them smart. And now I understand Marshall Jr. is on the way. So congratulations, guys. And thank you once again. And thank you, Marshals, for doing it. Everybody out there on the bank. They're out in the huts. They're braving the weather all across the country. Thank you, Marshals. Still, greater love story than Love Island. Back to you guys.
Can't beat a good old British marshal, can you?
You can't. He's a very lucky man, isn't he? Finding a woman who loves the racing as well. Which is
indeed.
And there was talk from next door in the production gallery about what they're going to call the baby. So
I could hear them laughing already.
They're laughing at that. So I'm not sure they wanted us to go on to that, but
no.
Rob or Lewis as a first and second name could be an option.
I'm sure.
Don't call it Barry, will you?
I'm sure that'll be subject to much debate in their household. I'm sure when they watch this back. But anyway, but the great respect. I know Emma from her being part of the downforce radio community that we have on certain things, and so she's part of the sort of friendship group from that.
Right, okay.
And so yeah, the fact that she's been involved in motorsport as well and doing marshalling, and one of the what I think is very cool things that she does as well every year. The last couple of years, Vicky last year she did it. Was so she was part of. She also does. I'm gonna get this right. I think she plays some form of trumpet. And one of the tasks that she had that she was chosen to do last year, and I believe she's going to do it again this year at this year's event, is she was asked and requested to play trumpet at the Race of Remembrance at the memorial service.
Oh wow!
And to be fair, I think from what I watched of it, she actually did a really, really good job. She's a really, really decent player, and she's been asked again to come back and do it again, as far as I believe, for this year's event, which is fantastic. So, and I have to give praise to Andy as well, because he did, for me in terms of marshalling, all the marshals did a fantastic job. Don't get me wrong, all of them, but in particular, he was pretty much up, not literally, but like charging up and down, doing all sorts of pit lane stuff, and he was pretty much taking a really good command of the pit lane, particularly in the C124 hours. And I think any time I've seen him sort of marshalling, he has that sort of presence about it, where and that presence about him, where he has the seems to have that confidence that any decision he's taking is the right one, and that he's doing it for the benefit of the meeting and the competitors and being in front. So I think those two are fantastic examples of the kind of marshals that we have. And I talked about it earlier on in terms of earlier in the sprint races, is that again, some people might think of it as a cliche saying, but it's absolutely true every time we say it. But without marshals, we couldn't do events like this. We couldn't run events like endurance races, and whether it is Formula 1 or British touring cars or British GT or a simple club race, marshals play an incredibly vital element. I think some people, there's still some people, maybe just coming in the sport, or even for a long stint, or maybe just for some reason, their own reason, don't understand just how key it really is.
No, I agree with that. And you know, if the marshals, bless them, and this isn't to give them an idea, but if they went on strike, we'd all soon realise how difficult it is. The clubs know that anyway, because you know there has been a shortage of marshals at clubs, and meetings have in the past been cancelled because of shortage of marshals. I think one of the upsides of COVID, if there is one, is that people wanted to get back out, and I think I'm right in saying that marshalling numbers started to go up when things were loosened up and people were able to go out again. So if there was a good thing, it was being able to get people out and go places. But yeah, very, very greatly appreciated. It's life at risk. We know that from what happened last year. Hopefully that sort of thing won't happen again, but we do value what those guys and girls do out there, day in, day out, night out as well, through the course of things as well. So where are we? Let's have a quick look. I need to take a little bit of stop. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars, 7 cars on 2 stops at the moment, and the lead car 513 CSC Racing FDL Packaging, Nicholas Cunliffe at the wheel, and leading by 1 minute 45, so very nearly a lap. So is he gonna break that lap before we get another stop? That's a 2-stopper. We've got the 2-stopper in second place, Mike Harris in Silver Lake 2, Mackay Jones Racing in 441. Andrew Jones back in that car is another lap down, so with a fair bit of work to get back. Then we've got the first of the 3 stoppers, so arguably, depending what's happened on those stops, TCS 500 car with Simon Killam, who started the race, which seems like a little wee while ago now, back in and could be well placed there once we get into the last maybe 45 minutes. And I'll tell you what, if Paul Trustwell was here, he'd probably be able to tell me who was going to win. But I don't know who's going to win at the moment, but he'd have probably sussed out the various tactics very, very quickly indeed. Now, race leader is in the pits, so 3rd stop for the Cunliffe car. And where is that going to emerge? The 513 car. CSC Racing FDL Packaging. Are we going to see a driver change? Refueling is going on. Nice shot there. Is that Kev sitting down on the job? Possibly. Probably needs a break. Actually, I don't know whether we've got replacement cameraman in, because there was, I think, Tom coming in to look after pit lane for us as well. So not an overly lengthy job refueling, but as we mentioned earlier on today, it has to be done with the safety of the whole team in mind. That Bowser is done. On goes the petrol cap lid. The tyre change is going to be done as well. Car jacked up. Kind of muscle work going into that. That is actually hard work as well, isn't it? Every job, as Scott said earlier on, is absolutely crucial. This is so much a team effort. Driver in the car as well. Let's see, have we got Rob down there in pit lane, wants to have a quick chat with us? We have at the moment, so Cunliffe aboard the car in the CFI car, and we'll be hoping to get out. Let's have a look at the time still showing at the moment in P1. Are we going to see Silver Lake 2, Mike Harris, take over the lead here? Remember, the gap on the last lap was 1:45, so just short of 1 lap. Now, I've not been timing any of the stops, which I probably should have done, which probably would have been quite a useful thing to do. Didn't think to do that. That's my lack of experience on endurance races. The light's green, and it's a relatively quick exit, so a safe exit. And the race leader back out on track, ready to give it a go and get into the last 70 minutes. Here is the point when heading down towards the banking, he rejoins a flash of lights from a very impatient 310 car behind. And that's the 310 Scudero Polo Rosso car with James Matthews at the wheel.
Just over an hour with careful driving. So it's the tactical game. The car that pitted just then, he's in the box seat. If he's taken on new tyres and refueled, he's in the box seat. There's 2 or 3 teams I've spoken to, and they're going on a wing and a prayer. So it really is a strategic game playing out here, and there's a few Diablo Racing as well. They didn't pit and put any tyres on. They did what they needed to do, otherwise they reckoned they could go another hour before they would need to pit. So people are really chancing their arm here, thinking they can get the extra track time, they can jump a few cars that do need to pit. It's going to be fascinating to see how this plays out.
You know what, the hand gestures I saw from Rob there, I think he's channeling a bit of Russell Brand for me. I don't know what, he got a laugh. He's listening. There's definitely a touch of the Russell Brands about you there, mate, and I mean that in a very nice way. As we get a trio of cars battling it out, for me, that first hour with David Chequered and David Scotting is going to stick in the memory a very, very long time indeed. That was a great one. Just a quick look to see where the Shepherds are at the moment. 5th position, having had 2 stops. So perhaps one more to go. Actually, a driver just set a personal best at 2:02 on that last one, which is James Shepherd going through. But that was a real highlight of the starting point of this race for me, those two really racing hard. Silver Lake 2 now, the race leaders with 3 stops, and CSC Racing down to second, 55 seconds drift. So they were 140 clear and have gone through and are now 55 seconds down, but have 1 stop in hand, if that's the way it pans out, over Silverline 2 with Mike Harris at the wheel. So that's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. And of course, as Rob said, it really depends on strategy, what they've got planned for their final stops. Lovely to see the cars lighting up, and we can see the ways that the different teams approach all of the different ways of lighting up the car. Some of them have got stripes on the roof, some of them have got them along the side. That's absolutely brilliant to see. And that Silver Lake 2 car, it's been at the front, hasn't it, for a great deal of the race. The 513 car about to pull off a pass here and manages to make it past the 465 car. Snail speed, oh, big pardon, it's the 4G car, I do beg your pardon. 405, Patrick Booth. Now, they were making great progress earlier on in the race, but have dropped back, I suspect, while I was out attending to other things, and that's down to 16th place at the moment, with John Booth in the car just now. James Taylor in 459 ahead of them. Now, is it the James Taylor that he's running with Team Hard? I suspect probably not. In the Ginetta Super Cup, it would be a little bit of a jump, wouldn't it, from going from a C1 into the V8. Actually, he's a V6 now, isn't he, James Taylor, rather than a V8 Ginetta car. I don't think it's the same. Team Hard aren't here. They do have teams that run in C1s, with the all-female team that it was terrific to see at Silverstone. Made a lot of new friends on social media through that one, and following a lot of those races in various careers around the motorsport industry as well, because a lot of them aren't just drivers. They get involved in other things such as coaching, maybe around on the business side of the industry, in terms of helping drivers find sponsors or getting involved in managing drivers as well. And I've forgotten the name of the lady we spoke to who works for a F1 team. So there's just a whole range of drivers that could come together, a whole range of roles that can come together and work together and race together and enjoy their outings. It really is now starting. The lights are really beginning to play now, and this is probably a good stage of the race with 105 to go. But we can see exactly everything that's going on. There's the 4G racing car. Early problems for that one. So it's been an up and down race really for them, with the tank tape still holding good on the back of the car. 16th position out of the 18. Remember, we lost the David Scotting CSC FDL. It's appropriate, we've got the grid bookended at the moment by CSC FDL, with the Scotting car having retired and the Cunliffe car leading this race. We're going to get a handle on the gap between first and second in a moment. Lead car has gone through with 3 hours 24 on the clock, and that fastest lap for the 458 car, fastest lap of the race as well, 2:01.872, which, if memory serves, was Matt Parks, wasn't it, set that one, the super sub, if we want to call him that, getting the fastest lap. And you might remember we just caught the end of that lap. Now you can see how dark it's getting as they come down the straight, and that is the second place car, which is going to cross the line now, and the gap is still 55 seconds, so equidistant to when that car which was in the lead came out, and the 441 car is only 2 seconds behind, so we've got the potential here for second position to open up, and that I think is the gap we're going to have to look at. So the 441 car, Andrew Jones at the wheel at the moment, closing in, or is he, on 513, which is James Cunliffe. So I need to update my sheet just to say that we've got James in the car now, and I'm not sure whether James is going to be running through to the end of the race or not in the 513 car, but yeah, 2.345 seconds, so we'll jot that down, second to third, and then back to fourth place, the TCS car, the 500 machine, which again was one we saw taking an early pit stop, has recovered from that very well indeed. Simon Killam at the moment in fourth place is, well, another 37 seconds down. And behind that, 13 seconds behind them, the Shepherd car is in fifth place. So at the moment, we've got potential battles for second and third and fourth and fifth places here as we head towards our last 60 minutes of racing of our Into the Night race. All to play for still, and it's been fascinating. I think it's going to continue to be fascinating as the sun goes down. The van that was parked next to us is gone, giving us a great view of the sea and the wonderful sky here that we can enjoy. I can see Rob teeing up somebody down there in pit lane. He's just flicking the microphone on by the look of it. He's saving the battery, good lad. And I think he's very nearly ready for us. Roberto, down to you.
I'm just down here in the pit lane now. The leaders have pitted. CSC Racing, we've got Nick Cunliffe here. How has your first day out in the C1 going? For a complete novice to be leading this is quite astounding.
Well, I did a couple of races last year, so it's not the first time out. I did the race Remembrance here, so I'm a bit familiar with the track, but no, it's quite a shock to be leading, to be honest. We didn't expect to be there after qualifying P14, but yeah, no, we've been pretty consistent, I think, with the lap times, and that's been the main thing, so it's yeah, surprise more than anything else.
Obviously, unfortunately, the sister car entered problems as well. Have you been looking after the tyres? Have you just sort of been gauging it, seeing what others have been doing, or have you just been playing your own strategy from here on?
Yeah, so I've been trying to look after the tyres as best as possible, but it seems to coincide that the less squeal you get around here, the faster the lap time seems to be. In terms of the other car going dead, they're obviously a faster team than us. That's my dad in the other car that died with the diff braking, so he's taught me all I know over the last year in racing. But yeah, no, it's I think consistency has been the main thing, really. Yeah.
Absolutely. So your plans for the rest of the season, carry on? Are you doing the rest of the season in C1s, or?
Yeah, so I've only had experience racing the C1s, so I'll stick with the C1s. Not necessarily all races with my brother James, who's out at the moment. I'll be doing a few races with my dad and Dave, depending on who's available. So, but yeah, no, I think I'll be sticking with the C1s for now. Yeah, maybe something faster in years to come, but for now, I'm very happy with the C1s. They're great fun.
Thank you, Nick. You've been doing a great job so far. Fingers crossed for you guys. Nick Cunliffe there, back to you guys.
Thank you very much. So it was James Cunliffe out in the car. Nick we just heard from. And the other Cunliffe, if you think, hang on, we haven't heard that name. That's Stephen, the dad he was referring to, was in the CSC car which retired with David Scotting at the wheel after that chase of the race leading Red Sky Racing car, so that's why we haven't heard about the other member of the Cunliffe family, but it will be good for them if they can grab a win and a DNF. It'll be good. The gap it's gone out slightly actually, so it's gone out a second since we last did a time check. 56.256 seconds first to second place. We have to wait a little bit before we see the gap between fourth and fifth. The CSC seconds here, they're doing rather well too, aren't they? CSC Racing with second and fourth in the race at the moment, and Red Sky down in fifth. We'll get a handle on that gap between fourth and fifth a little bit later on. The last few remaining lights on the cars coming on. We're actually now into the last hour, Scott, as well. Where has that gone? It's really gone. Snetterton went real quick. Silverstone went real quick, and this one has as well.
Yeah, certainly has. And of course, still now to go. Anything can and probably will change in this race. To a certain extent. It's interesting how our different cameras here have got different levels of light. Because camera 1 was suggested that there is no light whatsoever, and it is quite dull and quite dim. Whereas other cameras around the circuit kind of give the illusion. I've seen this before, where I think examples have been some of the darkest of some camera tricks that I've seen with the light in motorsport in terms of how dark it is compared to how dark it actually is I think back when we had the Korean Grand Prix, I think the one where it finished practically, according to the cameras, showed in complete darkness. I mean, in actual fact, I think the cameras will make it look darker than it actually was, or maybe look lighter than it actually was, or what have you. So it's interesting how there's differences there, but the sun has effectively set now beyond the horizon, so it hasn't completely sort of still some light off the horizon, but in many cases it means that we are getting close to getting to that point where I mentioned we get to kind of 45 minutes to go, when in fact even see there, I think it was actually literally the car in front of the Snail Speed racing car, the car in front of it, that literally I think pretty much just went in, as we caught it on camera, putting its high beams on by the looks of it. So it's now going to the point where it feels it needs to go to the brighter lights that it has in order to be able to see what's going on. I think where that looks like it's the regular beam that's on that car, whereas the car in front, which is 4, 5, 6, they've simply just switched their high beams on to make sure that they are keeping their visibility as strong as possible. So inside the last hour, certainly anything could certainly change, given the fact that the leaders have a 3-minute stop-go penalty for avoidable collision earlier on. So that could mean the case that the guys in front of the Silver Lake car could hit trouble, the kind of car could hit trouble, but obviously touch wood, we hope that all the cars get home safely without too many dramas. But of course, as the saying goes, anything happening, well, the same with anything can happen in Formula 1, but anything can happen in motor racing. And it genuinely, because we both know, it usually does it literally at a time when you least expect it.
Absolutely right, for sure. Gap closing up between Red Sky Racing and WRC. Developments in the cold drought being caught by James Shepherd. So there is Shep, and I'm assuming that's Nicole Drought immediately ahead. I'm going by time on the screen at the moment. So Shepherd chasing for 5th position here. The gap was 9/10 on that last lap, and that looks about right to me, because we had that half-second gap between the race leaders in the early stages. Indeed it is, so it's the 318 car. So Nicole Drought being caught here, very well-known name in racing. Shepherd actually reeling her in now. Up into radar, the gap comes down. That is now probably around about half a second, so this could be a change for 5th position. Both of these cars are on 2 stops so far. So it's Nicole Drought out front. James Shepherd, is he chasing in that Red Sky car? Oh, well, look at that shot. Nice bit of direction there.
Indeed. Spotlights are now starting to properly illuminate the pit area now. We are getting to that stage where we are going to start to see darkness occur quite short. We're coming up to the time when we had the start of the practice session last night, which was about 10 past 10 last night. So we're coming to that sort of time when this is the kind of light levels that the drivers would have had going into that. And you can see more and more teams now are not just using their main beams, but they're switching now to their full brighter beams, i.e. the ones that you sometimes when you drive along the way motorway at night, you get others flashing as you forget to turn those off. Those kind of high bright beams on those cars now, in order to essentially keep on making sure their visibility is as clear as possible. That's all.
Nicole Drought, I think, had the wake-up call here, because the gap, that's more than a second, I think, there. And James Shepherd kicking up a little bit of dirt, maybe getting a little bit ragged and frustrated. He got close enough, couldn't quite make the move. He's got to try and build up all that momentum again. And this is, again, one of the fascinating things about this race, that the gaps will ebb and flow. So James Shepherd and Nicole Drought, it's one of those battles you don't really want to see finish. 4th position car still, again, you have to wait for the laps to be complete to just work out how far everyone is behind The Cunliffe car, I think, was 55 last time we looked, so we'll see whether that has closed up again. Yeah, but good response from Nicole Drought here. I wonder if she actually realised that James Shepherd was closing in. We've got another car for them to deal with up at the front. Still waiting for the second and third place cars to complete their lap. I think it will be imminent because these cars are about where they are on the circuit. Exiting Peel. Should see the other cars going through. The gap's gone out first to second, 57 seconds now. So the two-stopper ahead of the three-stopping 513 car. Meanwhile, into the pits comes the Mackay Jones racing car. Jones coaching on the side and is going to be back out. This the third place car and a third stop. Driver change tag is picked up, and it's Andy Mackay now who is going to take over, and I guess for the last hour take us to the flag, because we didn't see too many changes in the first hour. So Andy Mackay in sixth place now, and it means that the Drought Shepherd battle is now on for fourth place, so they've gone up. So given that, they've still got more stops to do there, haven't they? We would expect those cars to maybe pop in another stop, but Shepherd and Drought could be racing over a podium when we come down to it. So again, we've got a little bit more unfolding of the timing to go. Nicole's now got a little bit of a cushion between herself and the Shepherd car, and that's the 4G machine, so it is great to see all the cars with the lights on. It really does add to the atmosphere here. I think this is probably the first night race my son's been to. Shepherd's going to go on the inside of the 4G car, which is just to pop another lap on the MG drivers. Quite have the run to be able to do it then. Wide moment for the 405. John Booth. John Booth's a popular name actually, isn't it, on car racing over the years?
Yeah.
I think that particular John, the third John Booth that I know of. There's
a John Booth that ran Manor Racing. Is he the same John Butcher Booth?
No.
Is he
now, was he
one?
Butcher or Brolly?
I don't know enough about my John Booth to be able to differentiate one or the other. The only John Booth I'm aware of is that I know that the only John Booth I've ever heard of, whether they're one and the same person, is the team boss of Manor Motorsport.
Yeah.
And then there was a Formula Ford race by the name of with the nickname of John Butcher Booth, but I wasn't sure if he was the same person or not.
I can't remember which one was the Manor boss now, whether it was Butcher or Brolly, and some people are probably shouting at the screens and saying, but Brolly Booth, as you would maybe expect, we were talking about crash helmets earlier on, actually had an umbrella design of solid colour on his crash helmet, and was part of a very vibrant Formula Ford. So talk about vibrant Formula Ford. If you get a chance, if you haven't seen it, watch today's race back.
Yeah.
What a cracker.
And an incredible finish as well. And it was incredible to watch that, and particularly to see last year's festival champion Jamie Sharp on such good form. And that's I don't mean that in a way that I don't expect it, but it's kind of his form has been a little bit up and down. There's been one or two races where he's been looked good, and a couple of races where he wasn't quite sure. But today he came back to the circuit where he'd won his first race in National Formula Fords and did a fantastic job. I can hear microphone chatter, so unless he's praying another stint or praying another interviewee, which I think he possibly is, then yes, Rob looks fit. Yeah, so we can hand down to Rob. I believe there's another interview of us as we head into 50 minutes left into the race. Rob, what have you got?
Hello guys, I've got Andrew Jones with me, who's just stepped out of the Mackay Jones car. I did notice we were on the pit wall. I saw you go a bit slow along the back straight. No tyre issues, I hope. What's going on?
Obviously tyre issues. So as soon as we went out, we had a vibration on the tyre. So an hour and a half with, I think, a tyre that's not been balanced.
Not been balanced, so obviously the increased vibration throughout your stint. You're pushing hard, the blocks are moving, as I've explained before.
Yep.
Ultimately.
Well, I mean, you muddle through. The target was 2 hours a stint, but an hour and a half. We had to pit anyway, so it was just make sure the guys are ready for an extra pit stop with tyres. We didn't plan to do tyres again, but we've got some spare, so hopefully they will last an hour now with no more pit stops.
And how's the fuel situation looking for you guys now?
We're about, I think we've only lost 1 bar, so I don't know what that means, but we'll see.
We'll say you've lost an amount of fuel.
Yep.
We'll go with that.
We'll
Obviously this is the late stages of the race, so what's your hopes now? You're hoping some of the front runners need to go in and pit again and just preserve the car? What's the strategy?
Well, I think we're we're pushing for P2, but we'll see where we end up. I think quite a few people have had black flags, so hopefully maybe a couple more black flags, but it's really no more pit stops. I don't want to get back in the car. I've had enough now, I want to go get a beer.
Outstanding. Well, I'll let you crack on and get that beer. Hopefully we'll be talking to you later with some good positive news. Back to the commentary booth.
Andrew Jones, talking about going for P2 there, I mean, pit stop wise that may well play out, but the 441 car at the moment is down in 9th place with 3 stops. There are cars ahead of that one, for example, one car actually with 4, the rest of them are on 3. So again, depending on what they need to do, that might be optimistic for them, and it doesn't sound like a huge amount of certainty about the petrol in the car, so may need refuelling again, and very probably will need the tyres. And well, that fascinating to hear about the tyre balancing as well, the wheel balancing.
Yeah,
that's why you've got to get your road car sorted out.
Yes. I think it was something, if you remember back at the 24 hours, when Rob was talking about tyres, he was also talking about because we were wondering why some teams were only tending to change front tyres rather than rear tyres. And he talked about rear tyres and the whole thing of tyre rotation, so whether because the rear tyres don't wear as much as the fronts, that they can do that rotation. If they need to put some more fresh, to change them around, they can put fresh ones on and they can put the odd ones on towards the back, because they know they're not going to have wear as much. Therefore the rear's going to be a bit more delicate on those tyres than the fronts will, because of course the car is leading to a corner. Obviously it's all front wheel drive, so you have to brake, accelerate and steer, and then when you go into corners, particularly on the front left or the front right, depending on if it's clockwise or counterclockwise, those front tyres are taking absolute punishing wherever you go. The rear tyres have got some work to do, but not as much. So therefore that's the reason I think why they can rotate the tyres and make sure that each tyres get as much wear evenly as possible, depending on how much they're used.
We're hearing Silver Lake 2 might be coming in imminently, and thank you, Rob, for flagging that up. And this could be a race-defining stop because the gap is 59 seconds, so the gap's gone out. But Silver Lake 2 are going to have to pit again. We've got the Shepherd car still busy going past the Snail car, who's lost out to Nicole Drought. So Nicole, I think, definitely had the wake-up call. I don't think Nicole realised that James Shepherd was closing up and it got really close to challenging for position, but she's responded to that and moved away. Again, we'll come back to the Silver Lake 2 situation in a minute for you, but I just want to have a look at Drought's car best lap, 2 minutes 1.807. Now, was that a new fastest lap?
Fastest lap of the race.
Was that a new one? Because they didn't have the fastest lap, when I'm pretty sure when I last looked at that, and James Shepherd at 2:02. On the last laps, Nicole 2:03 and James 2:02, so James was a little bit quicker and starting to close in again.
Okay, so I believe Rob has more news for us in the pit lane. Rob, what do you have?
Guys, what we could potentially have unfolding here is the race-defining pit stop for Silver Lake 2. Now, thank you to Tom from the C1 Club, but he's come up and told me this information. Matt Parks, as you can see there, he's getting back into the car. Don't forget, guys, they need one more pit stop, as RJM was saying was on the commentary earlier. So if they can get this stop done, they need to get it done absolutely spot on. They've got to make sure the fuel's right. They've got to make sure, whether they decide to change the tyres or not, they've got tyres ready. They've got to make sure they make the right call, not make any mistakes. You can't have any penalties. This stop right here, we'll have to get, as soon as the car's in, we'll just let the camera watch it all, because this could define the race. Back to you guys.
Key, isn't it, as we get into the last 3 quarters of an hour of this one. And thanks again, Rob, for keeping us updated there from the pit lane. So I think Matt Parks is the man to go back in, and he had fastest lap earlier on in the race. So this could be a good tactical move to get that car back out as we look at Silver Lake Racing 558, the first Silver Lake Racing car. Alan Preble, I think the driver at the moment. Yes, he is 10th position for the 558 car. Just ahead of the Sandown Motorsport car. Quick look at the gaps that are happening on the last lap. Nicole Drought now 1.9 seconds clear of James Shepherd, so yeah, very definitely a response, but fair play to James, who was really sneaking up. There is the Red Sky Racing car. It's had some good coverage over the course of the race, not least because it was a terrific start. David Shepherd managed to get the car up into the lead in the early stages of the race. Now, is that the car I think that we are expecting?
Yeah, it is.
Come into pit lane.
Yep, that's 458, so that's the car we're anticipating to make its final stop. And that's our race leader. So as it heads up towards through School Curve and now towards the Rocket Complex. So we will see, again, as we saw with Rob down there in pit lane, it does appear that they are imminently going to bring this car for a pit stop. Oh, car stopped on the right-hand side. That is car 500. So that's the third place car. That's the third place car in the race. That's the CSC FDL packaging car. That's the second of their two team cars. Car 500 in the last 45 minutes pulls to a stop on the exit of the Rocket Complex. Now, whether that's, well, dare I say fuel, or whether it's simply more a mechanical issue, whether it's electrical, whatever the reason might be, we have ourselves possibly a key retirement that will promote the WRC Developments car into third place with Nicole Drought at the wheel. So that's now going to be quite a development for them. And what's interesting now is that, as we talked about this with it being a race-defining pit stop, it looks as though that for whatever reason, whatever the issue was, that car's now parked it and he's out of the race, which is a real kick in the gut for the CSC racing team. It's that's going to be quite crucial. So the WRC Developments car could well benefit from this, as the race-defining pit stop we expect to see is about to happen. So I think we might possibly need to either hand to Rob or just simply just let the pit stop play out and see how this one goes down. But as Rob alluded to, this pit stop needs to go like clockwork. It needs to run absolutely faultless. So in it goes. And let's watch with care now. So struggling a little bit to get the front jack up, but we're not doing, and they're not fueling, which is the key thing. It's just tyres. So it looks like no fuel is being taken on. Got to remember that rule of only 4 drivers working, or 4 people working on the car at once. Got to remember that. So tyre change going on. It's new fronts.
25 seconds on the clock so far. It goes up to 30 now. 55 seconds was the lead last time we checked on the screen. So the lead is going to be disappearing. Got to get the car out.
This is going to be tight because I look at the clock, it's got 40 seconds now. So this is going to be really, really close. Well, that said, there's still 10 seconds. I don't think they're going to make it out in time to beat 55 seconds.
We're going to see a change, aren't we? We're going to see,
I think so,
Cunliffe car go through into lead position. 53, 54, 55. Did it go out to 59? It's going to be past that by the time they get to the end of the pit. It's going to be nip and tuck here.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful not to speed in the pit lane either, because of course they might be eager to get out, but if someone's a bit eager on the throttle, it might not be the best decision in the world. Now, the key questions are going to be now is, where is the CSC FDL packaging car of Cunliffe at the wheel? And also, where is the WRC Developments car? But that's just crossed the line in third place. So Nicole Drought has just crossed the line a couple of seconds ago. So she is behind. But the interesting thing is now, with brand new front tyres, how much of an advantage is that seriously going to give? It will give an advantage in terms of grip, but how much of an advantage is it going to give? That's going to be the real question. The other question has got to be, of course, whereabouts in relation to this car is the FDL car. There is the former leaders, Quattro Formaggio. They've battled back to 7th place now. And there is the 458 car. So the key thing is going to be is in what order they turn up when they get to the timing line the next time round, this time round. Because if the kind of car is in front, it is now going to be pretty much, I think, a race to the finish in terms of pure pace. And again, the key question on that then has to be, how much of an advantage is Silver Lake 2 going to have on these fresh front tyres to be able to reel them in and possibly take the victory? You can tell he's pushing, kicks up the dust on the inside. He's using it. He's using, as the saying goes, every inch of the track and a little bit more just to try and go a bit quicker. But we're going to see once that all shakes out if the CSC racing car has indeed leapfrogged Silver Lake, and how close is it going to be for a race to the finish.
Lovely shot there across to the sea, lights coming towards us, so his part's going to hold the lead. The difference on the last actually showing us 1:01, so it is very much, I think, going to be close between these two cars. Now there is the change, so CSC Racing take over at the front. We wait for the Silver Lake 2 car to go through in second. The gap is going to open up. What is the gap going to be? When will he cross the line?
It should be shortly, because the Quattro Formaggio car's just gone around the last corner, and on camera 3 it should be coming up in a second. Yes, he's just going through now. So the gap now as it comes across the line is, as it breaks the beam, 24.4 seconds. So that's rounded up to 24.5. So in the next essentially 39 minutes, just under, the Parks car has got to pretty much lap quick enough so that it can take out at least 24.5 seconds in the next less than 40 minutes to reclaim the lead of this race. Otherwise, it is going to be CSC FDL Packaging car 513 that will go ahead with the victory. There it is. It's the second car on that shot. It's that car right there. Of course, its sister car we've just seen pull to the side of the road and retire, car 500, with Simon Killam at the wheel. So it doesn't appear, whether or not they're worried about that or not, whether it's something that could happen to the other car, we're not 100%, but it seems as though that they are pressing on regardless. And that's a bit of an interesting chop there. So he's getting around the back marker there and cut straight in front of his line. I'm not sure if it was either just a kind of, you held me up for too long, now move out of my way and this is my disapproval, or whether he was simply just taking a bit of awkward racing line on the exit. Either way, that was quite strange. We've got a car serving a stop-go penalty in the penalty box. That looks like another one of the Silver Lake cars, not the leader, I should stress for those following. I think it's one of its its teammate, the 457. So it's all go with the Silver Lakes in the pit lane. One's currently fighting for the lead, having made a pit stop for tyres. The other one is a little bit further back in 9th place and moving up the order into the top 10. And this car, for whatever reason, it's got a penalty. Ah, here we go. So it's on the screen here. So 457 has for a refueling infringement, has a 3-minute stop and go penalty. So that's that car, which I think it might well, given its lengthless pit stop, it might possibly. How far is it ahead of Sandown Motorsport? It is. Looks like it's currently a lap ahead. So at least it looks like it's a lap ahead. So either it's just taken the position past the pits, or it will do the next time it goes past the timing beam. There goes the 458 car. The gap was 44. Now that, here we go. So 24.4 seconds was the gap. It's now down with a 2 minutes 3.869 compared to a 2:05.2 for Cunniff. Gap is down to 23 seconds, almost 22 seconds exactly. So that is a full, just about 1.4 seconds taken out of him on that there. Keeps on doing that a few more times, and he definitely will catch him for the lead.
Yeah, CSC don't want a safety car at the moment, do they?
No. Well, the only team that wants a safety car, probably maybe aside from WRC Developments, who, to be fair, are only 6.1 seconds behind. And intriguingly, Nicole Drought lapped half a second quicker than Silver Lake 2 on the last lap. So I think Nicole's possibly on her way to try and charge after the piece. What will be intriguing is if she catches the Silver Lake 2 car quick enough that she goes at the same similar sort of rate, that if this car is catching the Cunniff car, that those three all come together at the end of the race. We could see a genuine.
I think we might be talking 4, Scott, because if you look at the gap as well,
4.
Jason Shepherd is only
right.
2/10 behind Nicole as well. And can they work together? Can you draft in these things?
You can. I think it's because these cars, as you see with several cars this weekend, like the Legends and the City Car Cup cars, because these cars are quite boxy. They punch quite large holes in the air. They're not exactly, in the nicest way, they're not the most aerodynamic cars out there. All right, they're relatively slick for what they are, but because they're quite, excuse the term, but quite stumpy or blunt sort of styled cars. They're not an aerodynamic supercar. They're a small boxy little city car, like being a Citroen C1. So because of that, isn't as sleek in the air as anything else, which means it punches quite a large hole in the air. And of course, in any case, when someone's punching a large hole in the air, if you're slipstreaming it, you get a massive speed advantage, as we all know. So because of that, drafting can quite work, but it has to be a case of being able to work together with them and not getting into a situation where they're constantly going back and forth. Right, 2 cars coming into the pit lane together. One into the Red Sky Racing car, and I couldn't quite catch the other one as it came in. It was directly in front of it. And that's the 318 car. Now, that's the 318 car that was chasing. This is 3rd and 4th coming in together for pit stops. So unfortunately, maybe that scuppered their chance to possibly challenge for the win. But this is now a direct competition in pit stops between each other. Rob, are you down there?
The race, sorry guys, a bit distracted by the cars coming in. The pit lane is getting frantic once again, everyone making their final stops. We've squeezed out the way here. Mike, you've just got out of the Silver Lake 2 car. Your team did a brilliant, very fast stop.
Yep.
Matt Parks is back in the car. How are you feeling? Give us your thoughts on your stint.
Yeah, feeling good actually. I got a board from the guys with 56-second lead. Just trying to maintain that really, just looking after the car, staying off the curbs, not abusing the revs, and just keeping it consistent. Wasn't setting lap record speeds, but just kind of looking after the car and getting it to the end, and hopefully we'll be up there and see how it goes.
See how it goes. Yeah. We've just had the shout in the background. If you're watching on TSL, incidentally, or you have it up separately to the live stream, the Silver Lake 2 car is now 22 seconds. They're eating away at that lead of the car in front. And you've also got the WRC Developments car chasing you down in third. They've got a quick driver on board that's actually set the fastest lap, as far as I'm aware. Right, okay. So, I mean, for you, is it just a game now, preserve the car and see what happens while trying, because you've got a fast driver, you're both fast drivers, but you've got a quick guy in the car that's set the fastest lap.
Yeah, I'm happy that Matt's back in now. I've done what I could do personally. So yeah, fingers crossed for Matt for the end, and he can get first. So, but we'll see. There's a lot of fingers crossed. If it does happen, it's been a long time coming for us guys at Silver Lake. So
no worries. Fingers crossed, Mike. Thank you for talking to us. Bit of insight of the cars fighting for the lead there. It's getting tense. Back to you.
I don't know if we've seen the third and fourth place cars back out on track yet, so I wanted to time it, but we couldn't because we couldn't see. Obviously, sticking with the interview with the drivers rightly that were, in with a shout of winning the race overall. So it is between those. The gap down to 22 seconds. Now, who's going to come out on top out of the third and fourth place? Scrap, we wait for them to go. They might even drop down behind Scuderia Polo Rosso. So might even see that fifth place car move up a position. But at the moment it's CSC from Silver Lake 2, then WRC Developments, followed by Red Sky Racing. We'll see all showing on 3 stops, so it is now going to be this half-hour sprint to the flag.
The fact that the fourth place car is now showing as being bold, because on our timing screen you can tell if a car's in the pits or out of the pits. If it's faded out, it's in pit lane. When it's back showing in full colours and full opaqueness, shall we say, as the rest of the other timing things, it suggests that it's leaving or left the pit lane. So that if that's the case, that probably suggests to me, I think Red Sky Racing have leaped WRC Developments in that pit stop.
Yeah, you've hit nail on the head there.
So I think there has been a change for third position in the pit lane. Yeah, there you go. Because in the timing sectors now, it has changed over. Now Matthews in that in what is now the third place car has leapfrogged, and there has also been a change in the WRC Developments car, because there's also now been a change now from Nicole Drought in 318 across to James Larmany as well. So that's now intriguing. But what the gap is going to be, of course, we're only able to figure that out when they come past the timing beam to finish off the final set of pit stops and cycle them through. We've also had the Diablo Racing car go through as well, so that's WRC Developments down to 5th. But whether or not anyone else has to make a possible stop, I'm not sure. And the Quattro Formaggio car's also cropped up there as well. That's the car that had the 3-minute penalty after it was leading for quite a long time in the first half of the race, pretty much, and then had that penalty, 3-minute penalty for avoidable contact or unnecessary contact. And so therefore it had to slip down the order outside of the top 10 and out of contention at one point. But it looks as though it's now slowly crept into the top 5 with some consistent driving from their 2 drivers, Christopher Parks and Alistair May. So they've been slowly and silently but consistently chipping away at getting that gap back, closing those gaps back together, and being able to get himself into a position where he's in the top 5 now. As I say, but whether or not there are any more teams who have to make a possible 4th stop, that remains to be seen as we tick over into half an hour just now. So exactly pretty much half an hour this race still to go, 4 hours complete, still 30 more minutes to decide who wins into the night race here at Anglesey in the Silver Lake C1 Race Series race. At the moment, it's 22.3 seconds, and the gap is now staying stable pretty much now between the top 2. So unless there's a big drop off in pace, at the moment, it looks as though it is CSC Racing's race to lose.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Spot on. They've got that 22 seconds. Last lap time 2:04.2. Second place car, Matt Parks, 2 minutes 4.033. Remember, Parks was the driver who put in the fastest lap for that car, which was the fastest lap of the race at the time. 2 minutes 1.872. Nicole Drought, I think it was, that set the fastest lap of the race in 318 car. And that is now down in 8th place. Actually 2 places behind David Shepherd, who's gone out now, the driver who opened the race for Red Sky Racing, back out on track, up into 6th position. But 30 seconds adrift of Alistair May in the Quattro Formaggio car. So Alistair May looking pretty solid at the moment in 5th place, but is 9 seconds behind Jake Owens, who is in doing the last stint by the look of it for Diablo Racing. So there might be a change there. Realistically, the drivers are going to be wanting to get onto that podium. So at the moment, it's CSC Racing out front. The gap's come down a little bit more on the last lap. 21.79 seconds now with 28 minutes to go on the race. 3rd position, it's Scuderia Polo Rosso, who are showing as a lap down, so not on the lead lap at the moment. We'll see when they go through and tick off this lap whether they have kept it on the lead lap or not. Then we've got Diablo Racing, which we spoke about. Alistair May closing in on them. The gap was 9/10 on the last tour. And last lap times pretty much all in the 2:03s, 2:04s. That's the kind of time that's going in at the moment. That's the 456 car of Jake Owens on shot at the moment. Amazing that we are 25 to 11 and we've still got that much light out there. Actually does look lighter, doesn't it, on camera than it does if you look out the window. Mind you, we've got tinted glass in here, isn't it, which doesn't particularly help it. There's a good look at see the floodlights as they come up into the hairpin there at the end of the Tom Price Straight. Lobbied hard for a long time to get a Tom Price trophy to be contested by legends. It used to be the Eurocars back in the day that had the Tom Price trophy contested at Pembrey. Between myself and Peter Hughes, who's a very reasonably well-known Welsh journalist in motor racing, suggested that it should still be run. Obviously Eurocar went by the wayside many years ago, but we came up with the idea of running the Tom Price trophy as being a combined results of the Legends meeting at Pembrey and Anglesey, because they did North and South Wales. We thought it would be nice to have the trophy in Tom's name as something pretty high profile that's happened in Wales, but something that's earned. So we thought the 2 meetings combined, but the whole thing got scuppered because we couldn't trace the original trophy. Oh, we think it's with Lars Christian Brscc in Denmark, who ran Team Brass for many years, but we've never actually managed to track it down. But I think Mark Willis was the last driver to win it. He's racing in pickups now, but maybe one day we'll be able to honour Tom Price properly and get that trophy going again. He was a great driver, the only Welsh driver to lead a Grand Prix motor race and to win Formula One race, one of the Race of Champions in '75. I think it was the year he led Grand Prix as well. Me wittering on about history again, sorry.
Talk about history, talk about trophies making comebacks. The announcement we made this week that there's going to be a invitational Super Classic Formula Ford race at Alton Park towards the end of July, and we decided to bring back a trophy which was something that was much loved in Northwestern-based single-seater competitions, which is the Moose Trophy. Right. So the Moose Trophy is coming back. I'll be honest, I don't exactly know the driver's name, but I know that there was a particular driver who was, I guess, a Formula Ford driver, and their name was their nickname, for reasons again I'm not 100% sure, was Moose. And so it used to be a trophy, and it used to be, I was looking at some of the information on that, and it used to be a race where it had a slight sort of Formula Ford festival style format. It had a couple of heats in the final, and there was about some 50 cars turned up to Alton Park at some points towards the end of the 2000s and the early 2010s, and I think then the format changed for one reason or another. So yeah, so that race weekend essentially will be that invitation Super Classic Formula Ford pair of races will be fought for the reintroduction of the Moose Trophy. So that'll be coming back once more. So
Super Classics, some beautiful cars on display and so well presented. You think that it was a concours?
Yeah, there are some very nice cars. There are very nice cars in that lineup, and equally as well, of course, with the pro guys as well, of course. But then you expect that from guys, from the younger guys who are racing cars like that. I'm particularly fond of Team Dolan's lineup, where they've in previous years had cars that were different sort of colours, a couple of white ones, and Morgan Quinn had his car that was basically grey and blue. But they've all gone with their cars that are really nice, smart navy blue uniform livery and different coloured stripes, coloured like piping stripes on the side or accent stripes on the side to designate the different drivers. So one driver's got yellow and green, one's got red, one's got white and silver. It's different colours in there. It's a bit more team uniform rather than sort of drivers running with their squad but having just odd colours on them and just having the team done and sticker on it. So that was a nice move. When I saw this cars for the first time at Silverstone for the opening rounds on the international circuit, I looked at those and I thought that's a smart looking set of liveries. Never looked at that. And it's the same with other teams like the Ammonite guys and Kevin Mills Racing and even On-Field Motorsport, those teams, where all their teams are cars pretty much uniform in their livery, which is good to see.
Morgan Quinn's birthday tomorrow, I think. Possibly, yeah, I guess so. If I'll take your word for it on that one. If he get a good result, that'll certainly be quite a nice piece of if he gets a piece of silverware, that will certainly help, although didn't have the best of luck today though, out there. I'm not sure if that was that. Either that was just some mist in the air or something, or that was someone who, the head of this car had run off the road a little bit, but there looked like something like some dust or something in the air, which was the cause of that in some cases. We've got another interview with Rob, and I believe he's down, I think looks like possibly with Nicole Drought. Rob, down to you.
Hi guys, I'm down here. We've just had Nicole Drought that's just appeared out of the WRC development car. You were quite quick out there. Put nice purple time up on the board. How did you feel?
Yeah, really good. I mean, I was really trying to watch the tyres because after qualifying they degraded quite quick, so I was just really conscious of staying away from the curbs and trying to drive as neat as possible. I didn't think I was driving my best, but yeah, no, it was good to get a fastest lap, so yeah, it was a really good stint.
Oh, fabulous to see. So what made you come out and have a go in the fabulous C1s with WRC Developments?
Well, I absolutely love the C1s. I actually won here in 2017, I think it was, with Prep Tech. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the class and I love this circuit, so I thought I'd come back and give it another go.
Would you go for a full season? Maybe try a few more rounds?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to. I mean, if I can get the budget together to do it, I absolutely would. I mean, I'm dipping my toes into different series at the minute and just having a ball. But yeah, I've loads of time for the C1 Racing Club. It's absolutely amazing, and every event you do it's really well run.
Brilliant, and I must say it's fabulous to have it here. You're a wonderful ambassador for Irish motorsport. I have to say that the cars you've driven and the races you've won is absolutely fantastic. So what's the plan now with the car, the strategy? Is everything okay with the car? You've sort of looked after the tyres?
Yeah, I think everything's okay. I mean, I think it is a case of watching the tyres. I mean, it just goes so quickly. So it's just being neat and tidy and then a little bit of luck with that. You know, you need to stay out of trouble. I think that's key to endurance racing.
Well, I wish you good luck, all the best, and hopefully we'll be able to talk to you on the podium. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Back to you.
Nicole was at the 24 hours, wasn't she, with Prep Tech as well? She mentioned winning the race with Prep Tech.
And he's right on what he says, and the main fact that she's an incredibly talented driver, and the fact she's able to, you know, just immediately punch in what's currently set as the fastest lap of the race for their car set by her.
And she's taking it easy on the tyres as well.
yeah, that's inverted commas, taking it easy on the tyre. Well, to be fair, if she's able to do that and not scrub so much off the tread block, then if she's able to put that in and pretty much not retouch the tyres at all, then fair play to her. As I said earlier on, there's a reason why she's a former Irish touring car champion, champion, and it's just quickly mentioning on that Irish touring cars, for those who are not sure, and I mean it's in a positive way because I love seeing the variety in it. Irish touring cars is different to something like you'd see in TCRs or British touring cars, where I've seen in the past they've had obviously things like Ford Fiestas and other things like that to go up against cars like as random inclusions as a Mazda RX-7, not the old FC ones, like the FD sort of more curvy ones from the early 90s, those sort of ones. And there's an interesting mix of cars for their touring car champion, but she won in a front-wheel drive Honda Integra, so no wonder in front-wheel drive she's pretty rapid. So no, kudos to Nicole for putting in the fastest lap of the race for WRC Developments, and that certainly proves that with all the pace that she's got, that again, is she doing a full season, and in some cases, you know, hypothetically there was a championship, I think she'd be one of those drivers that would be quite formidable to have on your team if you're going to put her in for a good sort of stint to put in some quick lap times and to try and gain some time back. So solid effort, and the car's running currently in 8th position. Whether or not in these last 19-20 minutes anyone's got to make a splash and dash, I guess it depends on gaps now. But what's currently fascinating is that I think the closest gap now at the moment appears to be for position. It is the scrap going on for 10th and 11th place. That's between Silver Lake Racing and A1 Racing at the moment. But I think with the lead, which is the most crucial gap we have to look for, that's last few laps has stayed pretty much static now. In fact, in many cases, it was the Silver Lake 2 car closing in on CSC Racing. Now, though, you look at the gaps now, not only is it staying static at around about 22 seconds, but the last lap, the CSC Racing guys were at 4/10 quicker than the guys in second place. So at the moment, it seems as though that even though they might have had the early advantage on the new tyres, now they've started to push them a little bit, maybe a bit too hard. Maybe that's now causing a bit of a backfire effect, and they've to use the term, started to fall off the cliff now in terms of already in this early stage.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Just keep looking at the time. Actually, now the last lap was across the line. Matt Parks sets a slightly better lap. Oh no, hang on. New lap from CSC Racing. Matt hasn't done his yet, so we'll get a handle on whether he does actually manage to close the gap down from that 22 seconds. Something like a spin, a moment off the track, could just change the last 21 seconds. He was quicker. So Parks was quicker. The rate of ascent in closing up, though, he's not quick enough at the moment for Parks to dislodge Cunliffe in the race lead. Still got Scuderia Polo Rosso in 3rd, Diablo Racing 4th, Quattro Formaggio 5th, from Brscc Racing in 6th place. What's the gap there? They're 31 seconds behind Quattro Formaggio, who are 11.4 seconds behind Diablo, who were 30 seconds behind Scuderia Polo Rosso. Now, will these guys, what's the plan here? You're not going to drive home after this. Presumably these guys are going to stay with us for tomorrow. A lot of them are racing in the City Cup anyway, or a few of them are racing in that, so they'll be here overnight.
I imagine that some of them, if they've got some kind of motos, will stay over and pack themselves up with a view to leaving at some point tomorrow once they've had a lie-in, because I'm sure for them, their job, if you like, for the weekend is done in terms of racing this late. So I imagine that unless there's some that are living uber locally and don't need to kind of pack too much stuff up, if anything at all, I imagine that the majority, not everyone, because I mean there are lots of awnings out here outside these, lots of awnings, and if you look in the paddock, because we've both seen there, lots of different awnings with tables and chairs set up. There's obviously plenty of motorhomes around as well. So I think there are several drivers here who are, I think absolutely right, are definitely not planning on going anywhere tonight and sort of sticking around and celebrating the race itself and just enjoying themselves and just having a fairly nice sort of social way to end their 3rd race of the 2022 season. So I imagine that they probably will stick around and possibly just enjoy themselves a bit into the night.
Yep, and enjoy some more racing with us tomorrow. And we've got a full day's Brscc racing action tomorrow. Some of the formerly coming out with 2 races. We have qualifying and 1 for many of them today. We've got 3 Legends races as well to look forward to. Quick look at the gaps. Gone out to 22 seconds again, so it came down briefly to 21. So the game of cat and mouse between the CSC Racing FDL packaging car and the Silver Lake 2 driven by Matt Parks continues. 2:03 for CSC on that last lap. James Cunliffe popping in a 2:03. It was a 2:04.3 for Matt Parks. Matthews is next in Scuderia Polo Rosso R310, sharing with Frank Claydon and Graham Wilkins. Graham starting the car as we heard earlier on, then handing over to Frank Claydon this final stint with James Matthews, who is on for a podium here. Just again looking at the gap back, I think things relatively settled as we head into the last 15 minutes of racing action for today here on Anglesey.
The interesting thing is I'm looking at it in terms of the time, because we're currently now at 22:46, and in terms of the timing, we're coming to 15 minutes now, which means suggests to me in the 15 minutes that the actual race is actually scheduled to finish at this point in time, probably, or the clock will hit 0 at this moment in time about a minute after 11 o'clock, which is quite interesting. So I don't know whether or not they, because it's in order to get inside, keep it inside 11 o'clock, that they're possibly going to well, I'm not suggesting they are going to do this at all, but with the options to possibly flag it as soon as the final lap is completed inside 11 o'clock. I'm not 100%, but as they head into these last 15 minutes, the gap's looking pretty solid in terms of if there is any movement. It's not too much. It's only a couple of tenths chipped away, and then it seems to come back again in their favour. So it comes back into other teams' favour. That's interesting. Now, having said that, the gap is now down to 20.7 seconds, and on that last lap,
that's a chunk, isn't it?
It took 1.7 seconds out of him on that last lap. So I imagine there's possibly might have been some back marker and some lappery involved in that. But ultimately, if he wants to make this happen now, it's essentially what Michael Parks needs to do is given these cars are fairly equal, he needs to start pumping in. I'd say he needs to go full Schumacher Hungary 98 mode, start putting where possible with the tyres, basically qualifying laps where he's kind of taking out essentially 2 seconds a lap out of him, which is a tall ask, and it's not impossible, but I couldn't see it happening immediately. That one, despite how fast Matt Parks is and how good their car is at this point in time.
On the other hand, he won't want to throw away a second place, really, Matt Parks. So, going to bring that car home, grab a little bit of silverware. Rob gets to do the duties on the podium today for us, which would be rather nice. So, the Silverstone was nice, wasn't it? Using the F1 podium as well, the old F1 podium.
Indeed,
which was great. So again, very well organised.
That was very good to have. It was. I share the sentiment on that. It was really nice to have a proper podium together again with drivers on the podium, trophies, you know, a little bit of champagne on there as well, of course, of them doing their thing with that, and just a crowd of people again around celebrating the podium. That was a nice thing to have when you're introducing drivers up and everything, and the crowd sort of cheering and adding to that atmosphere. It was a really wonderful occasion to be part of at the end of such an amazing weekend, to see that all play out and climax so brilliantly with that, and finish up with that amazing shot that we had of all the drivers on the podiums, trophies aloft, smiles on their faces, you know, champagne bottles in hand. It was, yeah, magical stuff to see, and really glad that we got it back after we missed that the last couple of years.
Absolutely right, yeah. Thank goodness we are back racing, back socialising as well. It's absolutely key. Enjoying some super action here to close the day down on the Anglesey International GP circuit. We've got 11 minutes remaining on the clock. It's been a long race for these guys. The strategy that they've been thinking about for weeks coming to fruition, and it is the 513 car still out front here. James Cunliffe leading this one still by 20 seconds on the last lap. Matt Parks in Silver Lake 2 still in second position. James Matthews for Scuderia Polo Rosso running in third place, still a lap down, so it's the two cars on the lead lap. Just got to keep my eye on the timing screen to see whether Matthews is on the lead lap. He could be, if he had another 90 seconds onto the 20, he'll still be on the lead lap with those guys. So we're going to see how that pans out.
Heading towards though, get inside the last minute before we hit the 10 minute to go mark. There is the 318 car that now has Larmony at the wheel. The gap is staying pretty static now. Whilst it did dip to 20.7, it's then got to 20.1, and again it's progress being made, but it's not being made fast enough. And it's I think it's possible now that any potential pursuit of the victory is kind of looking more and more unlikely as his next couple of minutes laps tick on, because the gap is now 20 seconds, and in order for that gap to be coming down to stand a chance, he needs to be taking, as I say, about 2 seconds a lap out of him, starting 5 or 6 minutes ago. But I think at this point in time, it looks as though that CSC Racing are, at this point in time, now we just dipped under 10 minutes, on their way to quite an amazing victory of what's been a fairly amazing race. And the one, I think, key thing to point out as well is that, again, it's the whole, what has made it interesting is that, yes, this race has had 18 cars, But at the same time, the best question, the best answer to that statement is quite simply on this occasion, and because
I was going to say that hasn't come into it.
yeah, exactly. Because it's been a great race so far, and you've got cars on the lead lap. There's been great pit stop strategy. The saying goes, it only takes 2 cars to make a race. We've had 18 here, and people look at it and go, yes, it's not the 50 or so that Snetterton had, or the 60 had that Silverstone had. But we heard from Rob earlier on, from Robin Welch, when he was talking to Rob, and our Rob Lewis, and he gave Robin made some very, very plausible and very good, solid arguments as to some of the reasons why drivers weren't here. And the fact is that teams and drivers still love the series, they still love competing in it. It's simply a case of, in terms of the structure of the events, there was some drivers, in his view, were making a choice quite simply of, after the 24-hour race, there's obviously another race that's not that far after it, only a few weeks. And I think typically they had quite a bit of 24-hour fatigue on many fronts, where in terms of like they completed the long race, they wanted to kind of get themselves back in the groove, have the cars rebuilt, etc., and fix what they need to fix. To get to the stage then, when they're ready to go in the racing again, have to make a choice. Do we do Anglesey and rush the board a little bit? Do we kind of take our time a bit more, skip Anglesey, which is unfortunate, but it means we're in full shape to go to Donington Park? Because I think it sounds like that's the race which Robin is expecting his next bumper grid to be. But again, even so, regardless of the fact it's been 18 cars in this race, it's been quite a good race for what it's been, and there's some great on-track battles, and the strategy's been mostly looking at the pit stops and who can gain what in the gap. So it's been quite magnificent to watch in this race so far, and we're getting to quite a thrilling climax where I think these guys, who I'm sure one of these guys, it's one of their very first races in a C1 ever, I think, by the sounds of it, some of the interviews. If that's the case, they're about to pretty much take, on their first ever run in a C1, their first ever victory.
Absolutely amazing story, isn't it? Yeah, going back to the number of cars, a lot of it's going to be down to economics at the moment. And it's okay for Robin to say it was too close. Who knew when the schedule was put together that we were going to be in the state we're in with petrol prices at the moment, and inflation and everything else, and that affects everybody in motorsport. It affects the guys that are paying for it out of their own pocket. It affects the sponsors that you're looking for, because they have less budgets to entertain people. If you're going to call sponsorship an entertainment budget, they've got less money, so that's come in and affected it. So fantastic race here. The start was amazing, the first hour with those 2 cars head to head, and again we've seen a similar thing here, not quite close together. The gap at the start was half a second between the lead 2 cars, and now it's 20 seconds. But the point is that has been maintained. You said that, Scott, absolutely right. The front 2 cars here have been so evenly matched. The driver-car combination in these closing stages, it's not changing. There is nothing between Cunliffe and Parks in terms of put them together, and the cars very, very evenly matched. And nothing is, well, virtually nothing has changed over the last 15, 20 minutes between those 2. And yeah, it would, perhaps would have been nice to see a photo finish, but let's take the fact that these 2 are so very evenly matched that it hasn't changed over that recent time.
Yeah, definitely so, and that's what's made it a great competition. It's that, I think what makes it is, it's the tension. It's tension between, is that gap coming down? If so, is it coming down fast enough? Or is it coming in slow enough that the car in front can maintain that gap and even lose time, but we're not going to be in any danger? And it's that tension of waiting every single lap. How much time has he taken out? Has he lost some time? Oh, he's gained some time that lap. He's lost some time in the next lap. That's where it comes from. Again, regardless of the number of cars, it's that tension that we've had at certain points in this race. It's makes us wonder, quite frankly, what is going to happen next? What's the outcome? Excuse me. And in that mind, it's been an incredible run. I'm pretty certain that everyone here that's raced will have enjoyed it, and I'm also pretty certain that, I think, regardless of maybe within reason, whether they put it on the calendar next year, if it is spaced out enough so that they can make a date work where it's not so close to big events, particularly like the 24 hours. I'm certain that next year's race, when we do this, because I'm certain we'll do this again next year, we will have more than 18 cars, because there'll be a lot of teams there that will say, I would absolutely love to have done it. It's just literally I just wasn't physically able to do it or financially able to do it. But their next point will be in their head after they've said that is, my next thought will be, but I'm definitely interested in doing it next year. And that will be it, because it'll be the classic phrase of FOMO, fear of missing out. They'll have seen this and gone, I'm sure there'll be some C1 race teams who watched it, and in the back of mind they'll be thinking, I should have moved to Anglesey, I should have done this first, it looks really good. And so they'll be making plans for Anglesey 2023. So that's the effect it has, not just the drivers that have gone there, but the drivers that didn't, because they're thinking, I've got to scratch that itch and go and do that next year.
Yeah,
And I'm certain we'll see more 18 cars next year. I'm certain of it. Hopefully,
it's a great place to come and have your event, whether it's a endurance race or otherwise. I'm just very pleased that I came back this year. First time with my son, he's seen it, and I said to him on the way up, I said, bear in mind you've been to Pembrey a couple of times, and you shouldn't necessarily compare the two Welsh circuits, but I said, let me know what you think. At the end of the weekend, let me know, what do you think? Do you prefer Anglesey or Pembrey? And I already know what the answer's going to be.
Anglesey, I've always found is that whilst it's one of those places where, depending on where you live in the country, for me, because I live in Kent, so the journeys, you can imagine, essentially going from the southeast to the northwest in the Isle of Anglesey, it's quite a long one. And whilst some might consider it as being maybe not me, but others would consider it, you can tell me it's quite an arduous journey. It's a long way to go to the circuit. It is one of those places where even if you think that, you get here and you stand at the top of the peak and you see that view at the Irish Ocean, you see the kind of the setting that you're in, and the first thing that comes to your mind is, yeah, that was worth it. That was worth it, just for that view and the race that we've had alone, which is excellent. Speaking of the racing, we should mention the fact that we are inside the last 3.5 minutes, and I'm certain that our race leader, who's crossed the line not long ago, by my calculation, I think he's possibly on their second to last lap, so we're getting closer to, I think, what will be, if this is the second to last lap, next time by, to use the American term, although it means something different in European racing, we will get the white flag, so to speak, as to say we're going 1 lap to go, and that will certainly be 1 lap to decide this car right here, car 513, who's driven this superb race all the way through to keep out of trouble and again keep that consistent lap read, that consistent pace going, will be on their way to picking up a rather sensational victory against cars like Silver Lake 2 and I'm certain other teams like Quattro Formaggio and WRC Developments that looked like they were in contention for this, but had their problems and fell by the wayside. Whereas this car's just kept on pounding around and lap after lap after lap, had minimal to no problems. And again, it can be sometimes genuinely just as simple as keeping it steady on the road and keeping your cool whilst everyone loses theirs. And that's what's worked for them so far, so excellent stuff all around. And we're about to see them head up towards the final corner to start the final lap of the race. And again, as we said, this has been a fantastic run. The 441 car has come in right at the end of the race. That's the 7th place car that's come in. And as you probably anticipate, that was definitely not anticipated.
I think you're right, yeah. Possibly fuel, maybe a little bit of last minute fuel going in. Don't know if we're going to get a last racing word with Rob. He's getting ready down there on the podium, isn't he? He's in the podium slot getting ready for the cars to come through. 1:54 on the clock. They're still lapping last laps. 2:04 for the race leader. The gap's down to 19 seconds now between first and second place. So a little late surge from Matt Parks, but it's going to be a little bit too late to do anything about the race leaders. We're going to see Scuderia Polo Rosso on 3rd position. Again, barring any problems in these last 2 minutes. Actually, you can't speak too soon, can you?
No, you can't, but it is one of those things where, in terms of the gap, it was with the leaders, that Matt Parks car, if it was going to take the gap, it should have been putting in lap time a second and a half quicker. Yeah. And it seems as though that even with newer front tyres, that wasn't enough and that wasn't it. And also because these guys in front have been fantastic for this last half lap or so. But they're going to head out through Peel Corner for the final time. There is 55 seconds on the clock as they come down the hill towards the corkscrew for the final time. If it was the coastal circuit, they would go left and then right further downhill. It's inspired by the iconic corkscrew on the Laguna Seca circuit in Monterey, California in the US. But instead they go down the Tom Price Straight and up towards the hairpin for the final time. And I was also looking at it, I think 30 seconds to go, and we're still not really at there. It's 30 seconds left. I don't think it takes 30 seconds to get to a line, so you
might get another lap.
You might get another lap, in fact, actually, looking at it. Well, let's try and count it down. It's 20 seconds now. I say that, and at the same time, they're not fast cars, so we'll wait and see. But clock is going to tick. I think Posse might just hit 0, I think. Let's see if the checkered flag will go out. Into the final corner goes the leaders. Is it going to be the last lap? Last lap board, is it checkered flag? No, last lap goes out. They get one more. So
by 4 seconds.
By 4 seconds. The other phrase, you couldn't have timed it better. They could have timed it better by backing up another 4 seconds. But even then, that's probably time they can't afford to lose, because of course they're still going to be careful of the fact that the Silver Lake 2 car, even though it looks like, touch wood, they're going to be unsuccessful. it's one of those situations where they can't afford to back off, because they know if they back off too much, then they either make a mistake or lose concentration and get complacent, and that's where mistakes can come in and where heartbreak can occur when they can lose the race on the final lap. But it looks as though that they've kept it clean and tidy, and now we're at a stage of the evening where it is literally just headlights ablaze and pairs of headlights. I'd like to throw it to as dancing in the darkness, I like to see, which is great to see. And that's what makes night racing and endurance racing like this so nice, because you get these points where it's just this part of the race, or in endurance race, not race, it enhances the senses. You get the brightness of the lights, you get the sounds in your ears, you get the whole sense of how this race looks in many cases. So as they come up towards Peel Corner for the final time, it's been an excellent run so far for the race leaders. So they come up towards the last couple of corners. It's been an exceptional race for the C1 as once again we had 3 now. This will be for the C1 Racing Club this year for the final time. But as they come up towards the hairpin into the final time, it's been quite a mega occasion. So here they go then into the international hairpin for the last time. It has been quite a race for them, and Silver Lake and Co have done it. Don't run too wide on the exit of the first to last corner. He's almost getting too wide over the curves. A bit too much liberty, that one, but he's going to make it down towards the final corner for the last time. And so it will be essentially a third different team that will take a victory in this year's series. Into the final corner. It's been a wonderful race, but victory here at Anglesey in the Into the Night race will go to the CSC FDL Packaging Squad. Car number 513, James Cunliffe and Nicholas Cunliffe are victorious at Anglesey in the C1 Racing Club Into the Night race here on the Welsh coast. Fantastic job from all involved. They will be absolutely delighted. That's an understatement, I think, with that team, because that was a team that even they said couldn't believe they were leading on one of their first few races. Second place, a solid effort for Silver Lake 2. Flash of the headlights, they will take runner-up spot, and they finished at the end 19.7 seconds. In the end was the gap between first and second place. So excellent job for them all round. And then for Scuderia Polo Rosso, who will come across the line. I think the Mackay Jones Racing car has come across the line just there in third. Scuderia, they've got the Red Sky Racing's come across in sixth. And now the rest of the order coming through. The 2 cars we're waiting for are Scuderia Polo Rosso and Diablo Racing. They were 21 seconds apart at the flag. Across the line go the rest of the field, and that's... We've had Quattro Formaggio has finished in 5th position, so they've finished in the top 5. 6th place has gone to Red Sky Racing with Shepherd at the wheel. Mackay Jones Racing has managed to pick up 7th place. 8th place has gone to A1 Racing. Sandown Motorsport picks up 9th, and then Silver Lake Racing, the first of their 3 cars, is there in 10th position. As for 3rd place, that's the 457 car. That's in 13th place. Polo Rosso will come across the line shortly. And not yet, so we're still waiting for them to come through. So 3rd and 4th still yet to make it across the line as the checker flag continues to fly. And there's some of the team already smiling and happy. CSC Racing ready to welcome their winner in. I think this is Polo Rosso, is it? Yes, it is. And a big cheer from Polo Rosso. They're delighted with 3rd place. Look at that. The celebrations on the pit wall, P3. You thought they won the 24 hours, never mind to get 3rd place at Anglesey in the nighttime race. It's brilliant stuff. And we're just waiting. And Diablo Racing, I think, will be one of the last ones to come across the line by the looks of it. And they're another team, CSC Racing, where they had 3 cars in there. And that car, of course, they had was 417 that was up there battling for the lead and had that problems early on. Then their second car stopped whilst they were in the lead. And so it was that lone survivor that came through and actually won the race for them. So they've had 2 misfortunes and 2 retirements. But it's a silver lining, a big silver lining, them taking the overall victory, which is excellent. And we're just waiting still for Diablo Racing, which is the Owens car, to come through. Once that does, it will be classified as 4th. It's not showing as having crossed the line yet. So... unless it's coming to the pit lane. And I think we're going to come through. Robbie's down there as well. And I think we'll classify Diablo Racing as being in 4th position, because even though it hasn't crossed the line, I think it probably has in many cases. But I can see on our bank of cameras here that the CSC Racing team are pointing in their first... Didn't even realise he had to stop at the P1 board, but... He's directing him in. And there it is, ladies and gents. Your winners of the C1 Racing Club Anglesey Into the Night race here on the Welsh coast. It is CSC Racing. I think Rob is down there to possibly have a chat. So let's, I think, pan down to Rob and we can have a chat to our top 3. Rob, go get him.
How are we doing, guys? Well, it is my pleasure to start to present the podium for this brilliant Silver Lake Citroen C1 race series here at Anglesey. After 4.5 hours, we've had some superb battles up and down the field. We've had some heartbreak, and we've got 3 very deserving podium winners. I'm just going to see if I can find some drivers, actually. We haven't got 3rd place yet. I'll go to 2nd place first. Matt, didn't quite get there in the end. But it was a great drive from you, considering you weren't even racing in this up until Thursday. Tell us how do you feel?
Slightly disappointed. You always want to win, don't you? But still delighted for Silver Lake to get another podium, and also for Mike as well, because Mike wasn't going to be driving this weekend if no one else was going to be sat next to him. So I'm happy.
Wonderful result, well driven. Mike, if I could just talk to you quickly. Sure. Great result, you're on the podium, You've got the title sponsor Silver Lake, you're in there. How do you feel? Tell us your thoughts.
Yeah, brilliant. First off, as Matt said, I was supposed to be racing with Mike Chapman this weekend. Unfortunately, I had a bit of an incident before the racing started. So yeah, all our thoughts are with him. So yeah, it's the whole just bit out of my head just to get a good result for Mike. And yeah, delighted. Yeah, and thanks to Matt, he stepped in, and we've got our heads together and pulled a good result. So. Yeah, brilliant.
Fantastic, guys, thank you. So that was our 2nd place car there, that's Silver Lake number 2. Now, you would have heard quite a large cheer in the background. Let's go and find out, because in 3rd place, with the drivers James Matthews, Graham Wilkins and Matt Claydon, we have Scuderia Polo Rosso. We've just got a driver just trying to undress himself at the moment. The car... Well done.
Thank you.
Tell us your thoughts.
Oh, awesome. I mean, Graham and Frank, so proud of them. They just put us exactly where we needed to be. All I did was just keep it there. I think we've just about got some tyres on it. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm on steels on all 4, but awesome, yeah, really good.
You're out of breath, I could tell, but the cheer coming in was absolutely fantastic. My hat's off to you. Ladies and gents, our 3rd place car, Scuderia Polo Rosso. Now, hand them over, yeah. There we go, there's some very deserving trophies there. So that's the Scuderia Polo Rosso team, James Matthews, Graham Wilkins and Matt Claydon. Guys, if you can just show the trophies to the camera, guys. There we go, guys. Now, because they were quite late to the podium, we did talk to the Silver Lake guys in length first. I suppose we better present them with some trophies. So in 2nd place, this might get quite a big cheer, Silver Lake guys. Car number 458, Silver Lake 2, Mike Harris and Matt Parks. Well done, guys. Now, before we present you guys with the trophies, we've got James and Nick Cunniff here. Novice drivers, you've raced nothing else but a C1 before. How many races have you done leading up to this?
I think I've done 5, maybe this is my 4th, maybe.
Well, now you are Citroen C1 Series winners. Enjoy it, guys. Our winners, James and Nick Cunniff. Fabulous racing there, guys. Thank you to everyone that tuned in. As you can see, great camaraderie up and down the pit lane. Absolutely loved it. And if you really want, if you want to join these guys, win these lovely shiny trophies here, get yourself a C1. They're not that expensive. Do it with your friends. It's great racing, guys. And for now, I'd like to hand back to the commentary team of Richard John Neal and Scott Woodward.
Oh, hang on. Top man, well done, Rob. Thank you for all your sterling work down there in pit lane and getting some whoops going down there as well. That was a terrific end, a great podium to wrap up, Scott. A fantastic day's racing here. We've got to do it all again in a few hours.
Yeah, we do. We've got some more action coming up. Quick, let's run through the result before we talk about tomorrow's, and that's I think, because of course it's to go through that. So quickly to run through it. CSC Racing take the victory, of course, with their 2 novice drivers. Incredible that they have done hardly any car races between them, and they take a victory. Second place for Silver Lake 2. Third place for Scuderia Polo Rosso. Fourth for Diablo Racing. Fifth for Quattro Formaggio. They were led early on but had a penalty. Sixth goes to Red Sky Racing. Seventh to Mackay Jones Racing. Eighth to A1 Racing. Ninth to Sandown Motorsport. And 10th to Silver Lake Racing. Then P11 for WRC Developments. They were highest third as 1 point before they had to make a late pit stop. It's 12th for 4G Racing. Then Silver Lake 1 in 13th. Swerve Racing 14th. 3 Spark Racing 15th. Snail Speed Racing 16th. And with the cars that we lost with the other two, ironically, the 2 CSC Racing FDL packaging cars, when they hit problems early on, the Killam car stopped with round about roughly half an hour to go, and then the CSC Racing car had early problems after just, I think, what, 33 laps or so, which is a shame, but it was up there fighting for the lead in the end. You're absolutely right. You talk about tomorrow. Of course, we've got plenty of action coming up. It's all sprint racing, and it's all sprint racing that you need to come and see, because it is fantastic. It's pretty much a repeat of all the stuff that we had today, minus the C1. So from all the action that we have, we've got another round of the Legends, which were I haven't seen them for a while, but they were thoroughly entertaining, as they always were. And that final was cracking as I expected it to be. So I'll have another qualifying session, which we don't film, but with the 2 heats and the 10-lap final we involved in that one. We've also got the British Supercar Championship, 2 more races for them for their second meeting. Nankang Thai City Car Cup, 2 more races for them. 2 more races for the Formula Fords. It'll be 1 more race for the Northern Super Classic cars, who will share with the national cars. Then the national Formula Fords will have their own standalone 3rd race for their championship, as they typically have 3 on their timetable. With Nankang Thai BMW Compact Cup, 2 more races for them. I'll be intrigued to see how Stephen Daly gets on. He didn't have a very good day today. Had off the pace a bit and had to retire with mechanical problems. But a first ever win for Guy Davis. That's a memorable moment for him. And then we also have the Vinyl Detail STXR Challenge as well. 2 more races for them as well. Racing will start on the stream roughly around about 20 past 10 as scheduled. It is set to go all the way through to the final for the National Legends at around about 20 past 5. And I think it's a program that, given all the action you've had today, certainly one that these guys watching at home definitely should not miss for one moment.
I agree with that. Yeah, if you're going to come tomorrow, have an early night tonight. Oh, you can't, can you? Oh, never mind. But come along anyway.
Absolutely. Richard, as always, it has been an absolute pleasure, as always,
too,
to have
Scott.
you,
Thank you so much,
both
mate.
alongside me here in the Combox and down pit lane. Big thank you to Rob as well for all these hard efforts today in the C1 Racing Club. Fantastic stuff. Thank you to everyone that's perhaps somehow still here at the circuit if you're watching, and also for you watching too. Be sure to subscribe to YouTube, hit notifications, and also like, subscribe, and hit notifications for our BRSC Facebook as well. And head to the website brocc.co.uk for information on all the championships and series that you've seen here that are racing today. From all of us here at Anglesey, it is a firm good night, and join us for more action tomorrow here on this BRSC live race weekend. But for now, I think as Zebedee once said, time for bed. Good night.